#C1803 team. Hearing what Headmaster Han said, Qin Ming had some excitement in his eyes and said softly, "Hey, if that's the case, it's really worth looking forward to. Little junior sister, this revenge must be avenged." Headmaster Han smiled, cast his gaze directly on the secret realm and asked, "How was your peak's harvest?" "It's okay." Speaking of this, Qin Ming couldn't suppress the smile on his face. "Looking at your expression, I don't mean it's okay. I'm afraid it's quite rich." How could Qin Ming not see such obvious emotions? After a pause, he continued, "This trip to the secret realm has a great impact on me. Really an opportunity for Yunzong. If resources are used well, we can definitely move up a level significantly." Qin Ming responded, "Oh, that's true. In the secret realm, countless disciples are desperately searching for the resources that exist in the secret realm. If you look down at the entire secret realm, you can see that it is a whole piece of land similar to a continent. This small world sandwiched in the Tianxian world is very mysterious, and it has some rules of its own. For example, the sunrise and sunset are not absolutely the same. When everyone enters the secret realm, the places they appear are different, but overall they are places with relatively scarce resources. The further you go, the richer the resources you encounter. In a dense forest, a whole team of Qi training monks can be seen from a long distance away. However, these monks were divided into two teams. Xiao Yun, from now on, our two sects will never have any good relations." The leader of one of the teams said with a smile, then pointed in a direction with his hand and said, "You and I can feel it. Now the further north you go, the stronger the spiritual energy becomes. I think the opportunities we will encounter in the future will be much greater. In the past, our two sects could barely share the opportunities, but in the future." Xiao Yun looked at Qin Mishio with wide eyes and said, "Of course, even if you don't mention this matter, I will tell you. If any opportunity arises in the future, then we will each see what we can do. Farewell." Qin Mishio led his people directly towards the north. Xiao Yun looked at the people leaving and then at the current team. The situation of the entire Luyun sect team was very unoptimistic. The further you go in, the more disciples you encounter from the Luyun sect. If it weren't for the way these Luyun sect disciples shared the same hatred when they met the 7-star sect disciples, Xiao Yun really doubted the unspoken rules passed down by Luyun sect. These disciples basically form a team, and now there are 6 teams of Luyun sect disciples here alone. Those who are powerful will form a team, and those with a small number will be subordinate to other peaks. Now that the disciple of Red Maple Valley is leaving, it is not a good thing. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun frowned. Fang Xing, who was in the team, saw Qin Mishio leading the team away, and muttered to a monk next to him, "Captain, the people in Red Maple Valley have left. What should we do?" It's impossible to let that Xiao Yun lead the team all the time. In terms of the previous gains, those from Yun Peak account for a lot. "Hey, why are you in a hurry?" The man called the captain replied softly, glanced in Xiao Yun's direction and continued, "When the time is right, all the previous losses will naturally come back to me. Lei Yun Peak here." Fang Xing said excitedly, "Captain is more thoughtful. When the time comes, Captain, you can take the big head and we can have some soup. But do you want to try it out now?" Upon hearing this, the captain slapped Fang Xing on the head and said, "Can you be smarter?" Then he calmed down a little and continued, "Don't do things every day without using your brain. No wonder you have been suffering at the hands of Xiao Yun before. I hope the captain will teach me. I am your loyal dog. If the dog is smart, the owner will be embarrassed." Fang Xing did not feel there was anything wrong with his words. As soon as he said this, the captain's face instantly improved a lot, and he chuckled and said, "Xiao Yun's grandpa is the ancestor of Yuyun Peak. I used to think that little girl is not simple. It's just that there has never been anyone to support her, but it's different now. Ancestor Yuyun is amazingly protective of her calf. This little girl's ability to handle things is simply not what she can match at her age. Be absolutely sure before taking any action. As for what you said about trying to find out the truth, the people from Chuyun Peak don't hate the people from Yuyun Peak more than we do. After he finished speaking, he looked at a young man not far away. Wonderful! Fang Xing was so excited that he could hardly restrain his emotions and then said with some worry, Li Yuhua is the great-great-grandson of Elder Li. Do you think he will also secretly practice the blood sacrifice technique? There's no need to worry too much. Isn't the sect more nervous than us? The captain looked at Li Yuhua and said, since there is no problem now, it means that a thorough investigation has been carried out. The captain still sees things thoroughly. Fang Xing's flattery followed. Immediately, the entire Luyun sect team was very scattered. Xiao Yun and other Yuyun Peak disciples were at the front of the crowd. With the existence of Red Maple Valley before, Luyun sect seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but she knew very well why in her heart. Next, Xiao Yun looked at Wang Ping and said, have you contacted Zhang Shixin? Wang Ping whispered back, we have been contacted, but I don't know the specific location. According to the situation, it is roughly in the north and heading south. Zhang Shixin also told me that the farther south you go, the stronger the spiritual energy becomes. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yun said softly, well, if there is any news, tell him to keep a low profile before meeting us. Don't fight for resources, and do your best to protect the disciples of Yuyun Peak. Tell me the basic situation first. When Wang Ping heard this, he immediately understood what the captain meant. He had been working with the captain for a few days, and there was no problem with these basics. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ping said softly, the total number of disciples in the entire Luyun sect is more than 2,200. The specific number of disciples in each peak is difficult to count, so there is no detailed statistics. The 6 peaks are the main ones, but our Yuyun Peak has a small number of people with a total of only 52 people. In addition, the number of people in Tongyun Peak, Leiyun Peak and Chuyun Peak is the largest. The number of people in several peaks is about the same, about more than 500. The other 2 are in a slightly weaker state. Yaoyun Peak has more than 200 people who are closer to the people in those 2 peaks, and the rest are Huayun Peak of the 5th Elder, which is also more than 200 people. Xiao Yun nodded with satisfaction. She just liked Wang Ping's ability to be meticulous, which saved her a lot of effort along the way. For this reason, he secretly gave Wang Ping some life-saving talismans. As long as Wang Ping can return alive, he must be trained well. If that's the case, the current situation is really pessimistic. If it doesn't work, he can only leave the team and act alone. The means given by grandfather are a little safer to keep the team. Yuyun Peak is different from other peaks. Can't be willful because of its weak foundation. Every disciple is extremely important. Xiao Yun analyzed slowly in his heart. That, Xiao Yun, right? Why do I feel that there is something wrong with the distribution of spiritual medicine just now? Just as Xiao Yun was thinking, a discordant voice suddenly appeared. #C1804 leaving the team. Especially when it comes to Xiao Yun, everyone's eyes are turned to the younger girl, probably because she led the team from the beginning. In addition, the leader of Red Maple Valley seems to have a good relationship with Xiao Yun. After they jointly killed the Sand Scorpion, the 2 formed a short-term alliance. For a time, the person in Red Maple Valley only believed in Xiao Yun. Even as the team gradually grew, Xiao Yun was always in charge of Luyun sect. Hey, what do you think is the appropriate distribution? Xiao Yun said with a chuckle, then took out her storage bag and continued. The elixir I just obtained is in the storage bag. If you feel that the allocation is not appropriate, you can come and get it. As you please. As long as you can beat me, I won't have any objections. After saying that, Xiao Yun took out several talismans directly from the storage bag. The person who asked the question looked aggrieved. It was not like he had never seen Xiao Yun's methods along the way. Xiao Yun has always been able to become the captain of this team. In addition to having a certain relationship with Red Maple Valley, Xiao Yun's absolute strength also plays an important role. How could they act indiscriminately before they had a thorough understanding of Xiao Yun's background? Li Yuhua was silent for a moment and continued. Of course I have no objection to the resources you allocated. After all, this allocation is mainly based on contribution. But are the things that your disciples got really too much? There was a lot of disgust in Xiao Yun's eyes. After her ancestor returned, she secretly checked some things. Among the people who often went to Yuyun Peak to stir up trouble in the past, Li Yuhua was one of the driving forces behind it. Maybe because Li Yuhua was Li Xingyan's great-great-grandson, even some monks in the early stages of foundation building would listen to his arrangements. I haven't settled the score with him yet, but this guy started to stir up trouble immediately. Now that the people from Red Maple Valley have left, they can still come up with such disgusting things. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yun asked softly, "Oh, then what do you think is a more appropriate allocation? If what you said is appropriate, why can't it be distributed according to the method you said?" As soon as he said this, the captain of Tongyun Peak quickly cast a questioning look at Xiao Yun. After entering the secret realm, he took more care of Yuyun Peak. This was what the headmaster told him. Xiao Yun didn't pay any attention to Li Yuhua's question, as it was a previously agreed upon rule. Nowadays, such an accident actually happens. I personally think that the allocation of resources should be based on strength, rather than the same for every disciple. After Li Yuhua finished speaking, he glanced at Xiao Yun and continued, "Of course I have no objection to the fact that resources should be allocated based on peaks first. The only thing that needs to be changed is the remaining resources. These resources are meant to be given to these disciples. Whether it's Luyun sect or even the entire world of immortality, resources are allocated based on strength and talent. I think it's the same here. But should we allocate resources based on head count? With the talents of your Luyun sect disciples, it would be a waste to give them resources. What an idiot." The captain of Lei Yunfeng in the crowd cursed secretly, and then stopped talking. This kind of idiot will eventually be played to death. I really don't understand how Elder Tongli could have such a mentally retarded great-grandson, so let him play his final value. Before Xiao Yun could say anything, many disciples had strange looks on their faces. Even some of the disciples from Izumo Peak had a lot of displeasure on their faces. When Elder Li was here, they dared to be angry and dare not speak out. Now that Elder Li is not here, they really think they are something. "Ha! What do you mean, you can only get the minimum share?" Xiao Yun chuckled a few times after finishing speaking and continued, "After all, you are a miscellaneous spiritual root. Of course you don't deserve so many resources, right?" Xiao Yun looked at Li Yuhua with an expression that looked like a fool. This Li Yuhua is just a miscellaneous spiritual root, but he still says such things. Nonsense. Li Yuhua immediately became furious, and then said in a panic, "It's true that I am a miscellaneous spirit root, but I am a qi practicing Zogshan, and if I am given certain resources, why can't I step into the foundation building stage? If I have the ability, I can get these resources. There is no problem." "Hey, that's well said." Xiao Yun clapped her hands and then continued, "Then, if these people have poor qualifications and poor strength, how do you know that giving them resources is a waste?" "This is different," Li Yuhua quickly retorted. Xiao Yun continued to ask, "What's the difference?" Li Yuhua shouted loudly, "My grandfather is the great perfection of the golden core and an elder of the sect. I am also a member of the cultivating family. How can these people be compared?" "Very good." Xiao Yun smiled completely now, and then said softly, then your so-called strength does not rely on the shadow of your ancestors. Is your so-called distribution based on qualifications a joke? You can get more under the family's protection, but please don't show it off. After finishing speaking, he looked at the disciples and said, "Do you think my distribution is reasonable or Li Yuhua's distribution is reasonable?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the disciples immediately became excited. In the world of cultivating immortals, especially those disciples with poor qualifications, they suffered too much unfair treatment. Usually when no one speaks for them, they can only admit that they are not qualified. But now that someone speaks for them, if they don't cherish it, they can really go down the mountain. Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun. Many people shouted loudly, including a few disciples from Izumo Peak. The shouts quickly caused Li Yuhua to be drowned in the crowd. Seeing this, Xiao Yun slightly pressed his hand and said, "All disciples of Luyun sect, I will bid farewell to you from Yuyun Peak today. Everyone should go to find their own opportunities. If we encounter external enemies in the future, we will be from the same sect. If we don't encounter external enemies, we will be from different peaks. We will not give up the opportunities we find. I didn't want to do this at first, but this happened today. I think the problem will break out sooner or later. It's better to separate early than to do this. How much resources you can get depends on your ability." After Xiao Yun finished speaking, he threw out dozens of talismans and continued, "Everyone from Yuyun Peak who is willing to follow me can take the talismans. Those who are willing to follow the big team can choose to stay. When you leave the secret realm, you are also a member of Yuyun Peak. You will not be treated differently in Yuyun Peak." As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples of Yuyun Peak took the talismans in front of them, although following the captain may not necessarily get much opportunity. But as long as there is an opportunity, it will be distributed fairly. "Okay, let's go." Xiao Yun quickly headed north without even looking at the crowd. The many Yuyun Peak disciples also quickly slapped a talisman on their bodies and followed Xiao Yun. After walking for a while, the captain of Tongyun Peak stood up and said, "Those who are willing to follow me can leave now." Then nearly half of the people stood up in unison, all following the captain of Tongyun Peak. Captain Leiyun Peak hurriedly said, "If we act separately like this, it will be difficult to compete with others when we encounter good resources. Right? It's better to compete with others than with our own people." Captain Tongyun Peak left directly after saying that. The Luyun sect team quickly split into 3 teams. #C1805 Pros and Cons. Within the entire dense forest, it is difficult for light to reach the ground, so that the entire dense forest is almost in a dark environment. The trees are very tall, and the thickest ones can even form a forest of single trees. Light has become a rare resource. Some plants struggled to survive on the ground. Under the giant trees, these plants occupied as much space as possible to get the remaining sunlight. In the bush, a small group of people passed quickly without leaving any trace, as if they had not passed through the bush. "Captain, why are we separated from the brigade?" At this time, a disciple asked loudly. Soon another male disciple replied, "The captain's decision must be reasonable. Don't ask so many questions. But isn't it good to follow the big team? This way you can have the strength to compete with others for resources." The disciple asked again unwillingly. The male cultivator immediately replied, "There are some things you should learn to ask less about. If you don't want to follow the team, why didn't you stay just now?" The captain didn't allow it. The disciple who asked the question quickly said, "I am a disciple of Yuyun Peak. What's the point of following another team? And even if I had doubts, I would definitely stand with the captain at that time. If I didn't stand with the captain, wouldn't it mean that others would laugh at us at Yuyun Peak?" Just when the male cultivator wanted to say something else, Xiao Yun immediately stopped him and said, "Wang Ping, you don't have to say anything. Then she stopped where she was and turned to look at the disciples and said, "Originally, I didn't intend to explain. I think you all have this problem. Then let me explain it to you. If you have any questions in the future, don't ask me. Once you ask me, I will expel you directly from the team." After a pause, Xiao Yun continued, "I can also understand your considerations, but have you ever thought about why we can get relatively good income in the first place? The situation at that time was different from the current situation. Once we find an opportunity, our allocation at Yuyun Peak will be infinitely squeezed. Even if I have the strength, I still can't get the most appropriate quota. The other most important point is that there are not many opportunities when people are looking for it together. As you go further north, the resources become more abundant, and you should be able to feel it. When a big team encounters an opportunity, it can only be allocated on a per-person basis, but if it's just us, then all the opportunities are ours. This is not the place like before." Xiao Yun quickly analyzed the pros and cons, and quickly analyzed these things thoroughly. The disciples nodded thoughtfully from time to time, and soon figured out the key issue here. Yes, if this is the case, it is not necessarily better than acting alone. Seeing that the time was right, Wang Ping immediately spoke. "So do you understand? Is there anyone still questioning the captain's decision?" "No, Captain. I thought it was too simple." The disciple who raised the question immediately apologized. "Support the captain, and I will give you my full support in the future." "Me too, I will be the first one not to ask anyone who asks such a stupid question again." All disciples expressed their own positions. Xiao Yun didn't take it seriously. When she asked those words and these disciples all chose to stand beside her, there was no problem. "Well, keep on going. After coming out of the desert, I had to drive for a while before arriving here. This dense forest was very large, and I had been driving for several days without any sign of getting out of the dense forest. As the team gradually grows, more and more gains are made. At first, there were a large number of first-level elixirs in the desert. Later, they harvested several elixirs as well as some spiritual weapons and rare materials, and even encountered a spiritual stone mine. Everyone just dug some top-quality spiritual stones, marked the location, and left. As for the dangers, I have encountered several other dangers since I encountered the batch of sandstripe scorpions, but fortunately the losses were not huge. Of course, this is a relative term, and the casualties among the disciples at other peaks were even more serious. Just the disciples of Yuyun Peak have sacrificed more than a dozen people in total. At present, the only Yuyun Peak teams that the entire Yuyun Peak can contact are a team on Xiao Yun's side and a small team on Zhang Shixin's side. In addition to the dead disciples, there are still more than 30 people who have not been heard from. What is the situation of these disciples? You can know the result after just a little thought. Nearly 140 people came to Yuyun Peak, and now there are less than 90 people left. This loss is not small. I just hope that those disciples who have no news yet are safe and sound. It wasn't until about noon that Xiao Yun stopped at a place. "Now take the time to rest for a while and continue on your way later." After Xiao Yun finished speaking, he took the lead and sat on the ground, took out some barbecue and food, and ate alone. During the Qi training period, it is okay to go without food for a day or two, but it cannot be tolerated for a long time, and all the food consumed is spiritual food. Not only can it satisfy hunger and replenish energy, but it can also coordinate with one's own cultivation. "Ah, what is this?" At this moment, a voice of exclamation came from not far away, and soon another voice was heard. "Ah!" This was a cry of terror. I just called for a while and then completely lost my voice. The disciples stood up in a hurry, and Wang Ping quickly asked loudly, "Who is not in the team?" "It's Wang Si. He just said he wanted to go for convenience." Wang Ping paused and looked carefully, then quickly approached Xiao Yun and said, "Captain, only one person is missing. The rest are here. Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Everyone follow. Let's check what's going on. And be sure to pay attention to your own safety later." Before coming in, they had already done a good job of ideological work for these people. Entering the secret realm has both benefits and dangers. No one complained about this situation because they knew that even if they got into trouble, their families would get a lot of money. Xiao Yun didn't dare to delay, and quickly went in the direction of the scream. Before he walked far, he saw blood all over the ground. All the blood was fresh, and according to the direction of the scream just now, it should be the blood of the disciple just now. In addition to the blood, there were also a lot of broken clothes and the storage bag. Wang Ping quickly sent a few disciples to explore the situation nearby, and shout directly if you encounter special situations. Yes. Wang Ping quickly agreed and made arrangements quickly. Xiao Yun's face darkened. In this case, he probably encountered a monster. Since he came in, there have always been monsters, but he didn't know if it was special because there was no second-level monster in the whole secret realm. There was no one here, and the strongest was only the peak first-level monster. This news once made everyone very happy, but now the situation is different. It was silent just now. I just hope it's the same as before, just a first-level monster, even if it's a peak first-level monster. Ah! Just as Xiao Yun was thinking, the scream came again. Xiao Yun directly slapped the talisman that had been prepared on himself, and the spirit sword was already in his hand. He quickly went towards the scream, and the disciples also hurriedly followed. #C1806 Plant-type monsters. When they arrived, they didn't find any monsters, only a disciple standing there stupidly. The place the disciple faced was a huge mountain, which was extremely rare in this dense forest. Countless vines climbed on the mountain to fight for living space. Apart from this mountain, there was no special place around, and even the figure of the monster could not be found. Xiao Yun did not dare to be careless, and slowly approached the disciple, only to find that the disciple was still standing there, motionless. At this moment, the motionless disciple suddenly collapsed to the ground. His body exploded into several pieces, and countless blood gushed out. Xiao Yun waved his hand, and a flame barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all the blood outside. Just as everyone was confused, they soon saw something different. Some bags suddenly bulged on the ground, and some brown-gray things appeared from these bags, but the next moment they dragged the broken pieces of meat into the ground. There was no trace of any difference from the previous one on the entire ground, only that pool of blood, and the blood disappeared a lot with the passage of time. In addition, there was the storage bag and the broken clothes. It seemed that this thing was not interested in anything other than flesh and blood. Xiao Yun put away the storage bag casually. These things would be calculated in value when they returned, and then added to the disciples' gains, and finally exchanged for money or other things needed by mortals. In the end, these things would be handed over to his family, which was also agreed before stepping into here. After putting away the storage bag, Xiao Yun threw a talisman directly to the ground, blasting the ground, but found nothing, including the things that had just appeared. Xiao Yun shouted loudly, "There is something strange here. Everyone evacuate. Here, quickly." She didn't intend to waste time with this strange thing, and it was the right thing to leave here as soon as possible. This was not the time to show off. After hearing this, the disciples hurriedly ran away, and Xiao Yun also left quickly. Just here, something strange suddenly appeared, and countless vines on the mountain began to grow rapidly and tremble, and quickly went towards Xiao Yun and others. Perhaps they realized that Xiao Yun was the strongest here, so the vines rushing towards Xiao Yun were the most, and there were countless thorns on the vines. Hee, this is a plant-type monster. No one is allowed to get close to the plant, Xiao Yun said, and raised his hand to cast a spell. A red hexagram appeared behind Xiao Yun. Fire rain spell. After Xiao Yun murmured, a large number of flints appeared in the hexagram, each with a burning flame, and the direction was exactly the vines that were coming quickly. Squeak! At the moment when the flame touched the vine, a strange sound appeared. These were the strange sounds made by the vines. There are actually plant-type monsters in this secret realm. Fortunately, the books of the big sects like Luyun sect are rich, and Xiao Yun knows a lot of information. This extremely rare plant-type monster in Tianxian continent actually exists. In this secret realm, the plant-type monsters in Tianxian realm only exist in the demon world, and are basically extinct in the human world. Without thinking too much, Xiao Yun immediately threw out several fire-attributed talismans and threw them behind him. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the place that was originally densely covered with vegetation was instantly cleared out to form a huge area. Xiao Yun hurriedly shouted, "Everyone go in, and the fire-attributed disciples will set up fire walls around." After several days in this secret realm, these disciples are no longer the same as when they first entered the secret realm, and they have gradually acquired some ability to deal with sudden changes. They reacted quickly, and the fire walls around them suddenly rose up, blocking countless vines. The plant-type monsters are most afraid of fire. Xiao Yun was at a loss for a while about the plant monsters that gradually surrounded everyone. This won't work. The disciples' spiritual power will soon be exhausted. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun looked around, and suddenly his heart became ruthless, and he took out a talisman directly from the storage bag. Judging from the talisman, it is of high quality, but it is not like an ordinary talisman. Grandfather didn't give him many of these life-saving talismans. A second-level top-grade talisman can be exchanged for many resources at will. There are very few of them in the entire cultivation world. Compared with the extinct top-grade elixirs, top-grade talismans still exist. The only similarity is that it is difficult for people to get this kind of talisman. I really don't know where grandfather got so many top-grade talismans. There are actually dozens of huge second-level top-grade talismans. Xiao Yun quickly infused spiritual power into the talisman. Looking at the line on it, as long as the talisman is filled, it can burst out with great power. Seeing that the disciples gradually couldn't hold on, and one of the disciples was accidentally caught by the vines, the talisman finally filled up with spiritual power. Xiao Yun immediately threw it in the direction of the mountain, and the talisman quickly transformed into a big bird, or more accurately, a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix blew out flames, covering the mountain, and the fire quickly covered the entire mountain. The squeaks continued, and soon there was no movement. The fire was still burning until the talisman was completely exhausted and slowly extinguished. The mountain that was originally covered with vines suddenly became bare. "All of you stay where you are and wait for my news," Xiao Yun said to the disciples and quickly explored around the mountain. Soon he saw a round green bead. Xiao Yun picked up the bead and put it in his palm to observe. This. Xiao Yun's pupils gradually enlarged, and his eyes were full of surprise. This demon pill is not a first-level demon pill, but a second-level demon pill. There are demon beasts higher than the first level in this secret realm. This news shocked Xiao Yun. However, he did not intend to tell the disciples about this news. Telling them would have no effect except to cause them to panic. A big fire is bound to attract the attention of the surrounding monks. Other monks will come here soon, and they need to retreat quickly. Just when Xiao Yun wanted to leave, he suddenly found that something was different in a corner of the mountain. Xiao Yun hurried over and found that there was a cave entrance there. According to the previous encounter, there are probably a lot of resources here. I wanted to ask the disciples to come and help, but Xiao Yun had some other ideas and went in directly. Once he entered the cave entrance, the whole thing became different. It was not as simple as a cave. Looking at some things here, it is clearly a cave. There were monks who stayed here before, or it was originally a cave of monks. This discovery shocked Xiao Yun. It was the first time he found such a place. Along the way, Xiao Yun quickly looked around. There were many spiritual medicines that liked to grow in the dark. In addition, there were some rare materials scattered around, and there were also some mundane things, gold, silver, and jewelry. Not to mention the mortals, even she was shocked by these mundane things. After stopping for a while, Xiao Yun finally found a stone chamber. There was a dry skeleton in the stone chamber, and a shiny ring was worn on the hand of the skeleton. Xiao Yun whispered excitedly, "It's a storage ring. #C1807 You make sense." Yun Peak Cave. In the alchemy room, Zhuke accurately controlled the flames, and the third-level alchemy furnace was burning red. Xiao Han threw spiritual medicine into the alchemy furnace one by one. It was the first time to refine the third-level spiritual medicine with such high intensity, and the alchemy furnace was about to explode. Xiao Han carefully observed the situation in the alchemy furnace and said, quickly, "Zhuke, increase the flame temperature a little more." Zhuke quickly increased the flame temperature and muttered, "Xiao Han, do you want to stop for a while? This alchemy furnace feels like it's about to explode. The last spiritual medicine, this life-extending pill, is done."
Xiao Han kept
staring at the situation in the alchemy furnace while speaking. Zhuke saw that it had come to this point and didn't say anything else and concentrated on helping to refine the pill. As long as the life-extending pill could be made, what would it matter if the alchemy furnace exploded? Soon the spiritual medicine that was put in became a liquid medicine, which merged with the previous liquid medicine and finally became a round pill. The same time, the power of creation drilled into the alchemy furnace and finally became a top-grade life-extending pill. This is really the best among the third-level elixirs. As long as there is still a breath left, taking this elixir can prolong life. The moment Xiao Han got the elixir, he went directly to Qiao Tanner and stuffed the elixir into Qiao Tanner's mouth. The elixir melted in the mouth and turned into pure energy that entered Qiao Tanner's body. The rich aroma of medicine filled the room. Xiao Han waited quietly. After a quarter of an hour, he found that Qiao Tanner's eyes moved. Xiao Han's face was happy. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Cough, cough. After a while, Qiao Tanner coughed violently, and her chest rose and fell violently. "I don't know if Tanner knows that she is so powerful," Xiao Han thought casually in his heart. With a vomit, Qiao Tanner spit out a lot of blood directly from her mouth. This blood is not that bright red, but a very dark color. The whole pale face became much rosy at this moment. This is to spit out all the blocked blood in the body. Xiao Han gently pressed his hand on Qiao Tanner's dantian and circulated his spiritual power a little. At this time, he found that the spiritual power in Qiao Tanner's body really began to circulate. "There is hope," Xiao Han muttered excitedly, and then hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Tanner, you must hold on. I think you should be able to recover as before." Qiao Tanner did not respond to Xiao Han and was still in a coma. Seeing this, Xiao Han first sent a message to the headmaster and then raised his hand and took out a spiritual medicine and said, "Suzaku is getting angry. Hey, didn't you say that the alchemy furnace should rest for a while?" Zhuke said, a little depressed. It was also very tired to keep spitting fire like this. Xiao Han looked at Zhuke with some surprise and said, "Didn't I let the alchemy furnace rest just now? Look, the temperature above has dropped a little." "Suzaku? What you said makes sense," Zhuke said and spit out flames directly at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. In the Valley of the Spirit Beast sect, the headmaster received Xiao Han's message, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He said to Qin Ming beside him, "Tanner's body is fine, but it will take some time to fully recover." "Hey, is it true?" Qin Ming exclaimed, and after a pause, he continued, "The headmaster means that Xiao Han sent you a message. But is this really possible? The best result of that level is to wake up at most and it is estimated that even the spiritual power cannot be used. Since Xiao Han told me so, it must be not much different. Just wait quietly. After the headmaster said, he cast his eyes on the secret realm and said, Xiao Han is a very meticulous person, and so is Xiao Yun. Such a sophisticated way of dealing with things is really scary. I'm afraid it won't take long for Yun Peak to grow rapidly. Qin Ming didn't say anything, but cast an inquiring look at the headmaster. He knew that the disciples of Tongyun Peak were with Yuyun Peak, and it was normal for the headmaster to know the situation of Yuyun Peak. Do you think I should give Xiao Han another chance? Master Han said, inexplicably without directly explaining what he just said. Qin Ming frowned and said, Master, what do you mean? It seems that Yuyun Peak has no spiritual veins yet. The master smiled at Qin Ming after he finished speaking, and then continued, Li Xingyan of Chuyun Peak practices forbidden techniques, so it should be no problem to draw out the spiritual veins of Chuyun Peak and reward Yuyun Peak. I remember that Xiao Han has not been rewarded for killing Li Xingyan and saving so many disciples. This is not good. If this is the case, the Great Elder is likely to explode. Qin Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He knew very well what might happen here. Such an approach would only intensify the conflict between Xiao Han and the Great Elder, and if things go on like this, the Great Elder would easily do something radical. Ridiculous. Master Han frowned and continued, What can happen with me here? Besides, shouldn't Xiao Han be rewarded for saving so many Luyun sect disciples? Even if the Great Elder disagrees, so what? The Great Elder can't do anything about what the people want. Once Yuyun Peak has this spiritual vein, the growth rate will be very fast. Then find a suitable time to arrange the sect elder to Xiao Han. Looking at Xiao Han's talent, it is just around the corner to be promoted to the nascent soul stage. By then, Xiao Han and I will be able to completely control the Great Elder. Qin Ming nodded with some shame and said, Master, you are still more thoughtful. I will do my best to help you. At the same time, in a dense forest in the secret realm, a team of 60 people was slowly advancing, searching for all the resources around as much as possible. Liemo, this secret realm is really a treasure land. Even this level of spiritual medicine can be found everywhere. A cultivator sitting next to Li Mo whispered. The man called Li Mo said in a deep voice, Otherwise, how can it be called a secret realm? Don't be happy too early. It's not too late to be happy when you get out of the secret realm. At this time, a disciple trotted to Li Mo and said breathlessly, Captain, there is a lot of smoke more than 10 kilometers to the left. Should we go over to check the situation? There is a lot of smoke, which must be a battle between two teams or a battle with the monster. There must be something good. There may be some opportunities after going over. Then Li Mo looked at another cultivator and said, Hao Qing, what do you think? Of course, go and explore. Hao Qing answered decisively. After thinking for a moment, Li Mo whispered, Let's go. On the other side, Xiao Yun put away the storage ring as soon as he found it. With his current cultivation, he couldn't check what was in the ring. There was nothing in the stone house except the storage ring, but just this storage ring was enough to harvest rich things. Most monks put all their belongings in the storage ring, so it was normal that there was nothing outside. Then he shouted loudly, All disciples of Yun Peak come in. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of clattering sounds, one more anxious than the other. According to previous experience, the captain must have gained something by saying this. When the disciples entered the cave, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The resources in front of them were crazier than all the opportunities they had encountered before. Just as the disciples began to dig herbs to collect, the disciple who was keeping watch outside suddenly ran in and said, Captain, it's not good. A team is coming to us quickly. #C1808 Meet the 7 stars again. The disciples who were collecting spiritual medicines stopped immediately. including the gold, silver, and jewelry. These disciples had just entered the world of immortal cultivation, and they were still jealous of such mortal things. Even if they could not use them and sent them back to their families, it would be enough to make their families worry-free for a lifetime. How could they not be crazy when they saw so many treasures here? But at this time they also gave up the idea of collecting. Hee. How many people are there? Xiao Yun asked calmly. The disciple who came in to report hurriedly replied, I see there are 50 or 60 people. After a pause he continued, according to the distance, it will take about 10 minutes. After my observation, their speed is relatively slow and they should not have discovered us. Xiao Yun listened and thought, and then quickly said, everyone continue to collect things, pick those who collect quickly first and don't dig spiritual medicines first. You must be quiet once the other party finds us. Listen to my instructions. At any time. Xiao Yun's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty. If it was a larger team, he might leave here as quickly as possible. After all, he had already got the greatest opportunity. But if there is only a small team, why should we give up what is in our mouths? Yes. The disciples responded in a low voice. Soon they continued to collect, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, Xiao Yun heard some movement outside. There are still so many spiritual medicines in this cave that have not been collected. There is no need to delay for a moment. After taking out several talismans from the storage bag, he went directly to the outside of the cave. When he saw the people coming, Xiao Yun's pupils shrank, and he said with anger in his eyes, is it you? It's really hard for me to find you. The two people leading the team were the people from the 7 Stars Gate. When they first came in, they were both in the great perfection of Qi training. Looking at the people behind them, Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, most of these disciples were in the early stage of Qi training. Overall, there is not much difference from Yun Peak. The only biggest change is that the other side has 2 people in the great perfection of Qi training. It's you. How come you are not dead? The 2 people from the 7 Stars Gate were also slightly surprised. Then he looked behind Xiao Yun, raised his eyebrows and said, hey, what a coincidence. Since I can meet you here, I wonder if you have any chance to share with us. Don't worry, we are still very disciplined. How about we split it in half? The 7 Stars sect disciple never mentioned the previous incident. Even if they really did it, they must not take the initiative to say it. They have means that can be seen by people from the outside sect, and Luyun sect definitely has it. It's okay to offend these Qi refining disciples, but if there are some great monks behind them, they can kill them when the 2 sects come into contact on weekdays. Hee. Xiao Yun smiled. She has begun to develop gradually at a young age and has the potential to be a beauty. Then she looked at the other party with a fierce look and said, I didn't expect the people from the 7 Stars sect to be so shameless. Come and grab it if you want it. There is no need to talk so much nonsense. If you beat me, these things behind me are all yours. If you can't beat me, get out of here. The moment he saw these 2 people, Xiao Yun had already thought about how to deal with them. If he let them leave the secret realm alive, he would be ashamed of his grandfather's teachings. Oh, what a sharp-tongued little girl, one of them said, and then used his eyes to signal the disciples behind him. After a pause, he continued, in this case, let's follow the rules. Let these people play with you first. At this time, dozens of disciples appeared behind Xiao Yun, and they all looked at each other with vigilance. Xiao Yun did not hesitate at all, and directly threw out several talismans that had been prepared long ago. The sound of bang bang continued to ring, and the few people who wanted to test Xiao Yun's background were blown up before they could do anything. Xiao Yun even chopped at one of the monks who didn't have time to retreat, and just chopped at the fatal place, and lost his life before he struggled. There is no need to test such a small fish. Xiao Yun shook with one hand, and after a buzzing sound of the spirit sword, the blood on the whole spirit sword was shaken clean. Li Mo from the Seven Stars sect shouted. You actually broke the rules openly, and killed my Seven Stars sect disciples directly. Very good. I will let you experience what it means to be in agony. Now it is your Luyun sect that broke the rules first, so don't blame my Seven Stars sect. Li Mo said this, but he was very happy in his heart. He was just worried that he had no reason to kill this person, but the other party took the initiative to give him a chance. You are the ones who broke the rules. Xiao Yun continued with some disdain. Don't think that I don't know how the Sand Scorpion rioted at the beginning. Even if you are killed here directly, your Seven Stars sect can't say anything. What a big tone. Li Mo said, looking at another cultivator, and said, Do it. They planned to kill this person together. From the test just now, the general Qi refining stage is of no use to this person. Besides, there are so many disciples behind this person, and the Ren high tactics will not work at all. It's better for the two to join forces to kill him directly, and the disciples behind him are not a concern. The two of them quickly took out their spirit swords and several talismans at the same time. Just as they were about to attack, a fiery red hexagram suddenly appeared above their heads. Fire rain technique, Xiao Yun murmured, and a large amount of fire rain spewed out from the red hexagram, hitting the place where the disciples of the Seven Stars sect were waiting. The whole team lost its previous formation in an instant. Xiao Yun, holding a spirit sword, quickly approached the two Qi training period great perfection. Monks drew several swords in the air, and a burst of sword flowers went towards one of them. At the same time, he held a talisman in his hand and directly attached it to the monk. He didn't know when a black pill appeared in his hand. He drew it upwards with the spirit sword and stabbed it again, accurately stabbing the monk with the talisman attached. All this happened too fast. The opponent didn't react at all, and Xiao Yun had disappeared from the spot. Li Mo, another monk, shouted in panic, but it was too late. With a bang, Li Mo was directly blown away by the talisman, and the whole person fell to the ground weakly. After struggling for a while, his lips became dark blue as if he had eaten something, and he stopped moving after a while. Xiao Yun looked at Li Mo's appearance, and there was some surprise in his eyes. This was the first time he tried this kind of fighting method, and he didn't expect the effect to be surprisingly good. However, the basis of this fighting style still depends on the power of grandfather's poison pill. A cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the Qi training stage will completely lose the ability to resist or even all the fancy operations just now were to cover up this stabbing sword. Very good. You have successfully angered me. After saying this, Hao Qing directly placed his flying sword on his chest and scratched it hard, and blood rushed to his chest instantly. #C1809 Bloodthirsty Sword. Not to mention other disciples, even Xiao Yun was shocked by this scene. This was the first time she had seen this kind of fighting style, and she directly looked at what kind of fighting style it was. Xiao Yun focused her gaze on the monk who had just been blown away. After repeated confirmations, she felt relieved that the two Qi practitioners were not easy to deal with. As long as that one monk couldn't resist, the remaining one couldn't cause any fatal harm to her. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun felt relieved and quietly looked at the monk opposite. You can't take action at will until you find out what the doorway is. After seeing a large amount of blood on the monk's chest, it didn't flow all the time. Just when Xiao Yun was confused, the spiritual sword in the monk's hand began to change. At some point, the blood stains attached to it disappeared, and the large amount of blood that flowed out was quickly absorbed by the spirit sword. What the hell is this? Xiao Yun muttered. Hao Qing seemed to know that Xiao Yun would be so confused. He just looked at Xiao Yun coldly and said, You will know this method later. If you can force me to use this trick, you will not die unjustly. Hearing what the other party said, Xiao Yun frowned. She was sure to kill herself before she even did anything. This kind of attack method must have a certain power. No matter what method you use, it can only be some gorgeous moves in the face of absolute strength. Xiao Yun said, but she was still wary in her heart. The left hand quickly formed a seal, and the spiritual sword in the right hand quietly passed through the black poison pill again. Having succeeded just now, the other party must have been alert, and it would be difficult to succeed again. The sound of swish, swish, swish suddenly appeared, and one fireball after another was thrown at the 7-star sect monks. The disciples who were forced to disperse were too tired to deal with it. Even if they did not attack the Dzogchen monk, they could still kill the ordinary monks behind them. In just such a short time, more than a dozen disciples of the entire 7-star sect had been killed or injured. But the monks from the 7-star sect remained unmoved, as if they were waiting for something. At this moment, blood light suddenly appeared, and the spiritual sword in the hand of the 7-star sect Dzogchen monk began to leak a lot of blood, and the whole sword became sinister. Go with the bloodthirsty sword. Hao Qing whispered and threw out the spirit sword in his hand. At the same time, Hao Qing became extremely depressed and listless, as if his energy had been drained. Not only that, the entire face was devoid of any vitality. Xiao Yun could understand the principle of this method with just one glance. It is nothing more than using one's own essence and blood as a price to activate this spiritual energy. The price is very high and the power is by no means comparable to ordinary attacks. Xiao Yun treated it calmly and became extremely focused. Seeing the spiritual sword approaching, Xiao Yun quickly said loudly, "Disciples of the Lu Yun sect, listen to the order and concentrate on attacking with spells." Just after saying this, dozens of 6-pointed star arrays appeared simultaneously, and various basic spells appeared frequently. Although the technique was immature, he was able to throw the spells smoothly. There were even several spells that struck the flying spirit swords accurately, but they had no effect. Upon seeing this, the disciples of the 7-star sect quickly organized their teams to block the Luyun sect spells, and for a while the two sides were almost at a stalemate. There was something strange about this spiritual sword. Xiao Yun took out a shield and quickly approached the flying spiritual sword. With a bang impact, the spirit sword attacked the shield, directly piercing a hole in the shield. It was really cruel. Fortunately, I was careful, otherwise the sword would have penetrated into my body. Xiao Yun threw the shield casually, stepped back violently and began to cast spells. A red 6-pointed star array appeared below where the spiritual sword flew. Fire cage technique. A large amount of flames appeared at the edge of the 6-pointed star array. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to be solid, and they quickly spurted upward, eventually forming a cylindrical cage. The sound of dang-dang kept coming, and Xiao Yun could feel that the spiritual sword was frantically attacking the fire cage. It seemed that he had to kill the monk first, otherwise the spiritual sword would be difficult to deal with. "Do you really think you can control the bloodthirsty sword like this?" The monk muttered and pointed towards the fire cage with one hand. The bloodthirsty sword directly penetrated the fire cage and headed towards Xiao Yun again. The monk continued loudly, "The bloodthirsty sword will never stop, and you will definitely die here today." Xiao Yun barely blocked the blow of the bloodthirsty sword and felt the coldness. At the moment of contact, she suddenly felt a large amount of evil energy entering her body. First she had seen the blood sacrifice technique, and then this kind of technique. She gradually found it difficult to accept why the so-called decent sects were practicing these evil techniques. Although this technique is not a forbidden technique, it is at most the same as the bloodstain technique, but it is still an evil technique. For such a ruthless person who used his own body to maintain his sword, Xiao Yun quickly cleared away the evil energy pouring into his body, and found a top-quality talisman in his hand. If it weren't for these top-quality talismans from Grandpa Zhu, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. This secret realm is really extremely dangerous. If you think about it carefully, if Grandpa had not returned, all of this would still be zero. Xiao Yun felt cruel, grabbed the talisman directly in the palm of her hand, and fiercely grabbed the flying bloodthirsty sword. In an instant, his hand was scratched by the sharp blade of the bloodthirsty sword, and a large amount of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by the bloodthirsty sword, and the evil spirit was even worse, and countless evil spirits rushed into his body. At this time, Xiao Yun didn't have so much time to care about what was going on inside her body, so fighting for time was the most important thing to do. Now, binding, the talisman attached to the bloodthirsty sword suddenly appeared, with a yellow light, and the entire bloodthirsty sword was fixed in place. Kept making a buzzing sound, but it still couldn't break free from the binding. This was the only chance. Xiao Yun suddenly jumped up, holding the spiritual sword in his hand, and stabbed the monk in the chest with a sword in the horrified eyes of the monk. He never thought that his bloodthirsty sword would be bound. In a hurry, the monk shouted loudly, "The disciples of the 7 Stars sect quickly disperse and flee, find the other disciples of the 7 Stars sect, and tell them everything here." After saying this, the monk, who was originally bloodless, was directly hit by the poison and lost his vitality. The bloodthirsty sword that was shaking desperately also completely stopped moving, just floating quietly in the air. Once the owner died, the bloodthirsty sword would completely lose the ability to continue fighting. The disciples of the 7 Stars sect quickly reacted and quickly evacuated to all directions with their magical powers. Xiao Yun shouted loudly, "Disciples of Liun's sect, quickly kill the disciples who escaped from Qixingmen." After that, she took the lead and killed the disciples of Qixingmen one by one. These monks must not be allowed to escape. Once they escape and tell the situation here, they will be surrounded and killed by the other disciples of Qixingmen. This is not the outside world. Without the protection of the ancestors, it is basically impossible to break out of the siege. It took a lot of effort for Xiao Yun to kill all the monks and arranged for the disciples to pile these monks together, collect their storage bags and put all the bodies into the storage bags. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. If there was anything that was not done well just now, it would face a major crisis. After the matter was handled, Xiao Yun ordered the disciples to continue collecting spiritual medicines while she herself checked the storage bags of the other party one by one. The more Xiao Yun looked at it, the more smiles appeared on her face. This time the harvest was really huge, not less than what she and others had harvested before. At this moment, Xiao Yun suddenly found something else in the corner of the storage bag. When she saw it, a strange look appeared on her face. In the corner, a black card was quietly suspended there, and a plum blossom was so conspicuous. This monk was an undercover planted by the demons in the human race. Could it be that the 7 Stars Gate had been infiltrated by the demons? Xiao Yun quietly put away all the storage bags. C1810 wag your tail and beg for mercy. When she saw the black card, she had already thought about how to deal with. The best answer was to let Grandpa make the decision. Looking at the tragic scene in front of her, Xiao Yun couldn't help but frowned. If she had seen this scene a few months ago, she would probably have vomited out of disgust. But now, especially when she had killed so many people, she didn't feel any psychological burden at all. If she let these people go, then the disciples of Yuyun Peak behind her would die with her. She was not a great person and could not save the people of the world. Just like Grandpa taught us, we never think of ourselves as good people. In this cruel world of cultivating immortals, we only seek self-preservation and do other things when we can save our own lives. We need to speed up, Xiao Yun muttered. Whether it is from the previous plant monsters or the cave of the Yuanying period cultivator that was discovered now, it shows that there are better things in the depths of the secret realm. According to the information we have received so far, everyone seems to appear randomly at the edge of the secret realm and then keep walking inside. This is why the more people you meet, the more spiritual energy you have. Let me fight for this opportunity in the depths. At the same time, in the northern part of the secret realm, on the endless grassland, a large group of monks are moving forward rapidly, heading south where the spiritual energy is getting richer. Among this group of monks, if you look carefully, you will find that they are divided into more than a dozen small teams which have been following the large team but are not close. Among them, there is a small group of monks who are particularly close. There are nearly 40 monks who count carefully. Just as everyone was hurrying on their way, a monk with ordinary appearance, ordinary strength and ordinary everything slowly approached another monk. When he got closer, he slowly said, "Deputy Captain, is there any news from the captain?" The man called the deputy captain looked at the cultivator in front of him and whispered, "Taiju, don't ask too much about this kind of thing. This is also a way to protect you. When you can know, you will know it naturally. Remember to follow me closely, and don't fight or grab anything. Especially Yang Xian from Leiyun Peak, you must not compete with her when you are hot-headed." Zhang Shixin told Taiju earnestly. When entering the secret realm, Captain Xiao Yun specifically told the disciples to protect as much as possible. At first, he couldn't figure out how a cultivator with a pseudo-spiritual root could be worthy of such treatment, but after a long time of contact, he gradually figured it out. Zhao Taiju has a kind of perseverance that ordinary people don't have, and the kind of purity of the road to cultivation. In addition, there are many excellent qualities, which is why I am willing to talk so much nonsense to him. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. I will definitely not fall into that person's trap intentionally. Zhao Taiju cast his eyes on Yang Xian, who was closer to the front, and muttered again, "I know those people have long wanted to cause trouble for Yuyun Peak. It's just that I haven't found such an opportunity. Seeing that it has come to this, I have to endure it no matter what." Zhang Shixin nodded with satisfaction, and then whispered, "You don't have to worry too much. There are not only disciples from Leiyun Peak here, but also senior brothers from Tongyun Peak. We just need to pay attention to our own sense of propriety." The two chatted incessantly, and from time to time they paid attention to the situation around them. At this time, the team leading the way in front suddenly stopped. They were disciples of Leiyun Peak. Although Tongyun Peak is still a strong team, in this team the captain is not here and the right to speak is much lower. The captain of Tongyun Peak saw the team stop and asked loudly, "Wu Jiang, why did you stop? Now is a good time to hurry. If we slow down, the opportunity will be taken away by the Seven Stars sect. Wouldn't it be disgusting?" A cultivator of the stop team whispered, "That's why we have to stop. Think it's better for us to separate. If we encounter external enemies, we will be Luyun sect. If there are no external enemies, we will rely on our own abilities when we encounter opportunities. In this case, let's act separately." The captain of Tongyun Peak finally agreed. This is what the captain did, which is more appropriate. Each of them should look for opportunities and organize their own disciples. If they encounter external enemies, all Luyun sect disciples will work together. If there are no external enemies, they will rely on their own abilities. This is the best answer. Otherwise, how to distribute the opportunities when they encounter them is a problem. After thinking for a while, the captain of Tongyun Peak shouted loudly, "Those who want to leave can leave now, and those who want to move with me can continue to follow. Of course, the premise of following me is to absolutely obey my instructions, and the opportunities and gains must be distributed according to my rules." After saying that, he immediately looked at Yuyun Peak. The only peak that could follow him here was Yuyun Peak. As for the other peaks that were not in a team, they had already dispersed into various teams. I, Yuyun Peak, am willing to move with Tongyun Peak, and everything will be arranged by the captain. Zhang Shixin immediately expressed his attitude. Seeing this situation, Yang Xian in Leiyun Peak not far away had a slightly disappointed look in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he took the initiative to say, "Brothers from Tongyun Peak, if we meet in the future, I hope we can take care of each other." The captain of Tongyun Peak looked at Yang Xian with some confusion. What did this inexplicable sentence mean? Then Yang Xian continued, "Why is Yun Peak like a dog? For its own safety, it shamelessly follows the senior brothers of Tongyun Peak. If it encounters trouble, it will rely on the senior brothers of Tongyun Peak to help take care of it." After saying that, he looked at his own disciples of Leiyun Peak and continued, "Senior brothers of Leiyun Peak, do you think what I said is reasonable?" The disciples of Leiyun Peak laughed out loud. They did not hate Yang Xian's slander of Yun Peak at all and even encouraged it. Before the disciples of Leiyun Peak said anything, the disciples of Chuyun Peak took the lead and said, "What Leiyun Peak said makes sense. Why is Yun Peak like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy? It's really embarrassing for Luyun's sect to lick others' hooks so fiercely." Along the way, the disciples of Leiyun Peak laughed out loud. The captain of Tongyun Peak took the initiative to say, "The disciples of Yun Peak are quite strong and have good cohesion. They are united and seem to have not caused any trouble to everyone along the way. Besides, they didn't get the part they were supposed to get every time the resources were allocated. You all know it in your heart, so don't say such biased words. If you really have that kind of energy, you might as well put it on the 7 Stars Gate. What's the point of only fighting among yourself?" After the captain of Tongyun Peak finished speaking, he took the lead to leave. With the team, the disciples of Yun Peak had been holding back their anger all the way, and now they encountered this again. They almost couldn't hold back. Especially Zhao Taizhu wanted to go up and tear Yang Xian's mouth apart, while Zhang Shixin held Zhao Taizhu with his hand. It has come to this point, and they can't fail because of impulse. #C1811 Monsters Attack the Mountain 1. This scene in the grassland was played out in all parts of the secret realm. The originally large team quickly turned into small teams. This is also the most suitable situation in the secret realm. Too much concentration is not conducive to exploration. Once there is an opportunity, it is easy to cause conflicts if it is not distributed well. At present, such a result is inevitable. This is the case with Luyun sect, the 7-Star sect, the Red Maple Valley, and the Black Iron sect. The only difference is the Spirit Beast sect. All the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect are together. As long as they can meet, they will never leave the team. Luyun sect, Wanshou Mountain. Various monsters are everywhere, hidden in various vegetation, mountains, and rocks. Wanshou Mountain can be said to be a place with various terrains. It is a functional place that Luyun sect has actively divided out. The purpose is to make full use of many terrains to produce various monsters, and make full use of them. Various monster materials can also be hunted. On weekdays, Wanshou Mountain is a place where Luyun sect monks often come, but recently there are few people. Instead, scattered monks' clothes could be seen, but these did not attract the attention of Luyun sect. Many monks would venture in to get opportunities. This was a very normal thing in Luyun sect. At this time, in the middle of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, there was a slender figure standing among the 10,000 beasts. This figure was a beautiful woman. Many monsters around were crawling on the ground, and only a few monsters in the middle looked up at the woman. Many monsters on the periphery lowered their heads and dared not look at the woman. After thinking for a moment, the woman said loudly, "Great demons, according to the information I received, the head of Luyun sect is now outside the secret realm. This is the best time for us to attack Luyun sect. There is only one great elder in the entire Luyun sect. I will entangle the great elder at that time. All great demons attack the mountain as much as possible and strive to capture it before the head comes back. In order to strengthen my demon race, I guarantee that you will not only get the rewards you deserve, but also gain status and rights. My demon race has infiltrated the demon race and the human race for thousands of years in order to unify the Tianxian realm. I don't think you want to be just the food and materials of the human race or the demon race. The reason why we took the initiative to initiate this war is to seek stability for our descendants, and at the same time we can enjoy the resources of the entire Tianxian realm. Especially this Tianxian continent. Why can such a large place only be occupied by the human race? This battle of great demons is the beginning of the rise of our demon race. Show your determination to win. After these words were spoken, the whole scene exploded instantly, and many demon beasts showed fierceness in their eyes. For the demon race. One of the demon beasts in the center said, for the demon race, for future generations. The demon beasts behind him also growled. Seeing that the battle was well prepared, the slender figure in the center shouted, attack the mountain. The scene began to shake immediately. The demon beasts were not as chaotic as imagined, but moved forward in a rhythmic and orderly manner. The sound of running spread throughout the Wanshou mountain. Hundreds of thousands of demon beasts gradually spread outward, heading towards the direction of Luyun sect. Wanshou mountain is located in the Luyun mountain range, but not in the Luyun sect, but dozens of kilometers to the south. Xiao Han cave mansion in Yuyun Peak. A strong medicinal fragrance permeated the cave, and the three holy beasts, white tiger, azure dragon and black tortoise, smelled the smell greedily. Qinglong muttered as he smelled the smell. I really don't know what kind of elixir Xiao Han made. I just think that if I can eat this elixir I will definitely be able to recover to my peak strength. You're thinking pretty well. I can recover to my current strength thanks to Xiao Han's unlimited supply of monster meat. Isn't it obvious that he made the elixir to save that woman? Xuanwu said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Xuanwu said again, otherwise let's go out and hunt by ourselves. I don't think Xiao Han has time recently. Qinglong hurriedly said, with our current foundation building strength, aren't you afraid of being caught by others after we go out? Xuanwu said a little angrily, I just said it casually and you took it seriously. Just then, Baihu suddenly looked serious and hurriedly said, didn't you hear any movement? When Baihu said this, Qinglong and Xuanwu immediately listened carefully, and then exclaimed, it's the sound of monsters trampling. Quickly notify Xiao Han. It can't be a monster attacking the mountain, Xuanwu said speculatively. The azure dragon hit the black tortoise with its tail and said, you are such a bad-mouthed person. You should wait a little longer. If Xiao Han is in the critical period of refining the medicine, he might be killed if we disturb him. Just as the several sacred beasts were discussing, the door of the alchemy room was pushed open. Xiao Han stood at the door, followed by Qiao Tanner. The vermilion bird followed behind with a depressed look on his face and said, Xiao Han, you must compensate me well. I have completely exhausted myself this time. I really tried my best to help you refine the medicine. The vermilion bird said naggingly. Without saying anything, Xiao Han threw out several second-grade top-grade pills and said, are these enough for compensation? Suzaku looked happy and said, of course it is, it must be enough. Qiao Tanner's face was much rosier, but she still looked a little weak. She hurriedly said, Xiao Han, don't worry about me for now. Go and confirm whether it is a monster attacking the mountain. Xiao Han nodded and said to the four sacred beasts, before I come back, protect Yun Peak well, at least protect this cave. Then he raised his hand and threw a formation plate to Zhuke. You are the strongest here. I have arranged a small formation in this cave, which can temporarily resist the attack of the Jindan stage. After saying that, he rushed directly to the south. He noticed some unusual movements when he was refining the elixir just now. But he ignored it because the refining of the jade marrow pill was at a critical period. Compared with going out to investigate the situation, it was more important to save Xiao Tanner. He didn't come out until the elixir was refined and given to Xiao Tanner to take and watched her recover, according to the information given by the Hongmeng creation pearl. Although Xiao Tanner can recover roughly after taking the jade marrow pill, it is not an absolute recovery. In order to be unaffected and enter the yuanying stage, another elixir is needed. In addition to the lack of a few third-level auxiliary medicines, the most critical thing about this elixir is the main medicine. It is the 4th-level spiritual medicine 9-leaf Jillian, a very rare 4th-level spiritual medicine. This matter can only be considered in the long run. Present, there is no news about the spiritual medicine, and there is no way to refine it. Xiao Han quickly headed south and soon arrived at the border of Luyun sect. It was unknown when the Luyun sect's protective formation had quietly started. In the void outside Luyun sect, a slender figure stood, quietly looking at the protective formation in front of him. Behind him was a dark group of monsters, and there was no end in sight. Xiao Han could even feel the power fluctuations coming from the slender figure. It was obviously a 4th-level monster that could transform, equivalent to a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. There were also dozens of 3rd-level monsters in the front. When did there appear so many high-level monsters near Luyun sect? A feeling of long-planned plot lingered in Xiao Han's heart. This was obviously a planned and premeditated action by the monsters, and it was so secretive that it appeared without even being discovered. Or it was when the headmaster was not in the sect that they attacked the mountain. C1812 monsters attack the mountain too, the southern boundary of Luyun sect. Countless monks quickly gathered here. These are all monks who are still in the sect. The largest number of monks are the foundation-building monks. Almost all the disciples in the Qi refining stage entered the secret realm to obtain resources. The rest are disciples who are in retreat within the sect. Xiao Han quickly looked for the Great Elder's figure, but did not find the Great Elder's figure, but he was not the first high-level monk to arrive. There were nearly 10 Jindan monks who just looked at the transformed monster outside. If there weren't concerns here, and Luyun sect would be destroyed if Yuyun Peak was destroyed, Xiao Han would leave here without hesitation. Even if he could defeat many monsters, he would not take the initiative to cause trouble. But how could he leave at this time? He had to help Luyun sect survive the crisis. Thinking that Xiao Han appeared directly next to the Golden Elixir monks in a flash, these Golden Elixir monks all said hello after seeing Xiao Han. Li Xingyan is dead, the second elder Qinming is not in the Luyun sect, and the headmaster Han is not here either, so Xiao Han is the one who is legitimately responsible for the strength. Where is the great elder? Xiao Han didn't talk nonsense and directly mentioned the great elder. At this time, only the great elder's intervention can completely solve this problem. Not to mention the many second and third order monsters, the fourth order monsters alone are not so easy to solve. Fifth elder Li Mu immediately said, "We have sent someone to inform us. According to the latest transmission, it seems that the great elder is in retreat at a critical moment. It will take at least half a day to come out. This means we have to stay here for half a day." Li Mu's face was solemn when he spoke. This time can be said to be the biggest crisis Luyun sect has encountered in the past hundreds or even thousands of years. If you are not careful, the entire sect will be destroyed, but it happens at this time. Xiao Han's face also darkened. Even though he wanted to kill the great elder for revenge, he really needed the great elder's strength at this time. This was very troublesome during the critical period of seclusion. Once you are forced to leave the border, your strength will be greatly reduced and your life will be in danger. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han continued, "Has the headmaster notified you?" "We have been notified, but if the headmaster rushes back as quickly as possible, it will take at least a day. And with our support, this sect-protecting formation can withstand at most half a day's attack from this fourth-order monster. Xiao Han didn't think there was any problem when he asked Li Mu this. After all, his strength was there and there was nothing to argue about. At this time, solving the problem was the most important thing. This also means that we will have at least 1 or 2 hours of blank time. As soon as these words came out, all the elders' faces darkened. This news was not unbearable. At the same time, in the valley outside the secret realm, Headmaster Han kept his head down, picking up the teacup in front of him and taking a sip from time to time. Since he arrived here, the 7-star sect has never taken the initiative to cause trouble, and there is a peaceful scene in the valley. Qin Ming's eyes suddenly showed excitement, and he whispered to Headmaster Han. On the side, Headmaster, our disciples at the peak have discovered a small piece of 3rd-level elixir, and the amount is astonishing. And the most important thing is that it also contains King Yinghua, the main ingredient of Huaying Dan. Hearing what Qin Ming said, Headmaster Han also looked happy. It was easy to get 3rd-level elixirs, but the main ingredient of the infant transformation pill was extremely rare. Its value is even higher than that of many 4th-level elixirs, which is the key to determining whether a sect can enter the upper-class sect. Many people even used expensive 4th-level elixirs to follow upstream sects in exchange for the infant transformation pill, just so that their sect could produce a nascent soul cultivator. The excitement was quickly suppressed by the headmaster. After a pause, he said softly, "The harvest this time depends on these few days. Yes, judging from the current situation, we will be able to reach the center of the secret realm in a few days. I just hope everything goes well and maybe we can get the legendary 5th-level elixir. If that's the case, it would be a great joy." Qin Ming's expression became more excited as he spoke. They had been mentally prepared before the secret realm opened, but they didn't expect to be given such a big surprise. It was really surprising. After hearing this, Headmaster Han shook his head and said, "It's not a good thing to have a 5th-level elixir. This is the real bloodshed." Qin Ming followed up and said, "Didn't I tell the disciples about this? When it comes to that step, the first priority is to save one's life and come out safely. The disciples should not have to fight for a bloody battle." Headmaster Han shook his head decisively and said, "So you still ignore human nature too much? Immortal cultivators themselves are also human beings, and they have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Do you think they will give up so easily if they really get to that point? Think about us when we were young, who didn't fight for resources with all our lives. Why should I ask my disciples to do something that I can't do myself? Just let everything take its course." As soon as Headmaster Han finished speaking, his face suddenly became ugly. His pupils shrunk and there was no change on his face. Then Qin Ming received a message from the headmaster. "There are 4th-level monsters attacking Lu Yun's sect with a large number of monsters. Don't scream, and keep your current posture unchanged. Listen to me. I will rush back now. You are in charge of the overall situation here. Don't let the other party see anything. In addition, I will take away a few Jindan monks, leaving only 8 people for you. People from the 7-star sect who have learned previous lessons shouldn't have such a lack of memory. Everything is waiting for my news, and stability is the priority." The headmaster conveyed the message very quickly, and Qin Ming nodded slightly. Soon, Master Han stood up and headed towards Lu Yun's sect. Several Jindan cultivators who received the message also left in batches. All this did not arouse everyone's suspicion. It was rare for a Yuanying cultivator to be willing to watch the excitement here for a while. How could they expect to waste time here all the time? On the other side, Xiao Han discussed with the Jindan cultivators and finally decided to hold on for a while to see the details of this 4th-level monster. If it can't hold on, only Xiao Han can hold on for a while. No matter what, the sect protection formation must not be broken. This break will not be as Simple as the death of a few cultivators. It's over now. Look at this dark mess. What are you worried about? If the sky falls, there is a tall one to hold it. Besides, it's just a 4th-level monster. The Master and the Elder can easily solve it once they come. But where are the Master and the Elder now? The disciples talked frantically. Although they were worried, they were not panicked as a whole. As long as the sect protection formation was not broken, they would have no problem. This sect protection formation is extremely special. Monster beasts above level 3 cannot enter at all. Level 1 monster beasts can enter at any time, but level 2 monster beasts need to pay a price. For them, as long as it is not a level 3 monster beast, it is not a concern. Xiao Han and other cultivators did not take the initiative to say anything. Compared with monster beasts, they need more time. They don't mind wasting time like this. At this time, the level 4 monster raised his hand and punched the sect protection formation. The energy fluctuations on the huge fist shadow were particularly strong. Bang! A huge sound resounded through the sky. After the sound, the level 4 monster shouted loudly, "You selfish human race! Today I will kill you all." C1813 monsters attack the mountain. 3. Boom! As the punch came, the entire sect protection formation began to tremble violently, and the rumbling sound echoed throughout the Luyun sect. This mighty punch made countless Luyun sect disciples panic. Can the sect protection formation hold up with such a huge force? Countless disciples began to discuss, and the disciples who were originally stable began to be unable to stand. After all, no one wanted to die and to die under the trampling of so many monsters. What should we do? This is not a solution. The sect protection formation will be destroyed sooner or later. Ha! So you plan to run away? No, that's not what I mean. The elders are still here, why should we run away? Besides, if we run away now, the sect protection formation will be destroyed. Won't even die anyway. You still have some overall view. Just wait and see. Besides, isn't there the old ancestor Yuyun? What's the use of the old ancestor Yuyun? This is a 4th-level monster. Can knock the old ancestor Yuyun down in minutes. There is no need to defeat the 4th-level monster. Just hold on until the Great Elder or the Headmaster comes. You think too much. The Great Elder, it is uncertain when they will come out of the retreat, and the Elder is in a death retreat, and the Headmaster is far away in the secret realm, so how can they come back in a short time? After the sentence was said, the scene fell into silence for a while, and then a disciple whispered, "Does that mean we will die sooner or later?" Everything depends on how Ancestor Yun handles it. I heard that Ancestor Yun fought against Elder Li Tai of the 7 Stars Gate in the secret realm, and he has always been invincible. Nonsense. Isn't Li Tai in the early stage of the nascent soul? Who knows? Anyway, let's see the situation first. The discussion continued. This kind of crisis that is rare in 1,000 years is quite tricky. Xiao Han took a look at the formation, and there were always disciples guarding the key places, and as long as the spirit stones were gone, they would be added immediately. The extremely precious and top-grade spirit stones were added desperately. When the monster punched the sect protection formation, Li Mu's pupils shrank slightly, and he said quickly, "Hey, this monster actually has the strength of the middle stage of the nascent soul." Xiao Han frowned and said, "How did Elder Li see that?" After this punch, Xiao Han had no way to directly judge the strength of the monster. He could still judge it when the strength was relatively low, but he couldn't judge it when it was much stronger than his own strength. The elders in the sect basically know about this. Li Mu looked at the other Jindan cultivators around him and continued, "The headmaster tried this sect protection formation during the years you disappeared. He also punched like this before, and the power was about this big." "I see. Then we have to defend this sect protection formation." Xiao Han now understood why Li Mu said that the strength of the middle stage of the nascent soul is quite terrifying. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry too much. In fact, this sect protection formation can still be used. But it must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Once this ability is used, the sect protection formation will definitely be damaged, and it will be very difficult to repair it. Of course, being shattered is definitely not good. Once it comes to that, I will have to rely on you." Li Mu was looking at Xiao Han when he said this. The other Jindan cultivators did not express any opinions. They all knew clearly that Xiao Han fought against Li Tai of the Seven Stars sect outside the secret realm. What is there to dispute under absolute strength? Xiao Han frowned at first and then asked softly, "Do you mean that I can use this formation to deal with the opponent?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes, the stronger the strength, the stronger the formation. You are the most suitable among us. There is no problem in entangled with the opponent for a while." After receiving this news, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect it to be like this. It seems that there is a chance to understand the formation more deeply. The microarray he made was so useful, not to mention this large array. Bang! Another punch hit the large array, rumbling sounds continued to sound, and at the same time, the monster standing in the void shouted, "Today is the time for you to make achievements. Conquer this sect to achieve merit. Kill all these selfish human races. Our monsters have been slaughtered by the human race for generations just to take our demon pills and materials on our bodies. Hee hee, our monster race and the human race are mortal enemies. Attack. Roar. Awoo." Along with the two words, "enter," countless monsters howled angrily, smashing the sect protection array with all their strength, and they were ready to break through the array with their bodies. Soon, countless first-level monsters broke through the sect protection array, entered it, and began to slaughter. This scene came too fast, and some foundation-building disciples who were closer did not escape the fate of being consumed by monsters. Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "Everyone, time is running out. I will temporarily take over the power to lead the entire sect. What do you think?" He spoke very quickly. There was not much time to waste at this time. Compared with others, he only believed in himself. While it was still under control, he quickly formed a strong organization. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to take the 4 sacred beasts and Xiao Qian away from Lu Yun's sect. Li Mu nodded immediately and said, "Hey, of course there is no problem." Then he turned to the disciples and said, "After consultation with the elders, Elder Xiao Han will temporarily lead the entire sect. Time is urgent. I hope all the disciples of Lu Yun's sect will obey the arrangement. When the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. You should know the pros and cons. I will follow the order of the old ancestor Yu Yun." The disciples below responded quickly, and Xiao Han spoke without any nonsense. All disciples retreat 1 kilometer and set up a defense line in the rear to stop the monsters rushing in within 1 kilometer of the formation. The earth attribute disciples defend, the fire attribute and the gold attribute are the main attack, and the water attribute and the wood attribute assist in the attack. In addition, all Jindan stage cultivators listen to the order and release group attack skills without hesitation. Many instructions came out of Xiao Han's mouth from time to time, and they were all about the more reasonable defense methods at present. The monsters that can rush in are at most the 1st and 2nd level, and the disciples below are basically foundation-building cultivators, so it is possible to stop these monsters. In addition to a few Jindan cultivators, this place can be defended if the formation is not broken. Yes. As Xiao Han's order was issued, the disciples responded quickly and retreated nearly 1,000 meters in just a short while. The first part of the earth attribute cultivators who arrived directly built an earth wall in front of them. Moreover, there were many earth walls. It must be said that Xiao Han chose a Very good location, which was just right for setting up a strong defense and blocking the monsters from the outside. One after another, the hexagram array appeared. The chaotic scene was restored to order in just a short time. The monks who retreated slowly were trampled to death. The monks who successfully retreated quickly and accurately killed the monsters that rushed in. Roar! The monsters howled vigorously, and the fourth-level monster outside punched the sect protection array again. With a bang, the fourth-level monster shouted loudly, "I want to see how long your tortoise shell can hold up." Hashtag C1814 monsters attack the mountain. 4. The transformed female monster punched the formation again and again, and each punch made the formation dim a little. But the dimming time was not long, and it was soon replenished. Xiao Han focused his sight on the area 2 kilometers away from the edge of the formation. There were 6 or 7 scattered points, and many cultivators took turns to transport spiritual power into the formation, and at the same time stuffed the top-grade spiritual stones into the formation one by one. This is also the reason why Xiao Han controlled the defense line at 1 kilometer, and he had to stop these monsters at all costs. Seeing this scene, Li Mu shouted, "Xiao Han, you are in charge of the situation. I will go down to stop the monsters first." As he said that, he lowered his body first, and a 6-pointed star formation appeared at the same time and began to attack the monsters that rushed in. The other Jindan cultivators nodded to Xiao Han, and then they also formed seals with one hand to release magic. In just a short while, a large number of monster corpses piled up on the offensive front. The second-level monsters that were rare in Luyun Mountain were like ordinary monsters charging wildly. There were even many second-level monsters that broke through the defense line and were forcibly stopped and killed. The entire offensive front was a gentle slope, with Luyun sect disciples on top and monsters on the bottom, which was an absolute advantage from a geographical point of view. However, this advantage was gradually wiped out when the monsters were fearless of death. Compared with the number of Luyun sect monks, the number of monsters was extremely large. The entire battle line was even stretched to several thousand meters long. The monsters wanted to use their numerical advantage to forcibly stretch the battle line to consume the living forces of Luyun sect. Fortunately, Luyun sect chose a good location, and the entrance of the entire attack was like a suction port. Even if the monsters wanted to forcibly stretch the battle line, it would be difficult. The longer the terrain was stretched, the more difficult it was to attack, and the greater the cost. It was based on this basis that the current battle situation barely reached a dynamic balance. Xiao Han, who was controlling the main battlefield in the sky, accidentally cast his sights towards the mountain of 10,000 beasts. If I remembered correctly last time, the mountain of 10,000 beasts was indeed different. He didn't pay too much attention at the time, and judging from the direction of the monster's attack, they must have come out of the mountain of 10,000 beasts. This attack on the mountain was premeditated, and they also found a master who was not in the retreat of the Great Elder to attack the mountain. He even suspected that the inside of Luyun sect had already been infiltrated. Just as Xiao Han was thinking, a gap was quickly opened. Xiao Han thought for a while and said hurriedly, "The cultivators in the west quickly support the east, and the water attribute disciples and wood attribute disciples quickly cultivate vegetation. Prepare for the fire attack later. Please trouble Elder Li to support the gap in the east first." After a command, the gap that had just been broken was quickly filled. Bang, bang, bang. The sound continued to ring, and the fourth-level monster kept hitting the formation like a mechanical attack. This sound was both an attack and a drum, and every hit could make the monster excited. At this moment, a very fast monster quickly passed through the defense line. This was a group of lightning deer with antlers on their heads. They were famous for their speed, but their strength was not very strong. But at this time they quickly passed through the battle line, and the surrounding monsters were fearless and blazed a trail for this monster. Xiao Han looked at the direction they were sprinting, and suddenly he was shocked. Not good. The purpose of this group of monsters was not to break through the defense line but to attack the points of the formation. Once these external aid formation points were disturbed, it would affect the defense of the entire sect protection formation, which means that it is likely to be broken. The battle was stalemate, and it was difficult to draw a strong team to fight. While thinking, the lightning deer had already broken through the defense line. In a hurry, Xiao Han raised his hand and a hexagram formation appeared. 5 colors suddenly appeared, and the light quickly passed through the group of deer. This was also the best means he could think of. Once a large-scale killing technique was deployed, it would be easy to hurt the monks, but this group of lightning deer had to be stopped. Once they succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. The good thing is that these lightning deer did start to get angry, and their speed decreased rapidly, but they still rushed to the point of the formation. Xiao Han shouted, "Kill the lightning deer that are attacking the defense line, at any cost." As soon as these words came out, some monks who were close to them no longer paid attention to the battlefield, but quickly killed the lightning deer. They reacted quickly, but there was still a lightning deer that rushed to the side of the formation. When it was about to start self-destruction, the monk who controlled the formation point directly used a spell to kill it. At this moment, the formation was not replenished in time, and it flashed a little. The 4th-level monster outside seized this opportunity and punched the weak point. Boom! A huge sound appeared, and this time the formation was even darker. Several 3rd-level monsters that had been prepared quickly attacked the formation. At the moment before the formation was restored, 2 3rd-level peak monsters directly rushed into the formation, and the formation returned to normal since then. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed inwardly and muttered, "I'm not afraid of the monster's strength. I'm afraid of the monster's strength and understanding of strategy." The operation just now was led by the 4th-level monster. Now the whole battlefield is tense. Where can I draw extra combat power to deal with these 2 monsters equivalent to the great perfection of the Golden Core stage? Unless I can conjure 2 great perfections of the Golden Core stage out of thin air, it's really difficult. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. The entire battlefield can be supported for a short period of time, and this time is only 3 to 5 minutes. At present, it seems that no Golden Core cultivator can be drawn to deal with these 2 monsters. Forcibly drawing will only make the situation more difficult to control. That's what the 4th-level monster outside thinks. This means that I have to kill these 2 Jindan stage great perfection monsters within 3 minutes, which is quite difficult. But so what, they are just 2 Jindan stage great perfection monsters. Boom! A huge sound erupted from Xiao Han's body, and the giant ape transformation was completed quickly. Xiao Han did not hesitate too much and rushed directly to the 2 Jindan monsters that rushed in. One of these monsters is a violent bear and the other is a violent giant lizard. One is suitable for braised and the other seems not so delicious. Xiao Han thought so, and his fists suddenly touched each other. A huge energy wave spread quickly, and then he stretched out a huge palm, and a palm shadow appeared in the void, slapping the violent bear with a palm. This violent bear, which is more than 10 meters tall, is not so easy to kill. The 2 bear claws were raised up and resisted Xiao Han's slap. Then the violent bear spoke in human language. "It's just the force of tickling, and you still want to gain something." After saying that, the 2 bear claws tore the void, and Xiao Han's huge palm shadow was torn into pieces. It's really difficult to deal with. No wonder it is said that 1 demon beast is equivalent to 2 ordinary cultivators. These 2 3rd-level peak demon beasts are equivalent to 4 Jindan stage great perfection cultivators. There is really no better way for the time being. Just when Xiao Han wanted to subdue the violent bear first, the violent giant lizard suddenly gave up Xiao Han and rushed directly to the battle line. The goal of coming in is very obvious. He will never fight just to break through the defense line. This organized attack is really terrible. Just when the violent giant lizard was about to rush to the defense line, Xiao Han grabbed the void with one hand, and a huge palm appeared and grabbed the void. Xiao Han shouted loudly, "Hey! Come back to me. Your opponent is me." #C1815 monsters attack the mountain. 5. The huge palm shadow grabbed the several-meter-long violent giant lizard and pulled it back violently. Hiss! The violent giant lizard frantically stuck out its tongue and roared angrily. "Despicable human monks, you can only hide in this turtle shell, and you don't even have the courage to fight my demon clan head-on. What a bunch of cowards. You will be replaced by our demon clan sooner or later." The violent giant lizard gave up the attack on the defense line, turned around, and flew directly towards Xiao Han, using its huge claws to grab Xiao Han's huge body. The speed was so fast that Xiao Han did not react in time, and the claws deeply grabbed Xiao Han's body, and a large amount of bright red blood gushed. Xiao Han punched the violent giant lizard with some pain, smashed it to the ground and said loudly, "Being able to use the formation is the means of our human race. Why hide in the tortoise shell? What you said is equivalent to us asking you to practice to the third-level monster in just a few hundred years. But you don't look at your current age. It may take thousands of years to practice to the third-level monster. Long life is your advantage, and using various formations and spiritual tools is our advantage. What a crude person with no knowledge." Xiao Han raised his fist again, but did not hit the violent giant lizard, but turned to hit the violent bear. "You have been wanting to sneak attack for a long time," Xiao Han said with a smile, and the punch also hit the violent bear's head directly, knocking it out with one punch and directly hitting the barrier. Bang sounded. Xiao Han immediately said loudly, "Elders, help me kill the violent bear, quickly." As soon as the voice fell, Elderly Mu and another elder pulled out their hands, and a powerful spell appeared instantly. Boom! Xiao Han jumped up again and punched the violent bear. The whole bear was completely motionless under Xiao Han's punch. At the same time, Xiao Han cancelled the giant ape transformation, put the violent bear into the storage bag, and instantly took out a spiritual sword. Green water sword. A green long sword was like a water snake, quickly shuttled through the air, and finally pierced directly into the body of the violent giant lizard. This sword is really strong enough. It is only a third-level medium-grade spiritual weapon, but it has the potential of a fourth-level spiritual weapon. Just when Xiao Han wanted to quickly retract the spiritual sword, the violent giant lizard suddenly pressed the green water sword to the ground with its claws, and no matter how Xiao Han controlled it, he could not recall it. The violent giant lizard was waiting, and Xiao Han was also waiting. Xiao Han, who was silently calculating the time in his heart, suddenly said, "Let's end it." Then he suddenly went down and punched the side of the violent giant lizard with his fist. This is the weakest part of the violent giant lizard. After a punch, the violent giant lizard madly circulated the energy in its body. Just as the wind and clouds surged, the whole eye suddenly turned black, and black blood began to flow out of the injured part. After a while, the violent giant lizard gradually lost its movement and whispered, "Hey, humans are indeed the most treacherous creatures, the termites of the Tianxian realm." Seeing that the violent giant lizard did not move, Xiao Han returned to the sky to command the entire battle. He wanted to get some rations for Zhuke and others, but the opponent's counterattack was so strong that it almost broke through the defense line. There was no choice but to use poison. Just now, they were just waiting for the time for the poison to take effect. The battle continued, and everyone on the battlefield tried their best, because their rear was the concern of these people. No matter what the purpose was, these people could not let these monsters attack. Time passed by minute, and half a day passed with difficulty, but everyone did not relax. The crisis was not resolved until the headmaster and the great elder arrived. The latest news. The Great Elder is about to come out of retreat. A voice suddenly appeared from the back of the crowd. Xiao Han looked at the person who reported the news and was also happy. Very good. I didn't expect that the matter could be resolved so quickly. However, at this moment the formation suddenly dimmed for some reason, much dimmer than usual, and was almost smashed by the 4th level monster with a punch. Could it be that the formation has reached its limit? When Xiao Han was confused, he carefully checked where the formation was wrong, but still couldn't find any problem. The strength of the 4th level monster's attack did not change much. Then the problem must be. Xiao Han cast his sights on the formation point, and used his spiritual sense to explore it a little. Suddenly he found that the spiritual power output of point number 3 had weakened. There was a disciple who was obviously different from the other disciples. Upon discovering this, Xiao Han directly hit the disciple with a mark, and then hurriedly shouted, "Another foundation-building cultivator will go to the 3rd formation point to replace the person with the mark." As soon as these words came out, the marked person simply stopped pretending, and directly summoned a spell trying to hit the formation point. Xiao Han controlled the green water sword and stabbed it into the disciple's body, and the spell also disappeared in the void. The supporting foundation-building cultivator directly filled the vacant position, and then the formation was stabilized. But all this came too late. Under the full-force attack of the 4th level monster, the formation was completely dimmed with a bang. Even if it was filled in time, it would be useless. The formation that could still continue to support may only support for a moment. Li Mu hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Han, quickly control the formation and fight the 4th level monster." At the same time, the method of how to control the formation also appeared in Xiao Han's mind instantly. This is information that only the elders of the sect can get. Xiao Han understood its principle completely after a little understanding. He was just borrowing the energy of the formation and eventually pouring it into himself in order to increase his strength and deal with the opponent. The biggest disadvantage of this method is that it will cause irreversible damage to the formation, and countless natural treasures will be needed to complete the formation in the future. I can't care so much now. Compared with the formation being directly shattered, this is only a small pain. Xiao Han immediately controlled the formation, opened a gap in the formation, and flew out directly on the sword. With the help of the formation, Xiao Han could feel that his current strength without the giant ape transformation was comparable to the great perfection of the golden elixir. He could even fight against the strength of the early stage of the nascent soul. The effect of the formation is really good. The giant ape has the possibility of defeating this 4th level monster. Look, Ancestor Yuyun is going to fight with the 4th level monster. I have to say that this 4th level monster in shape is really beautiful. I'm afraid it is also a beautiful existence among monsters. It looks like a fox-like monster. I think your focus is different from others, another cultivator said lightly. You are really carefree. The rampage of the monsters in front of you doesn't affect your chat at all. Why are you afraid? Is there anything that can't be solved when Ancestor Yuyun comes? Even if Ancestor Yuyun can't solve it, do you think we can solve it? There is no point in worrying so much. Xiao Han stood in the void, feeling the surge of spiritual power in his body, and felt like killing the 4th level monster in front of him with a sword. The 4th level monster chuckled and said, "Oh, I didn't expect that there is still a person with guts in the Luyun sect." Then he rolled his eyes at Xiao Han and continued, "Are you interested in joining my demon clan? If you are willing, accompany me to attack the Luyun sect. After the victory, my demon clan can treat you as a guest of honor, and I can do whatever you want with you. #C1816 leave here." Xiao Han listened carefully and felt it carefully. He always felt that there was something different when the monster spoke just now. This seemed to be a kind of charm technique. There is definitely something wrong with him that he can't even raise the desire to fight with the other party. Xiao Han bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, then calmed down and said loudly, "Hey, don't use such trivial tricks. Being a guest of the monster seat does not appeal to me. But I would be interested if you agreed to come to my human race and be my concubine." After saying that, Xiao Han chuckled and actually used the charm technique on himself. How could he do this without teasing him? The fourth-level monster wasn't angry either. Instead, he said with some interest, "It's not impossible to be your concubine, but it depends on whether you have the ability. What I like most among women of the fox tribe are strong men." Xiao Han said softly, "Why don't you send all the women from your fox tribe to my human tribe to be pets? You like strong men so much and we have so many strong men, so it's just right. Haha. Why stay in that demon tribe and live a miserable life?" The original smile on the face of the fourth-level monster suddenly disappeared, and then an angry look appeared on his face and said, "Since things can't be discussed, there is nothing to talk about." After saying that, the demon beast punched Xiao Han without saying a word. In addition to the blood inheritance skills of different demon beasts, the main attack method of this demon beast was to rely on physical attacks. Compared with the human race's gorgeous spells and formations and talisman attacks, the demon race's attack methods are much simpler and cruder. If you have to compare them closely, they are actually similar to those of body cultivators. The difference is that the monster still has blood inheritance, just like the charm technique the monster used on Xiao Han just now. Seeing the monster punching him, Xiao Han didn't take it lightly. He quickly backed away and took out dozens of talismans from the storage bracelet. All the talismans are biased toward strong attacks, and some are even third-level top-grade talismans among them. This is a talisman that can cause harm to Yuanying stage monks. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans either exploded or released huge shock waves. Dozens of talismans in a row had a good effect. Xiao Han didn't stop and released 3 more spells. Brahma Heart Flame hit the fox monster as fast as possible. They were evenly matched in such a short period of time. The fox tribe woman was obviously a little angry and said loudly, "Oh, it's true that human beings are some despicable guys who can only use such despicable technique. I don't even dare to fight head-on," Xiao Han said disdainfully. "Then the charm you just used is not a despicable means? No matter what the means, as long as you can win, the rest is a matter of your own choice. This may be your way of provoking a general, so what if I fight you head-on?" Boom boom. In just a few seconds, Xiao Han completed the transformation of the giant ape again and fought crazily with the fourth-level monster. Xiao Han did not leave any remaining strength. The energy of the formation continuously brought him huge energy. Now that he has reached this point, what else needs to be retained? Once defeated, the entire Yun Peak will face destruction. Li Mu, who was in the formation, punched several demonic beasts to death, and said with some concern to the 7th Elder Wang Song on the side, "Xiao Han's desperate fighting style, I don't know how long he can last." Wang Song grinned and said, "Since Xiao Han is willing to take the initiative, let him fight. Even if he dies accidentally, the sect will still allow him to become a hero." Hearing Wang Song's answer, Li Mu frowned and then continued, "Wang Song, I know you have always loved Xiao Tanner, but Tanner doesn't like you. We senior brothers have always doted on her and protected her. Since Tanner chose Xiao Han, then our senior brothers chose him. Now in this situation you still say such things. Hey, you have this attitude every time you talk to me about Xiao Han. You must have a sense of the overall situation. Don't let me hear such words again today, otherwise I will report this matter to the headmaster." Seeing Li Mu's decisive attitude, Li Mu once again had a little more disgust in his eyes, especially towards Xiao Han, and asked himself crazily why. But it was hard to say anything at this time, so he just replied softly, "Okay, I still know this, but I have always been curious, isn't Xiao Han the leader of the team in that secret realm? Why are the monsters in the sect when they attack the mountain? Inside. Just when Li Mu wanted to say something, the monster beast below charged. Again. He had no choice but to continue to resist the monster charge. Outside the formation, Xiao Han fought equally with the monster, but the more he fought, the weaker he felt. On the other hand, the monster seemed to have vast power. The fox tribe woman punched Xiao Han with all her strength again and said loudly, "Oh, I really didn't expect that I would choose such a good time to have such an accident like you. Think carefully about what I said before. What's the point of staying in this place where Luyun sect is so rotten? Everyone has their own little thoughts, and they are not at all united. Even if I don't take action, it won't last long before there will be civil strife." The more the fox tribe woman fights, the more frightened she becomes. This person is just a body cultivator at the golden elixir level. She didn't expect to have such strength. He can even fight with her without losing. If this time goes on, this mountain attack will only end in failure.
Xiao Han frovned.
The profound meaning expressed in the words of this fox clan woman was really terrifying. No matter what the purpose of saying these things, it meant that the fox clan woman knew a lot of information. Just take the fact that there were cultivators tampering with the formation just now, which is very telling. Even Li Xingyan was infiltrated. The entire Luyun sect looks like a big sect, but in fact it has been riddled with holes. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han suddenly retreated and charged towards the fox woman again. "Hey, no matter what the Luyun sect is like now, I can't let you in today." After saying that, he threw another punch. Only he knew that although he looked very aggressive on the surface, his body was actually already empty. If the elder didn't come in a short time, he could only evacuate directly. Until half a day had passed, there was no sign of the elder coming. Except for the news that the elder was about to come out of retreat, there was no more news. No, if this goes on, I'm afraid I will be seriously injured. If it's serious, I will die, and if it's light, it will also damage my foundation. Thinking of this, Xiao Han pretended to be exhausted and took the fox woman's punch. After all, it was the strength of the middle stage of the nascent soul. It was difficult to cross such a great strength to jump to a higher level with the help of the formation. Xiao Han was smashed into the formation. Seeing this opportunity, the fox girl was delighted and punched the gap. Boom! The formation shook violently. Li Mu immediately forced himself to fill in and resisted the fox girl's attack, barely blocking this violent impact. Xiao Han felt the emptiness in his body and stuffed a pill into his mouth. He had to act well. Since he couldn't resist it, he could only leave Luyun sect. I wanted to wait until the secret realm was over before leaving, but now I can't care so much. The headmaster and the elder are not here. Facing this Yuanying period monster, the final result is most likely death. Leave here. Xiao Han's mind is full of this answer. #C1817 half-useless person. Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Xiao Qian, asking him to pack up everything and go with him when he returned to Yuyun Peak. As for Xiao Tanner, Xiao Han did not inform her. This matter needed to be discussed in person. Although Xiao Tanner was like that, he did not know what Xiao Tanner would choose once she was informed. To be on the safe side, he asked her in person. He had to act well. Xiao Han suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and said weakly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you all. I was seriously injured and need to go back to retreat immediately. The elder will be here soon. The rest of the time depends on you." Li Mu responded quickly, "You have done your best. Go back and rest. We will do the rest." Seeing Li Mu say this, Xiao Han did not pretend at all. He slapped a talisman on his body and left quickly. He staggered when he left. From the moment Xiao Han was defeated, the faces of the Luyun sect disciples immediately showed many expressions of fear. "Why don't we retreat quickly and see when these endless monsters will end?" That's right, even the Yuyun Patriarch was defeated. How far will the rest be from losing? Just as the disciples were discussing fiercely, Li Mu in the void shouted angrily, "Anyone who retreats without permission will be killed on the spot." This sentence dispelled the cultivators who wanted to leave directly at this moment. After all, if they hold on, there is still hope of survival, and retreating now means death. Li Mu's words worked and then continued, "Just got the latest news, the elder will come out of retreat soon. As long as we hold on for a while, there will be hope of victory. After this battle, all participants will be able to obtain huge cultivation resources without exception." This promise gave the disciples a reassurance that as long as they can win, they will have everything, and retreating now means nothing. Not only will they face the danger of death, but the family members behind them will also be completely cleared out. Even if they have just come to the mountain and have no foundation, the family members down the mountain will not have any good results. Thinking of this, no one proposed to evacuate. The attacks in their hands became more and more powerful, and the protective formation became dimmer and dimmer. At the same time, in the side hall of the Thundercloud Hall of Thundercloud Peak, a disciple rushed to a secret room outside and knocked on the door and said, "Grand Elder, Xiao Han was seriously injured and defeated, and the protective formation is also facing the risk of breaking at any time." "Well, I know, you can leave." A voice came from the secret room and a storage bag appeared at the same time. After the monk explored the storage bag a little, he said with joy, "Thank you for the reward, Grand Elder." Then he left quickly. The Grand Elder in the secret room stroked his beard, and his face showed a little excitement. He waited for so long and finally waited for this opportunity. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After this battle, Xiao Han can only be regarded as a half-wasted person. From then on, he was completely no longer a threat to himself. The elder slowly stood up and muttered, "He is just a rising star. Even if he is talented, he's still lost to me. Do you really think I don't know that you came back quietly? All these preparations and pushes are just waiting for the opportunity. Haha." After a burst of laughter, the elder slowly stepped out of the secret room. Was time to deal with this fox demon girl, otherwise he always thought that the human race could be trampled at any time. "I just borrowed your hand. Do you really think you can destroy a big sect like
Yuyun sect.
Yun Peak?" As soon as Xiao Han returned to Yun Peak, he saw that Xiao Qian was ready. At this time, in addition to Xiao Qian, the entire Yun Peak was the 4 sacred beasts in the cave. All the disciples were in the Qi training stage. This time they were all arranged to look for opportunities in the secret realm. Leaving at this time is the best opportunity. If all the disciples are here, it will be difficult to leave. The moment Xiao Qian saw the ancestor, he hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I'm ready. All the valuable things in the peak have been packed. Are we leaving now? What about my sister? When will I come back to find her?" Xiao Han took another pill, paused and continued, "Don't you want to ask Grandpa why he left? The monsters attacked the mountain. Grandpa felt that staying would probably lead to death. I kept an eye on the sect protection formation and it almost broke several times. It's probably too late to hold on at this moment. This time the monsters are coming aggressively, but the master is not in the sect yet." Then Xiao Qian patted his storage bag and said, "In fact, I started to pack up at the beginning. It's just that the spiritual medicine has not been harvested. I harvested the spiritual medicine directly after receiving your message, and I'm waiting for Grandpa to come back to decide." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Just follow me up the mountain. Xiao Qian's siblings and Xiao Tanner are his ties in Luyun sect, and there is nothing else to miss. It seems that they can't hold on any longer." Elder Li has already said those words. On the surface, it seems that everything is stable and improving, but, in fact, it has long been in danger. Leaving quickly is the most important thing. Yuyun Cave. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han in surprise and said, You said that Luyun sect can't hold on? How is this possible? Her tone was full of disbelief, and then she continued. Where is the eldest brother? If he comes out of retreat now, won't we be saved? The eldest elder said he would come out of retreat a long time ago, and he has been waiting for me to lose, but he didn't show up. I think he may be at the critical moment of breaking through the realm.
Xiao Han patiently
Explained. The 4 sacred beasts on the side heard this decision, without any nostalgia or reluctance, and even wanted to leave here a long time ago. Soon Xiao Tanner seemed to have made a major decision and said directly, Well, I'll go with you and I'll leave now. Xiao Han said with some confusion, What about your Ziyun Peak? How do you like Ziyun Peak? It was originally a peak assigned to me by my senior brothers. I just put my name on it. I don't care about anything on weekdays, and I don't have any worries. Now that Luyun sect has suffered such a catastrophe, we have no choice but to leave, or we have to wait for the monsters to kill all the Luyun sect.
Xiao Tanner responded.
There was something more in Xiao Han's eyes, and at the same time his inner view of Xiao Tanner changed a little. Maybe Xiao Tanner herself was different from the people of Luyun sect. Don't you think it's a cowardly act for me to retreat like this?
Xiao Han
Asked again, paused, and then said softly, I mean, just leaving like this is obviously an escape.
Hey, no.
Xiao Tanner smiled, and decisively took Xiao Han's hand and walked out. If you say you can fight and escape, you are a coward, but if you insist on going to him knowing you will die, you are stupid. Now we are temporarily leaving this place to retain our strength. When the first senior brother and second senior brother return, it will be the time for Luyun's sect to be rebuilt. But after leaving this time, he didn't plan to come back. Xiao Han felt that he couldn't deceive Xiao Tanner, so he was about to take the initiative to explain. The ear shells suddenly moved, and countless voices came into Xiao Han's ears. Then Xiao Han decisively turned around and said to Xiao Qian, You go down the mountain first, and there is no need to leave Luyun's sect. After finishing speaking, he said to Xiao Tanner, The great elder has arrived. At the front line, the problem of monsters can be solved. We don't have to leave Luyun's sect. In addition, I hope you can keep the matter we want to leave a secret today, so only we know, okay? Xiao Tanner grinned and said, Of course there is no problem. I like the secrets that only the two of us know the most. Now that the eldest brother has passed, the Luyun sect should be fine. But do you want to give me some compensation? Xiao Tanner said playfully. #C1818 performed the whole show. When Xiao Han heard what Xiao Tanner said, he rejected it in his heart. Could the compensation Xiao Tanner wanted be the same as normal compensation? But he still asked, I don't know what compensation you want. It's a kind of hush money. After all, you want to escape from Luyun's sect without permission. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han quietly after she finished speaking, and then chuckled. I'm kidding you. You are not willing to give me what I want now, and there is no special compensation for the rest. Then tell me one thing. Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not what he thought, he could accept it. Then he asked softly, Tell me, what do you want to know? What I have always wanted to ask is whether you can make pills?
Xiao Tanner
pointed with her finger his chest, said, I was injured so badly this time. Even the head teacher couldn't save me, but I woke up after a coma and survived. And I feel that I can even recover as before, plus this strong medicinal fragrance and the pills you gave me before. You said you can't make pills, I don't believe it, and you must have a very high success rate, and you can even make third-level pills, right? Xiao Tanner talked incessantly, as if he had known all this for a long time, but he wanted to hear Xiao Han tell him in person. Guessing and actively saying are different. Xiao Han sighed and said, It is indeed as you guessed, but you also know this world of immortal cultivation, just like how I disappeared before. I can generously admit that I can indeed make pills, but this matter cannot be known to others, otherwise it will cause endless troubles. At least before I reach the nascent soul stage, others cannot know it. Once others know the consequences, you should know clearly. After I was poisoned, Xiao Tanner resolutely stood in front of me, even willing to use her life to exchange for my own life. I was sure that Xiao Tanner was a trustworthy person. It's no problem to tell her the news that I can make pills. After all, there are still many people who can make pills. As for the fact that I can make top-grade pills, the fewer people know, the better. Well, how can I not know your difficulties? I have done so many things for the sect, but in the end, I ended up like that. When Xiao Tanner talked about this matter, there was a little dissatisfaction in her eyes. After a pause, he continued, "No one can easily trust a person. Even I can't easily trust him. You seem to be seriously injured. Hurry up and go into seclusion to recover. Even if it's a show, you have to do it in full. I feel that this monster's attack is a little unusual. Don't let others see that you are not seriously injured," Xiao Tanner said as she was about to push Xiao Han into the house, as if she couldn't delay a bit. At this moment, Xiao Han felt like hugging Xiao Tanner, but reason told him not to. Then he whispered, "Well, then you are the one who will take care of this place first. If anyone comes to visit, just say that I was seriously injured and am recovering in seclusion." After thinking for a moment, he turned to the 4 sacred beasts and said, "I'll have to trouble you during this period. Transform into your original appearance and stay in the spirit beast room I prepared for you." The 4 sacred beasts knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded one after another. After Xiao Han finished his instructions, he stepped directly into the room and casually set up a restriction and barrier. Just as Xiao Tanner said, all of this was unusual, including the words said by the foxwoman. Doesn't it mean that these news were leaked from the inside? And why did the elder appear after he was seriously injured? How could there be such a coincidence? Just taking advantage of this opportunity to impact the late Jindan. After such a long time of fighting with several people, there have been signs of breakthroughs, but they have been suppressing their cultivation to lay a solid foundation. On the front line, many disciples who have been holding on to the front line are tiredly dealing with the monsters attacking in front of them, throwing out a spell to repel waves of monsters. This time the monsters suffered heavy losses, but Luyun sect also suffered heavy losses. Both sides can only be said to be equally matched. The only difference is that the monsters lost 2 third-level peak monsters, while Luyun sect did not lose a single Jindan cultivator. All of this relies on the sect protection formation, which is now in danger, as if it will break at any time. As the battle continues, the originally quiet scene becomes more and more noisy, and many cultivators start to discuss. It's over, everything is over. It's already this time, and the great elder hasn't appeared. We can only wait to die. Actually, it's not that pessimistic. There is still hope as long as the sect protection formation is not broken. But how long do you think it will take for this formation to break? If Patriarch Yun could hold on for a while longer, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Am I the only one who thinks that it's a miracle that Patriarch Yun can hold on until now? Who says it's not? I guess the master can only do this without the help of the formation. What's the use? In the end, we still escaped the fate of defeat. Many disciples started to discuss frantically, not caring that there was an attacking monster in front of them. They didn't know whether they could live until tomorrow, so what's the harm in saying a little more at this moment? Just as pessimism began to spread, a stream of light flashed not far away and arrived quickly. Look, the great elder is here. The great elder is finally here. We are all saved. I don't know which disciple shouted, and then all the disciples followed suit. The Jindan cultivators in the void were also excited. The elder took out his life magic weapon and slashed with a sword. A large Blank appeared in front of the entire defense line, and all the monsters that came in died tragically on the spot. After a pause, the elder shouted loudly, "Why don't you retreat quickly? Are you waiting for me to slaughter you all?" The fox woman looked at the elder in the air with a gloomy face, her eyes full of disbelief. "How could you come out now? It turns out that what I said was all false news. Very good, the next time we meet again will be the time when your Luyun sect is destroyed." After the fox woman said this, she shouted to the bottom, "The attack of all the great monsters today will stop here. Wait for us to regroup and attack the mountain again. Your contributions today will be written into the history of our monster clan. Your merits will be remembered by your descendants. Retreat for now." The fox woman planned to leave after she finished speaking. However, at this moment, the great elder in the void suddenly summoned a flying sword and shouted, "You came to my Luyun sect and you want to leave so easily. You must leave something behind today." After saying that, a figure appeared directly outside the formation. #C1819 Breakthrough. The corpses piled up like a mountain at the border of the sect protection formation, including those of monsters and humans. The battle was horrible, and the entire depression below was bloody. The entire Luyun sect disciples lined up in the sect protection formation, guarding the monsters that attacked from a kilometer away and were all killed. From the moment the fox woman said to retreat, all the monsters showed unwilling expressions on their faces. They were about to achieve success but ended up with this result. However, the monsters are all strong and have absolute say. If they say to retreat, they will retreat. All the monsters retreated at the same time, and the Luyun sect disciples did not go to chase and kill. Going to chase and kill at this time will inevitably face casualties. After finally retreating, no one wants to take the initiative to die. The Jindan cultivators in the void all bowed to the elder and greeted him. "The elder is finally here. We are saved. Hey, it feels good to survive. It seems that at critical moments we still have to rely on the elder. Ancestor Yuyun is unreliable." This disciple looked at the elder outside the formation with reverence, and then continued, "It would be great if I could become a disciple of Leyun." Peak. Another disciple was obviously dissatisfied with what he said, and said loudly, "If Ancestor Yuyun hadn't held up in front, I'm afraid this formation would have been broken long ago. What nonsense are you talking about here now? Hey, I don't think so. No matter what happened, the result is this. Ancestor Yuyun lost and the elder won. I have nothing to say to you people." The disciples were originally talking about surviving the disaster, and suddenly the topic escalated to this issue. The fierce discussion instantly filled the entire formation. All the Jindan cultivators did not take the initiative to say anything, as if this kind of quarrel was irrelevant to them. After just experiencing a big battle, these people also need this kind of fierce quarrel to release the various emotions accumulated in their hearts. Outside the formation, the elder stood in the air, without even a flying sword. Under his feet, a Jindan stage cultivator still needs to rely on a flying magic tool to fly, but this Yuaning stage cultivator does not need to rely on a flying magic tool. A flower, a leaf, or even the air can be used. The fox girl wanted to leave quickly, but she stopped after hearing that. Cultivator in the late Yuaning stage could do something if he really didn't want to leave. However, just saying that is not enough to make her stay. After thinking for a moment, the fox girl smiled and said, "Ha! You are so shameless." After saying that, she appeared in front of the elder and punched him lightly. The elder also punched back, and the world began to tremble slightly. Li Mu saw that the whole scene was settled, so he quickly sent a message to the headmaster and briefly described the situation here. Not far from the Luyun Mountains, Master Han received Li Mu's message. After a brief thought, he continued to send messages to the other monks who were heading to the sect. Soon they headed towards the secret realm. Since the matter was resolved, there was no point in going back. Instead of doing that, it would be better to go back and watch the secret realm. After all, judging from the harvests of each peak, it must be necessary to sit in the formation. I believe that the master or the elder of the 7 Stars sect will also go to the secret realm to wait at the last moment. A few months later, Yun Peak Cave. Xiao Tanner was roasting meat in front of a bonfire in the cave. As soon as the meat was finished, a red bird flew to Xiao Tanner's shoulder. Hurry up! The aroma of this barbecue is simply fascinating to me, Zhuke urged, and soon ate Xiao Tanner's barbecue, and exclaimed, Tanner, your cooking skills are good enough. You don't know Xiao Han's cooking skills, you can't complain about it. A kitten also walked towards Xiao Tanner with cat steps, and after taking the barbecue, he quickly said, Sometimes there is a gap between people. Xuanwu and Qinglong followed and echoed, Hee hee. Xiao Tanner covered her mouth and laughed. It's really interesting to listen to you complain about Xiao Han. If you want to eat more, just roast it. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Have always been curious about how you are willing to be Xiao Han's pet. Xiao Tanner's words were somewhat tentative. Hearing this, Zhuke said quickly, What do you mean by being his spiritual bait? It's an equal agreement between us. Although we will help him, we also have the right to decide if our lives are threatened. Xiao Tanner's beautiful eyes flashed and she continued to ask, Then how did you meet? And from the looks of you, it seems that you still have the blood of ancient sacred beasts. And I can feel that the blood in your body is very pure. You are not really the descendants of sacred beasts. When the white tiger wanted to say something at this time, Qinglong raised his proud head and said, We can't remember exactly how we met. We can only say that we met in another world. As for the sacred beast blood you mentioned, it's really hard to say. Xiao Han had already explained this matter. If someone asked, just answer it. Like this. At first, only Xiao Qian and Xiao Yun asked this question, and now there is another person asking. Oh, that's it. Xiao Tanner cut another large piece of meat and roasted it on the fire. It is indeed a place similar to a secret realm. There will always be a space crack in the Wanqing Sea for hundreds of years. Xiao Han was lucky enough to survive because he was sucked into the space crack and then disappeared for hundreds of years and finally came back in another way. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Tanner slowly said, Actually, I really want to try Xiao Han's cooking skills. Don't ever think that way. Zhu Chua's eyes widened, and then he felt a little embarrassed, and then he explained, If I hadn't tasted your cooking, Xiao Han's food would barely be edible. But after tasting what you made, is what Xiao Han made edible? Xiao Tanner smiled again and said, You are really exaggerating. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the alchemy room. Why do I hear you complaining about me as soon as I woke up? As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Tanner. When Xiao Han appeared, Xiao Tanner stood up suddenly, and the barbecue in her hand fell into the fire. Xiao Tanner stammered, You came out of retreat. Well, I gained a lot. Xiao Han just explained briefly, and didn't say much. This time, the harvest was more than enough to be said. He fought with Li Xingyan, the people of the 7 Stars sect, and the Elder, and even fought with a Yuanying stage monster later. All the combat skills gained from the battle were digested and absorbed this time. As for the breakthrough to the late Jindan stage, it can only be regarded as a small gain. With the blessing of the top-grade elixir, the breakthrough is only a matter of time, but it was just a breakthrough this time. Congratulations! Xiao Tanner immediately came up and fiddled with her purple skirt and continued, Actually, I'm really curious about what they just said. How about you make some barbecue for me to try? #C1820 Great opportunity. Xiao Tanner's seemingly absent movement really caught Xiao Han's attention, mainly because the distance was a bit close. Hey, it's pretty good looking, Xiao Han thought to himself, and at the same Time cursed himself secretly. He was just wearing purple silk pants, what's so good about it? In order to distract himself, Xiao Han directly cut off a piece of monster meat and placed it directly on the fire. Since you want to taste what I do, I'll give you some.
Xiao Han glanced at
Suzaku with some disdain and said, "Oh, you white-eyed wolf, I used to serve you every day, but now you dare to complain about me. I don't believe there is anything different about this barbecue." Obviously just barbecue, and then sprinkled with salt and seasoning. Xiao Han quickly dealt with it, looked at Xiao Tanner and asked, "How is the situation recently and how long has it been?" After retreating, Xiao Han didn't pay special attention to time. He had been digesting what he had gained in the recent period. The concept of time among cultivators will only become increasingly blurred. Xiao Tanner thought for a moment and said, "Probably more than 4 months have passed." More than 4 months? Xiao Han was surprised. He felt that a lot of time had passed, but he never thought that it would be so long. Then he suddenly reacted and said quickly, "Is everything over in the secret realm over? What is Xiao Yun's situation now? Actually, if I told you that the trip to the secret realm is not over, you might not believe it." Xiao Tanner paused and continued, "But that's the fact. As for Xiao Yun, you don't have to worry at all. I'm keeping an eye on her. For you. Not only is there nothing wrong with her, but it's also very rewarding. Your great-great-granddaughter look a lot like you did when you were young. Don't worry even if the secret realm ends. Although my second senior brother is thinking deeply, he should not be afraid of Xiao Yun on this matter. He will take care of her no matter what." Hearing what Xiao Tanner said, Xiao Han was slightly relieved. As long as Xiao Yun had no problems at the moment, everything else was easy to talk about. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han asked softly, "Tell me what is going on in this secret realm." Although monks during the Qi training period travel at a slower pace, a few months is really an exaggeration. At the beginning, everyone always felt that the secret realm was coming to an end, but we still have not reached the center of the secret realm. The secret realm is much larger than we imagined. Xiao Tanner stretched out her slender hand and drew in the air, and a circular map appeared in front of her eyes. The entire secret realm is roughly a large circle, and all the disciples were teleported to the edge the moment they entered the secret realm. At the beginning, there were still people rushing to the edge, but soon everyone discovered that the closer you go to the edge, the thinner the spiritual energy becomes, and you can only rush to places with strong spiritual energy. The faster we go, the more monks we meet. The final direction is guessed to be the center of this secret realm. Originally, each sect wanted to see if some disciples could come out first. But after many attempts, there is no solution. It seems that the only way to find the exit is to reach the center of the secret realm. And there will definitely be a great opportunity at the end. All the monks have this guess. Xiao Han's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "Why are you so sure?" "Because we have collected the 4th level elixir now." "Why are you so sure?" Xiao Tanner said this with excitement in her eyes. "Hey, good fellow of the 4th level." Xiao Han suddenly thought of something, and asked hurriedly, "Is there 9-leaf Jillian?" This is what Xiao Han wants to know most now. In order for Xiao Tanner to completely recover, the 4th level pill 9 turns pill still needs to be refined. The main ingredient needed most for the Jizhuandan is the 9-leaf Xilian. As for the remaining 3 third-level auxiliary drugs that are missing, it is relatively easy to find. 9-leaf Xilian? Xiao Tanner looked confused and quickly searched for all the relevant information in her mind, and then whispered, "You don't mean the 9-leaf Xilian that I understand, do you?" Xiao Han smiled and nodded gently. "Ha, no doubt. It is the elixir you are thinking of. These are the top 10 rare elixirs of the 4th level. Each of them is priceless, and they are still priceless."
Xiao Tanner repeated her knowledge.
With some uncertainty, Xiao Han said indifferently, Oh, I just need this elixir. Xiao Tanner thought for a moment and said, Can I ask why you need this elixir? It is the main medicine of many fourth-level elixirs. If you get it, you can even touch the spirit transformation stage. It has great uses, and it is of vital importance. Xiao Han did not tell Xiao Tanner what the elixir was used for. Only he knew that her body had not fully recovered. Even if Xiao Tanner knows, so what? It's not like she can't change anything. If she doesn't tell her, Xiao Tanner will still work hard to practice. But without this 9-leaf zillion, Xiao Tanner is destined to be unable to enter the nascent soul stage in this life. The cultivation level that can be reached to the extreme is the perfection of the golden elixir stage. You will never be able to enter the nascent soul stage in this life. Even if Xiao Han gives the top-quality infant transformation elixir to Xiao Tanner, this fact still cannot be changed. Xiao Tanner said softly, That's right. With your talent, if you come back. Now, sooner or later you will reach the perfection of the nascent soul stage. It is normal to touch the soul transformation stage. I will pay attention to this matter, but judging from the information I have received so far, there is no trace of Jui Jillian in the secret realm. When I have summarized all the information about Jui Jillian, I will send it to you when the time comes. Xiao Tanner had some perseverance on her face. As long as Xiao Han wanted it, she would do her best to help Xiao Han get it. At the moment when Xiao Tanner misunderstood, Xiao Han did not take the initiative to explain anything, but just let Xiao Tanner misunderstand. At this moment, a strange smell suddenly came into Xiao Han's nose.
Xiao Han
Looked at the barbecue in his hand and said awkwardly, I was too obsessed and the barbecue was a little mushy. Just eat it. After saying that, he took the initiative to hand Xiao Tanner a skewer and then he began to eat it with relish. He had been relying on the energy in the elixir for so long in seclusion, and the demand for food was still quite large. Now, Xiao Tanner ate the barbecue with a look of enjoyment and praised loudly. This barbecue is really delicious, not at all like what Zhuke and the others complained about, and there is still more I want to eat. Hey, really? I think I made it delicious too. Xiao Han quickly handed Xiao Tanner another large piece of barbecue, and he began to continue eating. They are all salt seasonings. How big can the difference be? Zhuke and the others are too full. Zhuke looked at Xiao Tanner with some anguish and said, Tanner, don't you feel guilty for saying this? Xiao Tanner waved her hand and said, I'm telling the truth, why do I feel guilty? Zhuke could only accept his fate and said, Sure enough, the joys and sorrows of humans are not the same. No, the joys and sorrows of humans and spirit beasts are not the same. Just as the few people were happily eating barbecue and chatting, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside Yun Peak. Is Xiao Han in Yun Peak? Can you come out and see me now? The moment this voice appeared, Xiao Han suddenly felt like he was facing a great enemy, and Xiao Tanner also looked at Xiao Han nervously. What should I do? Senior brother came here at this time, most likely to find some trouble with you. Xiao Tanner muttered, and after a pause, he continued, Then Xiao Han, you stay here first. I will go to see senior brother and say that you are still in seclusion to heal your injuries. Xiao Han nodded and said, This is the only way for now. #C1821 Murderous Intent. Outside Yuyun Peak, Xiao Tanner and Wu Feng stood looking at each other. Wu Feng looked at Xiao Tanner quietly, with some doubts in his eyes, then frowned and said, Has your injury recovered? He didn't know this at all. When he knew that Xiao Tanner was seriously injured by the 7-star gate, he was very angry. At that time he thought about going to the 7-star gate to kill Li Tai. He was only persuaded by Master Han. Xiao Tanner could be regarded as a guiding light when he was at a low point in his life. Even without the Master's legacy, he would protect Xiao Tanner. As time went by, this emotion was buried deep in his heart, and he would not show anything even when facing Xiao Tanner. At the same time, he was slowly brewing a plan to destroy the Seven-Star Sect. In his heart, no matter how fiercely he fought with the headmaster, he was still a fellow apprentice, unlike Xiao Han. Xiao Tanner shook her head and said, I didn't fully recover. Xiao Han used his own essence and blood mixed with pills to barely save me. On the surface, I don't seem to have any problems, but in fact I will never be able to enter the nascent soul stage for the rest of my life. Xiao Tanner's unintentional words revealed the true truth. Yes, Wu Feng felt a little sad in his heart, but soon returned to normal and asked, Where is Xiao Han? He was seriously injured and is currently recovering from his injuries. The way he looks like that may have damaged his foundation. After Xiao Tanner finished speaking, she lowered her head and felt sad secretly. This is what the saying goes, you must do everything in your acting. Wu Feng was overjoyed. It was exactly as he had guessed. He quickly said, Again, actually, I have something very important. I must see Xiao Han now. If Xiao Han can come out now, please go and notify junior sister. Hearing this, Xiao Tanner became furious and shouted loudly, Elder brother, why do you target Xiao Han like this? Now that he is like this, do you still want to target him like this? Junior sister, are you saying this too much?
Wu Feng looked at Xiao Tanner
with a cold face and then continued, Let's not talk about it for now. I still want to ask you, why do you insist on leaving with Xiao Han? So close. If you were anyone else, even if it was the pride of heaven, senior brother, would tie him in front of you. Even if you want to change it every year, I can agree to your request. Xiao Tanner didn't expect Wu Feng to be so determined. After being stunned for a while, Xiao Tanner immediately said, But I just want Xiao Han. Why did you and the second senior brother stop me so strongly? Now that the second senior brother has been persuaded by me, it is the more open-minded senior brother who is acting like this. I really can't understand. No, it just can't be done anyway. Let Xiao Han come out now. Wu Feng thought for a while and finally decided not to continue this topic with Xiao Tanner. Now he first made sure that Xiao Han was a useless person. Xiao Han, who was in the Yuyun Peak Cave, had been listening to the conversation between Xiao Tanner and the Elder. The reason why Xiao Tanner was released was because the Great Elder would not harm Xiao Tanner in any case. He received a lot of information through his hearing, although he had a tendency to take advantage of Xiao Tanner at this moment. Other than this method, nothing suitable. After listening, Xiao Han was even more confused. Only Wu Feng and the headmaster knew the answer to this matter. No, Xiao Han quickly denied this answer. Li Xingyan also knew some information, and there were even several people who wanted him to die. Those few people should also know some news. Xiao Han's face turned cold. He raised his fist and punched himself hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and Xiao Han's face instantly turned pale. Under the curious gazes of the four holy beasts, Xiao Han directly threw a flying sword and quickly flew away from Yuyun Peak. Tanner, let me talk to the Great Elder. Xiao Han was in an extremely weak state, and even he himself was suppressing his own cultivation and controlling it at the early stage of the golden elixir. Xiao Han, how could you come out after being so seriously injured? Xiao Tanner said as tears flowed down her cheeks. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner's lifelike expression and thought to himself, if he could get this at Blue Star, he would at least win an Oscar. No, it's okay. As soon as he said these words, the flying sword under his feet trembled a few times and almost fell. Fortunately, Xiao Tanner had quick eyesight and quick hands, and was able to help Xiao Han stabilize his body. Wu Feng was very happy in his heart, but his face was expressionless, and he slowly said, This time you have made a great contribution to Luyun sect. In fact, I just want to come over and ask you, is there anything special about the Fox tribe woman who fought with you that day? Xiao Han frowned. What's special? There's nothing special about it. That's okay. You can go back and rest for now. After saying that, Wu Feng dodged a few times and disappeared outside Yuyun Peak. Xiao Tanner helped Xiao Han back to Yuyun Peak. The moment he arrived, Xiao Han spit out a mouthful of black blood again. Xiao Han, are you serious or just pretending?
Kia Tan panicked.
Of course he is really injured. Xiao Han's eyes were slightly cold, and he continued after a pause, but don't worry too much, I will recover after a while. Xiao Tanner stretched out her white little hand, stroked Xiao Han's back and said, do you want to be so desperate? Of course, I feel murderous intent in the Great Elder. If I have any flaws, today, the Great Elder will kill me on the spot. Xiao Han said with lingering fear and immediately took a pill and continued. Now Palm, if you are not within the sect, you have to be careful about everything. Okay, you should hurry back to Xian Peak. Taking too long will inevitably cause others to think too much. Now that you have recovered from your injuries, it is important to seize the time to practice and improve your strength. Xiao Tanner nodded vigorously and said, yes, I will definitely do it. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Han with some reluctance, turned around, and left quickly. Anyway, he was in Luyun sect and could be seen sooner or later in the Spirit Beast sect valley. At this moment, it felt a bit like an alliance of various sections. Whether it was the three major sects, the Shentai sect or the Spiritual Beast sect, they were all filled with people. All the monks within the sects who could come were here. There could have been more of these people, but as word spread about the monster attacking Luyun sect, the nearby sects all left a certain amount of defensive strength within the sect. At Luyun sect's seat, Headmaster Han whispered to Qin Ming from time to time, but no matter how he chatted, his eyes always stayed on that secret realm. At this moment, Qin Ming suddenly became happy and said quickly, Headmaster, I just received a message from my junior sister. She has fully recovered from her injuries. Hearing what Qin Ming said, Headmaster Han said in disbelief, how is this possible? What method did Xiao Han use? Could it be that he really has some top-quality elixir in his hand? I am more inclined to this answer. In short, as long as junior sister returns to normal, it will be fine. Qin Ming looked excited, and after a pause he continued. But junior sister also said that we should go back as soon as we finish here. We just had a big fight. The elder tried to kill Xiao Han. Headmaster Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and unknowingly, the wooden table beside him turned into powder, which dissipated in the air with the breeze. I knew he would definitely find an opportunity, but I didn't expect that he would become more and more unscrupulous now. Okay, I know about this. I will go back as soon as the matter here is over. While the two were discussing, Headmaster Han suddenly looked towards the secret realm and said, the main event is finally here. Qin Ming was still confused at first, but when he used his spiritual sense to explore it, his face became condensed and he said, the main event is really here. #C1822 break the formation. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at the secret realm. After a while, some people with doubtful faces also looked at the secret realm with solemnity or joy, especially the head of the Seven Stars sect, who stood up nervously. Li Tai did not come to the secret realm, and the other head may have some calculations in his mind. As for the Red Maple Valley, it simply sent a great elder in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Those monks from various sects who could get the news all discussed excitedly. Hey, this is really interesting. I didn't expect to find an ancient sect in the secret realm. Are you too happy too early? There are still some remnants of the formation. Do you think it can be solved by just some Qi training disciples? Then you should take a good look. This formation has been broken for a long time. So many Qi training monks will attack in turns. It will take less than an hour to break this broken formation. That makes sense. Let's wait for the next words quietly. Everyone is expressing their opinions. No matter what, the fact that there is an ancient sect in this secret realm is enough to make everyone excited. Just the scene in front of them, what happened at the beginning. In a mountain in the secret realm, there are countless monks around, watching. The scene in front of them quietly. It is unknown how many years this place has been abandoned. If it were not for some buildings seen from a distance, it would be impossible to judge that this place was once a sect. This place is ancient and vicissitudes, and it exudes a sense of sadness from time to time. The center of the secret realm is an ancient sect, which no one expected. And this sect is located in these mountains. Just as everyone was approaching the sect, the entire sect was suddenly covered by a huge barrier, and the faint white halo blocked every disciple who wanted to move forward. Many monks looked bitter. I'm almost in, and you tell me I can't go in? Fuck. Everything is ready, and you tell me I can't? Can I curse now? Countless doubts filled the surroundings in an instant, and everyone looked at the white halo in front of them helplessly. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. I am Li Lu, the leader of the 7 Stars sect. Everyone entered this secret realm just to find this opportunity. Now that we are blocked outside by this formation, we can't give up. According to my opinion, everyone will attack the formation at the same time. As soon as the words were finished, another voice sounded. Hey, do you think this formation can be broken by us cultivators in the chi refining stage?
No.
Another voice appeared again, and after a pause, he continued. I am Han Sheng, the leader of Luyun sect. You should observe this formation carefully. It seems to be damaged. It's not the original power. It looks so shaky. Why can't you try to open it? It's easy to say. Why don't you let Luyun sect try it first? Han Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, if you don't want the opportunity, get. You are talking nonsense here without doing anything. After all, he is the leader of a sect. After saying this, the mocking voices disappeared immediately, but some cultivators began to give advice. I think we should gather strength to attack a certain point, rather than attacking randomly. Yes, after all, it is a large formation and a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The key is that this secret realm only allows cultivators in the chi training stage to enter, apart from encountering individual second-level monsters along the way. There is basically no strong strength. Since this is the basic situation, we should be able to break this large
formation.
Countless cultivators expressed their opinions, but none of them had the intention to take the initiative and kept discussing. At this moment, a fiery red spell suddenly appeared and condensed at an extremely fast speed. Fireball spell. A woman's voice appeared among the cultivators, and a huge fireball appeared in the sky and slammed into the large formation. Xiao Yun directly slapped a floating talisman on himself and threw several talismans at the large formation. Bang, bang, bang. A huge explosion sounded, and this explosion sound directly caused the large formation to shake violently. Xiao Yun slowly said, a bunch of indecisive people. They can only talk nonsense here. The exit of the secret realm is inside the sect. If you don't do your best to break this formation, you still want to go out from somewhere else. After that, another red spell appeared, and the fireball spell hit several times in a row, making the formation shake back and forth. Even the white light was dimmed a little. Yes, the exit is inside the sect. We can only break the formation to enter. Han Sheng shouted angrily. Disciples of Luyun's sect, listen to my orders, and attack one place together later. Yes. Countless disciples of Luyun's sect shouted loudly, just as the girl said. If they continue like this, they are indecisive. The 7 Stars sect and Red Maple Valley also responded quickly and adjusted their strategies quickly. A quarter of an hour later, they organized people to attack one place together, but many sects still did not attack one place together, but instead found weak points around to attack separately. No matter which sect they belonged to, they didn't think about going with others. As long as they could break a small hole, they would definitely go in quickly to look for opportunities. Among the group of cultivators of Luyun sect, While releasing the spell, Xiao Yun whispered to the main disciples of Yuyun. Peak. After these few months, there are only 67 disciples left in the entire Yuyun. Peak. This loss is not small, and this is because of the elixirs and talismans given by the grandfather. If it weren't for these, I'm afraid that they would have been basically killed or injured. More than half of these lost disciples died at the hands of cultivators. In fact, many crises come from within. After breaking the formation, take whatever you can get. Don't grab the biggest opportunity. Once you get something, go out directly from the exit. The ancestor is waiting for us outside. As long as we can get out, the thing is ours. After Xiao Yun transmitted the sound, he soon received a response from the cultivators. This included Wang Ping, Zhang Shixin, and Zhao Taizhu, as well as several disciples carefully selected by Xiao Yun. Soon another round of attacks arrived at the formation, and the formation shook violently. At this time, the attack suddenly had more broken places. Seeing this, Han Xing shouted loudly, "Everyone, try harder. When the formation is broken, look for opportunities on your own. Don't make enemies with others. If you can get out, just go out. Remember one thing. At this time, don't fight among yourselves. If I know that anyone is fighting among yourselves, you will be prepared to stay in the secret realm forever. Once you leave the secret realm, I think you should know your fate. Yes, follow the captain's order." Just as everyone responded, there was a sudden click sound, and a crack suddenly appeared in that part of the formation. Everyone desperately threw spells, and the clicks became more and more frequent. The crack expanded rapidly, and soon a small gap appeared. The disciples of Luyun's sect were like crazy, and quickly squeezed into the
Formation.
Many people even started pushing and shouting. Everyone knew that whoever went in first would have the advantage. C1823 main ingredient of the spirit refining pill. Xiao Yun did not rush into the formation immediately, but helped the disciples enter before stepping forward and entering the formation. The entire sect looked a bit old. Not far after entering, I saw a place of spiritual medicine, most of which were third-level spiritual medicines and some first- and second-level spiritual medicines. Countless people were scrambling for them, but most of those who had some strength did not stop, but quickly went inside. There was such an opportunity at the edge, let alone going inside. Xiao Yun stayed for a while and continued to go inside. The entire sect was like a treasure, except for the vicissitudes of life. There were some dead bones everywhere, and some old spiritual tools and storage bags were scattered next to the dead bones. There were also some dead bones that obviously seemed to have died in a fight with each other, and some spiritual swords were stuck in the bones of their chests. Xiao Yun took one by one, and soon stopped at a cave. She could feel that there were some things in the cave. Just as she was about to step in, she saw someone blocking her. "I discovered this place first, so get out of here if you know what's best for you." The man in front of him was a disciple of Luyun's sect, and Xiao Yun looked a little unfamiliar. After a pause, Xiao Yun went directly into the cave and threw a talisman in front of the cultivator. With a bang, the cultivator was blown away. A cultivator in the late stage of Qi training really overestimated his own abilities and dared to snatch things from her. As Xiao Yun expected, there were many good things in the cave, not only spiritual medicines but also some materials for third-level monsters. The disciples of several major sects were like locusts, quickly plundering the things of the entire sect. At the same time, Xiao Han was heading towards the secret realm quickly. Since Xiao Tanner left, Xiao Han got Xiao Yun's vision as soon as possible. After observation, Xiao Han found that he had gained a lot. First, he experienced the preparations for the secret realm, then Xiao Tanner was injured, and then he broke through. He couldn't even take out 100 low-grade spirit stones from the entire storage bracelet, and the only remaining resources were the first-level spirit medicines planted by Xiao Qian. That's why Xiao Yun had to hold on to what he had gained. When all the disciples came out, there would definitely be a lot of blood and rain, not to mention the internal struggles of the sect. Just because of the feud with the 7-star sect this time, it would not be so easy to take these gains this time. But if the headmaster and the elders were there, he still couldn't rest assured. Thinking of this, Xiao Han observed the secret realm again. He had already arrived there, so he needed to speed up. In the secret realm, the cultivators of various sects made different choices. Some cultivators chose to leave directly, while some cultivators continued to explore in the sect. For a while, there was great chaos, and many cultivators fought to grab resources. If it was a great opportunity, it would expand to a fight between the two sects in a short time. The entire sect is not very large in terms of area. Took only 2 days to explore the most central area. The struggles between the sects became more and more intense. Xiao Yun had just put a 3rd-level flying sword into the storage bag when a Qigong Great Perfection cultivator from the 7 Stars sect blocked Xiao Yun. "Hey, take out the sword you just got, and I can consider not taking those things from you." Xiao Yun disdainfully took out the spiritual sword just now and threw it directly on the ground, saying, "Take it if you have the ability, and get out if you don't." In fact, there were quite a few people following her just now, but they didn't make a move until the cultivator from the 7 Stars sect in front of her blocked her. She wanted to establish her prestige on this person to deter those who wanted to attack her. Xiao Yun's eyes unconsciously looked at the exit of the secret realm. When no one noticed, she had already divided the entire Yun Peak into several parts and handed them over to the other disciples to take out. "I just hope that those people have all run away now." Of course, the final big head is still in her hands. What she is preventing is that someone will target her, and she will eventually fail and get nothing. After hearing what Xiao Yun said, the 7 Stars sect monk had no doubts and reached out to grab the spirit sword. When would she be threatened by a little girl? Just as she grabbed the spirit sword, Xiao Yun took out a spirit sword and slashed at the 7 Stars sect monk. With a swish, Xiao Yun chopped off the hand of the 7 Stars sect monk with a sword and then said loudly, "You don't have the ability to steal things from me. Get out." With an angry shout, he put away the spirit sword directly, looked around with his eyes and continued, "If anyone wants to do it, just come." At this moment, those people who were eyeing them suddenly stopped and left, one by one. There was no need to fight for these things, and there were still many opportunities around. Once they failed, they might lose their lives here. They didn't even see the sword shadow just now, and the speed was quite scary. This is a very strong opponent. After all the onlookers dispersed, Xiao Yun looted several places again, including some fragments of magic. After such a long time, if these magics were not protected by spiritual energy, I am afraid nothing would be left. Regardless of whether they can be made, they should be taken away first. Just looking at these magics, there are many 2nd level and even 3rd level magics. The foundation of this sect is not inferior to that of Lu Yun's sect, and it is even deeper than that of Lu Yun's sect. Su Shen grass, Su Shen grass. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly appeared in the center. Xiao Yun was stunned. After thinking carefully for a while, he remembered what kind of spiritual medicine this fanshu grass was. If I hadn't read a lot on weekdays, I really wouldn't remember what this fanshu grass was. This is the main medicine for refining the Shindan pill. I don't know how many people are jealous of this spiritual medicine. Xiao Yun thought about it for a while and gave up the so-called shushan grass. Not to mention whether it can be used, it is a big problem to get the auxiliary medicine for the Shindan pill after obtaining this shushan grass. At this time, the periphery of the entire sect has been explored, leaving only the most central place. Many low-level cultivators chose to leave directly, and those who stayed were basically all the best of each sect. Xiao Yun subconsciously went to the central area, just to take a look and leave here directly. When he arrived, Xiao Yun regretted it a little. The place where shushan grass appeared was in the medicine field on the spiritual vein. The three major sects of Qixingmen, Lianzong, and Hongfenggu all looked at the medicine field with burning eyes. When they appeared here, many eyes were already locked on Xiao Yun, and it was quite difficult to leave quietly at this time. The entire medicine field not only contained a shushan grass, but also countless third-level spiritual medicines and some fourth-level spiritual medicines. From the moment they came in, they had never thought that a group of qi training cultivators could actually compete for the resources that these Yuanying cultivators were jealous of. Since they were already here, they would compete for it. Xiao Yun did not hesitate too much and directly cast his eyes on the medicine field. White bone flower, Qianjin grass, nine-leaf Jillian. Among these spiritual medicines, the third-level spiritual medicine became the worst. This spiritual medicine field was the biggest opportunity in this secret realm, especially since this ancient sect also had spiritual medicines for refining spirit pills. It was very likely that a cultivator in the spirit transformation stage had been born. #C1824 distribution. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yun looked around. The Luyun sect was currently headed by Han Sheng. No matter how Lei Yunfeng and Tang Yunfeng did not deal with each other on weekdays, this was not the time for internal fighting. Even Wu Jiang from Thundercloud Peak did not argue with Han Sheng, but quietly looked at the people at the Seven-Star Gate not far away. The Seven-Star sect was headed by Li Lu, and behind them were a group of qi practicing Dzogchen monks. Not even a late-stage monk was seen. It seems that what Luyun sect thinks is similar. At this time, disciples below the late stage of qi training are not qualified to compete. It is better to leave early with the profits from each peak and achieve safety in pocket. Red Maple Valley is relatively simple, with 3 qi practicing Dzogchen monks as the leaders, not one with sole authority. As for the Black Iron sect and the Spiritual Beast sect, I don't know where they have gone, and they have not been seen around here at all. He must have chosen to leave directly because he knew that he would miss this great opportunity. When the monks were observing the general situation, Li Lu, the leader of the Seven-Star sect, slowly said, "Hey, I don't think you want to delay here any longer. No one knows what will happen to this secret realm in the future. After all, we haven't encountered any major dangers so far. But no one can say for sure what will happen next, and there is no guarantee that the secret exit will always be open." Having said this, Li Lu paused and looked at the monks around him. A leader from Red Maple Valley said, "So what do you mean?" Li Lu stopped playing riddles and said directly, "What I mean is that these third-level elixirs are divided equally among our 3 sections. As for these fourth-level elixirs, I wonder what you mean." Han Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "The most confusing thing is nothing more than this fourth-level elixir. There are fully 10 fourth-level elixirs here. How about we allocate 3 to each of them and take the remaining 1 out to the Spiritual Beast sect? After all, this secret realm is within the territory of the Spiritual Beast sect, so it should have some share, otherwise it would be unreasonable to want to send disciples to this secret realm in the future. Either one is easy to say." Li Lu waved his hand and continued, "Then which sect does this void divine grass belong to?" Li Lu questioned. The rest were easy to distribute, but the main ingredient of the refining pill was the most difficult to distribute. Just when everyone didn't know how to distribute, Xiao Yun suddenly received a message, and the voice came from the ancestor. "The outside world can only send news to the secret area once. I didn't expect Grandpa to use it here. Moreover, after transmitting the news this time, Grandpa will never be able to see the site here again. This also fully demonstrates the importance of this matter. The Void God Grass is actually not the real Void God Grass, but it looks very similar to the Void God Grass. I really don't know how Grandpa Zhu could tell. Just the 9-leaf Jillian?" Xiao Yun thought for a moment and directly sent a message to Han Sheng. "Whether you believe it or not, the virtual God Grass is not the real virtual God Grass. On the contrary, The 9-leaf Jillian is the most precious. After the message was transmitted, Xiao Yun looked at Han Shang seriously. Unfortunately, Han Shang did not reply with any message, and his expression did not change at all. Just when Xiao Yun thought that Han Shang was not going to listen to her suggestion, Han Shang suddenly said, "My Luyun sect has given up the competition for the Void Divine Grass, but we need to be the first to choose the 4th level elixir." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yunfeng Wujiang shouted, "Han Shang, you are crazy. That is the Void Divine Grass. Once you take it back, our Luyun sect may produce a monk in the transformation stage. My grandpa is the most promising." Wujiang just received a message from the Great Elder saying that he must get the Void Divine Grass no matter what. Han Shang's eyes widened and he said, "I am the team leader here. Wujiang, pay attention to your words and deeds. Whatever I say will be yours." After finishing speaking, he took the initiative to look at Qixing sect Li Lu, and said, "I wonder if Qixing sect can agree?" Li Lu smiled and said, "Of course, if it is not the Void Divine Grass, Luyun sect is welcome to choose it first." After that, 2 more swords struck the medicine field, and the remaining 3rd-level elixirs were divided into 3 places. "Now how about we each send our disciples to dig out the 3rd-level elixir? After all, time waits for no one." Han Xing nodded and pointed to several monks, including Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, then quickly entered the medicine field and dug out the elixirs without raising her head. The dug-out elixirs were held by each of them at first, and they needed to be redistributed when they went out. No one would take the initiative to buy 1 or 2 plants. There were only so many of these elixirs, and everyone knew exactly how many there were. They even knew their names and how many plants they had. It seemed that Han Shang had received the news just now, otherwise he would not have taken the initiative to dig for the elixir. This was too much of a coincidence. Han Shang pointed at a 4th-level elixir and said, "Dig this out first." Li Lu smiled after seeing it. "Brother Han has good eyesight. This 9-leaf Zillion is only a little lower than the Void God Grass. If Brother Han hadn't taken the initiative to give up the Void God Grass, I really couldn't give it to you." After saying this, my heart became richer. Although 9-leaf Zillion is not the main medicine of the alchemy pill, it is still a necessary auxiliary medicine. If it is given to Luyun sect now, it will definitely be taken back later. He just received the news that this time the headmaster came in person. Xiao Yun calmly dug out the 9-leaf Zillion and put it into a storage bag. "Han Shang, you will pay the price for the decision you made today." Wu Jiang roared hysterically, and Han Shang had the teaching order in his hand. As long as Han Shang says it, Luyun sect disciples must obey, otherwise they will be severely punished after they go out. Even if he doesn't agree, it will be of no use. There is no way these disciples will listen to him. Without the help of all the disciples, he alone was powerless to compete with the 7 Stars sect and the Red Maple Valley. Han Shang casually pointed at 2 4th-level spiritual medicines, and the Luyun sect disciples quickly collected them. When all the spiritual medicines were in their bags, Han Shang said, "Everyone, I will leave the Luyun sect first. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with my Luyun sect." After that, he turned around and said to the disciples, "Everyone from the Luyun sect, please leave the secret realm quickly." Xiao Yun had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He slapped a speed-up talisman on himself and quickly headed for the exit. He had been nervous for the past few months and was already mentally exhausted. If it weren't for this last will supporting him, he would have fallen down long ago. He could leave everything to Grandpa Zhu when he went out, and his mission would be perfectly completed. With excitement, Xiao Yun stepped into the crack of the secret realm, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the valley. What came into view were many cultivators who had just come out. The leaders of various sects had already been waiting at the exit. Xiao Yun looked around and did not find Grandpa Zhu. Just when he was curious, Master Han raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Yun to the location of Luyun sect and then explained softly, "Your grandfather has returned to Luyun sect for something important, and he will be here soon. Wait for a moment." While speaking, he transmitted the message again. "Did you get the 9-leaf Jillian?" After the master said this, Xiao Yun knew that his grandfather must have sent a message to the master, so he nodded slightly without hesitation. After getting the answer, Master Han cast his eyes on the secret realm, watching for Luyun sect disciples at any time, and Xiao Yun quickly looked for the disciples of Yuyun Peak. After a careful count, he found that there were only 49 people left. As expected, there would be certain losses in that sect. Fortunately, the main members were all there, and there was basically no loss in the secret realm this time. After confirming again and again, Xiao Yun collapsed to the ground. #C1825 Great Changes in the Secret Realm. In the Spirit Beast Sect Valley, disciples frequently came out of the secret place, and the heads of each sect looked at the secret place with worried faces. For this new secret realm, no one knows what the opening rules are or when the secret realm will close. If the secret realm has been closed before those disciples come out, then the next time it is opened may be in the year of the monkey or the horse. No one dared to take it lightly until the last minute. The monks from various sects who came out were chatting crazily, discussing various experiences in the secret realm. This is how to relieve the emotions that have been felt for so long. I don't know who shouted, and then more people started to roar. The heads of the various sects did not stop because of this, but instead looked at these people with interest. I think it was the same when they experienced some things. These are just monks in the Qi training period who have never experienced such things. When you are in tension and fear for a long time, you not only have to guard against all kinds of monsters and dangers, but you also have to be alert at all times to see if people around you will take action against you. Xiao Yun was stunned for a long time before slowly getting up and gathering everyone from Yuyun Peak together. Then he spoke softly. "Now mark all your storage bags and give them to me. We will make a decision when the ancestor arrives. As I said before, according to the allocation, all the resources that you can't use now will be exchanged for what you can use. Do you understand? I also hope that you don't have any selfish motives and want to secretly hide some cultivation resources. Even if you pick up things that don't belong to you now, you will only be remembered by others, and your life will be lost if you are not careful. Instead of doing this, why not exchange it for what you need?" After Xiao Yun finished speaking, she looked at the disciples of Yuyun Peak. In addition, she had exactly 50 Yuyun Peak disciples left, so she had lost more than half of the monks entering the secret realm this time. The losses of the other peaks were similar to theirs. Although there was enough gain this time, the monks also suffered heavy losses. If you look at the Qi refining stage monks alone, the losses this time can be described as tragic. "Yes, Captain." Without saying a word, Zhao Taizhu directly marked his storage bag and handed it to Xiao Yun. "Understood. We have always believed in the fairness of our ancestors." Zhang Shirshin also quickly made the mark and handed it to Xiao Yun, followed closely by Wang Ping and others. Some of these monks originally didn't want to hand it over, but when they saw everyone else handing it over, they had no choice but to follow suit. Fortunately, Yuyun Peak did not severely deduct resources. They had communicated with other peaks and could only get 1/10 of the harvest, and 9/10 had to be handed over. The Yuyun Peak disciples were able to get 3/10. They are just a bunch of monks who are in the early stage of Qi training. They don't even have a good spiritual root, but they can get 3 times as much as other peaks, especially since they were not exploited by the captain in the secret realm. They could be allocated not only 3 times, but even 6 or 10 times the resources. Rumble. Just when everyone was eagerly waiting for the disciples from the secret realm to come out, there was a sudden rumbling sound from the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, the entire valley began to shake, and a huge crack suddenly appeared in the valley. Many monks fell directly into the bottomless. Crack. Headmaster Han shouted loudly, "Hurry! Evacuate the valley quickly." The sound was mixed with spiritual power and accurately transmitted to every corner. Even if there was no need to remind, many monks were already rushing toward the exit. The incident happened suddenly. Following Headmaster Han's angry shout, the heads of each sect quickly arranged for the disciples to leave the valley. The rumbling sounds continued. Xiao Yun ran while looking towards the exit of the secret realm and soon saw several figures coming out. But after a while, the secret realm exit disappeared directly into the valley, leaving only a mark of the secret realm. I don't know when it will be opened next. Just the number of these people who came out at the end was not enough. Seemed that there were many monks left among them. After looking away, Xiao Yun quickly threw out hundreds of talismans and handed them to the Yun Peak disciples and said urgently, "Hey, if you encounter danger that you cannot avoid, just use the floating talismans to hold on and wait for rescue. This is not the time to save talismans. Each of these disciples is the future of Yun Peak." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge crack appeared under Xiao Yun's feet. In an instant, several Yun Peak disciples landed quickly, only to float slowly again the next moment. Xiao Yun suddenly took a piece of talisman on her body and slowly floated up. There were countless disciples who did this, and even the golden elixir level monks in the sect had no time to rescue them. "Captain, what should we do?" a Yun Peak monk asked immediately. Xiao Yun was responsible for the entire trip to the secret realm from beginning to end. These people have regarded Xiao Yun as their backbone. Xiao Yun said angrily, "What can I do if this happens? Wait, our lives are precious now, and the elders in the sect are more anxious than us." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared next to Xiao Yun. It was Elder Qin Ming. Xiao Yun glanced at Elder Qin and said quickly, "Save my other disciples of Yun Peak first. I have enough floating talismans here to support myself for the time being." Qin Ming only stayed for a moment and then quickly led a dozen monks out of the valley. The entire valley continued to shake, and each sect was desperately sending its disciples out. An hour later, all the monks from various sects gathered outside the valley, and the valley turned into an abyss. It looked like a huge black hole so deep that you couldn't see the bottom at a glance. Some Jindan monks had already gone down to explore it, and they felt a huge energy repulsion before they had descended for long. They couldn't descend any more than 10,000 feet, and it even began to erode the monks' bodies, and even Jindan monks couldn't stand it. Among the monks of the Seven Stars sect, there was a place where monks were bustling and lively, and the one that everyone was vying to follow was Li Lu, the leader of the Seven Stars sect on the secret realm trip. A cultivator on the side smiled mysteriously and said, "Hey, guess what? When the leader pulled out this shushan grass, the whole secret realm began to tremble violently. Thanks to the leader's wit, he brought us all out. This shushan grass is a certain point in the secret realm. As long as someone touches this shushan grass, the entire sect will collapse." After saying this, a cultivator immediately asked curiously, "In this case, when the secret realm is open next time, won't all the resources in the sect be gone?" At this time, the man who just explained slapped his head and said, "You don't even look at the endless abyss. Do you think there is still hope for the secret realm to open?" Li Lu waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't argue. Anyway, this time it is a great victory, especially suppressing Lu Yun's sect." Just as Li Lu was talking excitedly, a figure immediately appeared in front of Li Lu. It was Chen Zhen, the head of the Seven Star sect. The headmaster of the Seven Star sect has a kind face and looks like a smiling old man at all times, but anyone who is familiar with the headmaster knows how ruthless he is. Li Lu quickly put a storage bag in front of the headmaster and said, "Headmaster, the shushan grass is in this storage bag. #C1826 struggle." Qianzhen did not rush to take the storage bag, but looked at Li Lu kindly, then touched Li Li's head and said, "Ha! You did a good job this time. Finally, you lived up to my expectations of you. This time you should prepare to build your foundation. The subsequent resources have been prepared for you." Qianzhen took the storage bag from Li Li's hand, paused and said again, "Oh, the sect has also prepared a flying spirit beast for you." As soon as he finished speaking, countless people cast envious looks at Li Lu, and Li Lu excitedly bowed and said, "Thank you for your cultivation, master." Qianzhen smiled kindly again, took out the shushan grass from the storage bag, and looked at it in his hand. At this moment the kind face suddenly became ugly, and then he flicked his sleeves and put the shushan grass into the storage bag. Even if he couldn't get the main medicine, he had to get the 9-leaf Jillian, the auxiliary medicine of the Shindan pill. Qianzhen opened his lips slightly and muttered, "The spiritual transformation realm? I don't want to just give up and accept my fate." On the other side, after Master Han rescued the last Luyun sect disciple, he directly organized all the disciples together. Soon afterwards, Qin Ming and other Jindan cultivators also arrived and followed the master. After seeing that everyone was gathered, Master Han gestured to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded and said loudly, "Quickly check the losses of each peak and report immediately." Tongyun Peak lost 228 disciples. Leiyun Peak lost 203 disciples. Soon each peak began to report, and the more he reported, the uglier Master Han's face looked. This time the loss was far greater than the initial expectation. The loss of this secret realm trip was far greater than any previous secret realm. It is fortunate that this time it was only a cultivator in the Qi training stage and finally did not shake the foundation of Luyun sect. With this harvest, it will take less than 100 or 200 years to have a better development than before. When the summary was completed, Master Han reached out and took out the flying magic weapon in the sect. "Everyone has worked hard this time. Anyway, let's go back to the sect first. Let's all get on the boat." From this sentence we can hear the fatigue of Master Han. The disciples bowed and said, "Yes, master." Then they got on the boat one by one. They came in 2 trips and they couldn't even fill up 1 trip when they went back. The disciples of Red Maple Valley had already evacuated under the leadership of the master. The Spirit Beast sect was originally nearby, and the Black Iron sect was a small transparent one. The whole trip to the secret realm was not scrambled, but just took the resources they found and even took the initiative to give up a lot. After the harvest, they also divided a part to honor the 3 major sects and a part to the Spirit Beast sect. It was precisely because of this that the Black Iron sect suffered the least loss. Except for the death of the monster beast, there was no other accidental death. Soon all the disciples of Luyun sect got on the boat, and Master Han looked at the broken abyss again, with deep worry in his eyes. He also went down to explore just now, and the deeper he went, the more he could feel the deep fear. There seemed to be some powerful life in the abyss, but he didn't know how to describe that feeling. "Hey, just think it's an illusion." After Master Han muttered, he stepped directly towards the spaceship. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the spaceship. Master Han flashed and stood in the void, facing the figure. "Fellow Taoist Han is so anxious to leave." Qianzhen looked at Master Han with a kind face, paused and continued, "I don't know why you are so anxious to leave." There was a little more fear in Master Han's eyes. "Don't look at these 2 light words. In fact, there is some temptation. Qianzhen has touched the realm of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. With such a huge loss and such a long time, of course I want to leave here quickly so that I can go back and rest early." Master Han started the spaceship directly, and after a pause he continued, "We will settle the accounts between our 2 sects when we have time. I think you also want to go back and rest quickly. Now neither you nor I can afford to continue to consume. Hehe. Why don't we go back first? Master Han's words were very beautiful, revealing the meaning of making a small concession, and he didn't want to have a direct conflict with the Seven Stars sect now. Ha! This question came out of Qianzhen's mouth, and then the kind face suddenly became ferocious and said, I think your Luyun sect probably knew that the Shushan grass was fake. In this case, does this fourth-level spiritual medicine need to be redistributed? As soon as Qianzhen finished speaking, a figure appeared not far from Luyun sect and then hurriedly said, Master, the nine-leaf Jillian is on the body of Xiao Yun in Luyun sect. It's that little girl who looks small. Bang! Before the disciple finished speaking, Qianzhen waved his hand, and the figure flew out immediately, crashing into the mountain and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His whole expression was listless. Go away. When did I need you to interrupt me when I was talking to Master Han? You don't know the rules. Then he said to him a little embarrassedly, I don't know how to discipline my disciples. I hope you don't mind. Master Han's mouth twitched. He was so cruel even to his own people. He really deserved to be called Qianzhen. He was really kind enough. Your Excellency Qian is still so strict in disciplining his disciples. After saying that, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said calmly, This fight for spiritual medicine has ended in that secret realm. If that's the case, why should we talk about redistribution? Master Han did not give in at all. Before, I was willing to take a small step back, just because I wanted to get what I wanted and didn't want to continue arguing to avoid accidents. But this time it was different. Since I wanted the nine-leaf Jillian, there was no need to continue the discussion. Qianzhen showed his kindness again and said softly and calmly, Hey, that's not what I meant. My seven-star sect is willing to use 2 fourth-level spiritual medicines to exchange the nine-leaf Jillian with your Luyun sect. I wonder what fellow the Easton thinks. Han Zhangjiao grinned and said, Oh, you are really shameless. The extra one you used should be the 4th-level spiritual medicine for the spirit beast sect, plus an ordinary 4th-level spiritual medicine. It can be said that fellow Taoist Chen really has a good calculation. If we can't reach an agreement today, we will see you another day. As he said this, Han Zhangjiao quickly urged the spaceship, and at this moment, Qianzhen's face suddenly changed. Since we can't reach an agreement, there is no need to talk. The nine-leaf Jillian must stay today. As he said this, he suddenly grabbed Xiao Yun on the spaceship with his hand. With the order from his grandfather, how could Xiao Yun let go of the storage bag in his hand at will? However, other resources, even a nine-leaf Jillian, would not be given up. If the headmaster was not here, he could only accept his fate. But what was there to talk about with the headmaster here? With a flick of his hand, the shadow that grabbed Xiao Yun dissipated into the air, and then threw out a flying sword, which floated behind him and said loudly, In this case, just come directly. The whole atmosphere became tense in the blink of an eye. Just now he was talking calmly, but now it turned out like this. The cultivators from the 7-star sect stood behind Qianzhen without any worries. As long as Xiao Han and the Great Elder were not there, it would be easy to deal with just one headmaster. In terms of Jindan cultivators alone, the 7-star sect had 6 more than the Luyun sect, and they were all high-end Jindan cultivators. Qianzhen shouted angrily, You really don't know what's good for you. #C1827 Courage. The spaceship that was originally going to fly was parked in the void. Master Han stood in front of the spaceship, and the other Jindan monks of Luyun sect stood behind him. The 7 Stars sect on the other side looked more scattered, and the disciples gathered in groups of 3 or 2, watching the show from behind. Qianzhen and other high-level members of the 7 Stars sect were all standing in the void. Hey! Then there's no need to say so much nonsense. Qianzhen just clenched his fist with one hand and smashed it forward lightly. A solid fist shadow appeared in the void and went straight to Master Han. Master Han immediately pulled himself away to meet the fist shadow, and behind him were the disciples of Lu Yun's sect. He must not give in easily. The whole air was muffled during the fight between Master Han and Qianjin, and the noise it caused was comparable to a sect war. The biggest difference between Yuanying stage monks and Jindan stage monks is that their means are no longer limited to simple attacks such as magic and spiritual tools but can flexibly apply all means. Spells and talismans, close combat and spiritual energy collided, and even flying in the air only required solid air under the feet. Bang, bang, bang. The huge sound of fighting resounded through the sky, and all the cultivators near the valley could feel the huge movement, including those disciples of the Spirit Beast sect who wanted to leave. They also stopped. This was a battle between Yuanying stage cultivators. Just when the battle reached a climax, the Jindan stage cultivators of the Seven Stars sect also entangled with each other. In a one-on-one situation, the Lu Yun sect was short of 6 Jindan cultivators. Seeing that Lu Yun sect was having difficulty holding on, Master Han shouted, "Qianjin, are you really going to have a complete falling out with my Lu Yun sect? Fellow Taoist Han, you are joking. How can there be a falling out? When our two sects encounter problems, we have always relied on this method to solve them." Qianjin said kindly, and soon cast another spell and continued, "It's just that I have some advantage in numbers. Oh, by the way, didn't you have an elder Xiao Han before? He even beat my elder of Qixing sect to death. Why is he gone now? Wait a minute, the one holding the 9-leaf Jillian just now is called Xiao Yun, right? What is his relationship with this Xiao Han? Huafeng, kill Xiao Yun directly." Qianjin immediately gave an order, and soon a Jindan stage cultivator went straight to Xiao Yun quickly. Just now, someone pointed it out, and Xiao Yun was already relatively young among many disciples and was several years younger, so he was exposed to the public at this time. Xiao Yun's face turned black, and she took out the 9-leaf Jillian from her storage bag. Then she took out another talisman and pasted it on, saying loudly, "I'll see who dares to get close. Once you get close, no one will want this 9-leaf Jillian." As soon as he finished speaking, the Jindan cultivator who rushed towards Xiao Yun stopped where he was. It was not worthwhile to lose a 9-leaf Jillian in order to kill a cultivator in the Qi training stage. "You are so brave at such a young age." Qianjin was shocked by Xiao Yun's behavior. He had never been threatened by such a young girl. He casually sacrificed a flying sword and quickly went towards Xiao Yun. Master Han tried his best to resist Qianjin's attack and intercepted the flying spiritual sword. Qianjin's eyes were cold, and he smiled awkwardly. "Huafeng, let's see if this little girl really dares to destroy the 9-leaf Jillian. Today I'm going to say this, if there is any problem with the 9-leaf Jillian, I will definitely kill her today." Huafeng nodded to show his understanding, and went to Xiao Yun again. "You should go back to play at such a young age. Why are you trying to be a hero here?" Xiao Yun was ruthless, and directly began to activate the talisman and said, "In this case I will destroy the 9-leaf Jillian and no one will think of getting it." After that, he looked up at the void again. "You old man with a problem in your brain. Do you really think I care if you kill the others when I'm dying? Even if you kill, what does it have to do with me? Hey, that's cruel enough." Qianjin paused and continued, "Kill him for me." Just when the talisman was about to be activated, a figure quickly appeared beside Xiao Yun, forcibly took down the 9-leaf Jillian and then casually punched Huafeng. Bang! This punch directly knocked Huafeng out and fell into the huge abyss. He was not seen for a long time. The punch just now was the power of creation. He was just an early Jindan, and it was difficult for him to resist this punch. The moment he hit, Huafeng's life was cut off. The figure paused and said loudly, "I wonder who dares to touch Xiao Yun today." Xiao Yun hugged Xiao Han and said, half crying, "Grandpa, you are finally here. I am scared to death." You must make the decision for Yuner. I am just a weak little girl. Look at those dead old men. They only know how to bully a little girl like me. Seeing Xiao Yun crying, the monks around were speechless with surprise. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. The gap between the two was really a bit big. Is the person who was so decisive just now really the little girl in front of him? Xiao Han's mouth twitched. This Xiao Yun, if he hadn't heard the movement here just now, he would have believed her at this moment. Then he patted Xiao Yun and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one dares to bully you. Tell me who bullied you just now." Xiao Yun wiped her tears with her hand and pointed at Qian Zhan in the void, and said, "It was that damn old man. He looked so wretched. He just said that he must kill me today. Damn old man." Qian Zhan was so angry after hearing this from a child of this age. But he didn't know how to vent it. Wasn't he kind? Xiao Han looked a little embarrassed after hearing this. Was it really appropriate to provoke a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage? The headmaster depends on you, Xiao Han immediately shouted. The matter of bullying Xiao Yun is not over. Didn't you want this 9-leaf Jillian just now? Hey, come and get it if you have the guts. I'll stand here. After saying this, he took out the 9-leaf Jillian and shook it in front of him. This was a naked provocation, and Qian Zhan could no longer endure it. He shouted loudly, "Are you Xiao Han? You are really arrogant enough." After saying this, he accelerated the intensity of the attack on the headmaster Han and said, "Kill Xiao Han at all costs and take the 9-leaf Jillian at the same time." After saying this, 5 Jindan cultivators from the 7 Stars sect appeared directly in front of Xiao Han, but none of them took the initiative to attack. Xiao Han looked at the 5 people, 2 of whom he had defeated with one hand, and then chuckled. "Are you sure you want to attack me? Or do you think you have lived too long and don't want to live anymore?" After this sentence was said, none of the 5 Jindan cultivators refuted it. Unconsciously, Xiao Han's terrifying figure was completely engraved in these people's minds, especially the casual punch just now, which even directly destroyed the life of a Jindan early-stage cultivator. How to fight. Hee. What are you doing, attack? Qian Zhan roared angrily, without a trace of kindness. He even punched the Han master in front of him and sent him flying. If he didn't teach Xiao Han a lesson, where would the 7 Stars Gate put his face? In the future, 5 Jindan stage cultivators were so scared that they didn't dare to attack a fellow Jindan stage cultivator. Is this reasonable? #C1828 War Puppet. The 5 elders of the 7 Stars sect looked at each other in bewilderment. On one side was a powerful opponent, and on the other was the pressure of the headmaster. With the headmaster's kind attitude, if they did not take action this time, they would definitely be tortured inhumanly. It was very comfortable to stay in the 7 Stars sect, with various benefits, and the feeling of being superior to others, but the premise of all this was that they had to obey the arrangements of the sect. Thinking of this, the 5 Jindan cultivators looked at each other and then joined forces to attack, and the overall state was completely a life-saving style of play, and they did not want to win. Xiao Han waved his hand, and 3 red lights appeared. The burning heart flame came out of the hexagram formation and hit the 5 people one after another. After such a long period of deduction, the Brahma heart flame had already reached the level of the 3rd level top-grade magic and even faintly broke through to the 4th level magic. Before the Tianshan continent was split, the Brahma heart flame was originally a 4th level, but the content was frequently lost and the environment became increasingly harsh and the cultivators modified it. This led to the fall to the 3rd level. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive collisions directly knocked the 5 Jindan cultivators away, and the defense they created together didn't even last for a moment. Qian Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. He really had some strength. The strength of this attack was enough to rival that of an early Yuanying. No wonder Li Tai said that he must find a chance to kill Xiao Han. If such an opponent is allowed to grow, the destruction of the 7 Stars sect by the Luyun sect is just around the corner. Swish! Qianjin flicked his sleeves, and a residual image flew out, quickly heading towards Master Han. The moment it appeared, the residual image quickly grew larger and gradually revealed its original appearance. Hey! They actually used a war puppet. Someone among the cultivators of the 7 Stars sect shouted. Now Luyun sect's Xiao Han should be dead. It looks like they are going to use the war puppets to entangle the headmaster surnamed Han, and the headmaster himself is going to kill Xiao Han with his own hands. It's really satisfying. Xiao Han has bullied my Qixing sect many times. Killing him now is a great pleasure. There are countless cultivators in Qixing sect discussing. The overall view is that Xiao Han will definitely die here. How can the headmaster not kill Xiao Han personally? On the deck of the spaceship, Xiao Yun looked worried, but soon regained his expression and said loudly, "Grandpa, we must defeat that dead old man." When he said this, someone on the deck immediately started to mock. With this, do you really think that Ancestor Yun can win? Then Wu Jiang of Leiyun Peak immediately said, "If Ancestor Yun doesn't die today, I will eat my own life magic weapon." That's right, it's impossible to win. As soon as Wu Jiang finished speaking, several people jumped out and said. Han Sheng immediately sacrificed his own life-saving magic weapon and said, "Do you really hope that Ancestor Yun will die? If he dies, we will all be doomed." After that, he looked at the disciples around him and said, "Now facing this situation, I hope everyone can be united." After that, he pointed the spirit sword at Wu Jiang and continued, "Especially you. Do you really think that I dare not kill you because the Great Elder is protecting you?" After saying this, the cultivators immediately shut their mouths, thinking about it carefully. Once Ancestor Yun dies, they will all die. It has come to this point, it is impossible to leave them alive. I don't know who shouted loudly, "Come on, Ancestor Yun. Come on, Elder Xiao Han. Come on, Ancestor." Then countless cultivators followed suit, and for a while the entire abyss was full of shouting. Master Han was not affected by the roar at all, but his face changed. When did the 7 Stars sect have such a strong war puppet? You should know that there are only a few war puppets in Luyun sect with the strength of Jindan stage, and this is a war puppet made by fallen Jindan monks. The strength of the war puppet in front of him is comparable to that of the early Yuanying stage. Judging from the energy fluctuations on the war puppet, it is not so easy for him to subdue it. This matter is difficult to deal with. The moment the war puppet recovered, it directly raised the spiritual sword in its hand and chopped towards Master Han, and Master Han slapped the war puppet with his hand. As expected, as he guessed, this war puppet has good strength, and all the war puppets have very simple means of attack. It is a dead monk who was finally refined into a war puppet under various tempering. There is no spiritual energy in his body, but his melee means are good. It can be controlled by injecting a divine consciousness of the operator. When Qianjin saw that the war puppet held up, he immediately slapped Xiao Han, and the huge palm shadow arrived before he reached him. Xiao Han knew that it was impossible to go on like this, and his body swelled up instantly. Boom! Some sounds were also heard from the body during the great transformation, especially with a huge abyss next to it which sounded more like an echo at this time. Looking closely at Xiao Han's transformation this time, his figure was much smaller and his muscles became much more solid. After this retreat, the giant ape transformation also had some breakthroughs. At the moment when the great transformation was completed, the palm shadow slapped Xiao Han directly, and the huge pressure directly slapped Xiao Han to the ground. Xiao Han only felt the blood and qi in his body surging wildly. All the internal organs in his body were squeezed together. If he hadn't transformed into a giant ape just now, he would have been slapped to death by this time. Xiao Han was ruthless and went directly to Master Han, shouting loudly, "Master, I'm here to help you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the war puppet directly. The other party just wanted to use the war puppet to delay the headmaster for a while and then use this opportunity to kill him directly and finally deal with Headmaster Han together with the war puppet. The idea was good, but they would not follow the other party's logic. How could Headmaster Han not understand Xiao Han's idea? He raised his hand and threw out his spiritual sword, blocking the money behind Xiao Han. At the same time, Xiao Han grabbed the war puppet. The position switch was completed like this. Xiao Han grinned and directly engaged in close combat with the war puppet. This is the benefit of reading more. Maybe this war puppet will have a certain lethality to other Yuanian cultivators, but it is really not dangerous for him. It relies on a strong physical body and combines close combat with cultivators. But is Xiao Han afraid of these? The answer is obvious. Xiao Han punched the war puppet fiercely, and both sides burst out with huge lethality, relying purely on physical combat. This scene was more shocking than the two Yuanian stage cultivators. After all, it was not a fancy method of magic or spiritual weapon, but a fist-to-flesh fight. It has been a long time since there was such a scene of fighting. For a while, the two figures fought evenly and it was impossible to tell the winner. Master Han did not attack with all his strength, but tried to maintain his living force as much as possible for defense. He is now waiting for Xiao Han. As long as Xiao Han has a result, this fight will have a result. Time passed slowly, and Chen Zhen could not break through Master Han's defense line. No wonder he could sit in the position of master under the pressure of Wu Feng. He was still a bit of a master. Hey, if that's the case, it can only be like this, Chen Zhen muttered, and when Master Han didn't notice, he slightly pinched a spell with his hand and muttered, "Go to hell, Xiao Han. I will keep you here today even if I have to fight this war puppet." #C1829 Not that simple. Bang! Xiao Han punched the war puppet again. The moment it flew out, Xiao Han suddenly pulled his hand back, shook it hard and cursed. "This is too damn hard." Before the battle, Xiao Han never imagined how high a defense a mere war puppet could have. It was not until after a few punches that Xiao Han deeply realized why this war puppet could compete with the nascent soul stage. The monks resisted. Although you can't directly kill the nascent soul monks, you can definitely fight against the nascent soul monks for a while. It relies on this extremely strong defensive ability. With Xiao Han's current strength, he is 50-50 equal to this warrior. The difference is that the opponent does not feel any pain, but he is different. Few punches will cause his whole fist to hurt. Xiao Han looked around. Behind him was the Luyun sect spaceship. In front of him were the monks of the Seven-Star sect. Below him were the mountains. The most suitable place for the battle was among the monks of the Seven-Star sect. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han quickly moved forward. Before he could run a few steps, the war puppet appeared in front of Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly discovered that this war puppet was different from before, with many more lines on his body. These lines are like spider webs evenly arranged on the body of the war puppet. If there is no clothing covering the neck, it would be difficult for Xiao Han to see it. Is this another attack method for the war puppet? As Xiao Han thought about this, he suddenly felt that the battle puppet in front of him was very dazzling, and the dense lines began to emit a dazzling light, instantly shining Xiao Han under the strong light.
No.
Xiao Han yelled, then quickly retreated, and quickly shouted, "Go back! Go back! Everyone go back! This war puppet is going to self-destruct." Bang! A huge sound appeared between the mountains, and the huge energy erupted by. The war puppet hit Xiao Han at once, sending Xiao Han flying away. He was not seen for a long time. After the war puppet self-destructed, it fell directly to the corner of the mountain range and could no longer move. Many disciples who had not had time to dodge were swept away by this energy, leaving nothing behind. This is not only the case for Luyun sect, even the Seven-Star sect has suffered huge losses, and the Spirit Beast sect not far away has suffered even more serious losses. After Headmaster Han removed the defensive shield in front of him, he looked at Qian Zhen with cold eyes and cursed angrily. Qian Zhen, the person who deserves the most damn is you. You will do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. Even those in your own sect will not be spared. You are the scum of the world of immortality. I will make you pay the price, even if I fall here today. These words represent the anger of Headmaster Han. Xiao Han was killed by the self-destruction just now. Many disciples of Luyun sect also died, and even the flying magic weapon suffered a certain amount of trauma. If he didn't do something today, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the
Luyun sect disciples.
As he spoke, he no longer held back. He formed seals on his hands very quickly. He formed seals with his left hand and took out several talismans with his right hand and headed towards Qianjin. Boom! Clouds quickly gathered in the sky, and the whole land was plunged into darkness. Thunder suddenly exploded, and lightning as thick as a head quickly struck Qianjin. At the same time, the magic behind him was condensed, and a thin sword glowing with golden light struck at extremely fast speed. He stabbed Qianjin quickly. Qianjin smiled disdainfully and said, "What do you mean by scum? The scum I defeated here today is you. Don't you know that only the living are qualified to speak?" Qianjin put away his kind smile and continued, "Dead people cannot speak. Are these the only methods? If that's the case, then you really haven't made much progress, fellow Taoist Han." The battle, which was not yet fierce at first, seemed to escalate and become more vast the moment Headmaster Han really took action. The golden elixir monks on both sides retreated and formed a huge defensive shield in front of their own disciples. The battle between them will be indecisive for a while, and the real decision-making power in this battle lies in the hands of the two leaders. The aftermath of this battle is really big, and just some energy fluctuations are likely to kill these monks directly. The previous war puppet self-destructed, causing hundreds of monks to die on the spot. These monks, most of whom were in the Qi training stage, had never seen such a big scene before. They all looked at the sky with their mouths agape, and many monks felt deep fear. On the deck of the spaceship, Xiao Yun's expression was dull, looking at the direction in which her ancestor flew out, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time, until someone patted her with his hand. The moment she regained consciousness, Xiao Yun quickly ran in the direction
where Xiao Han flew out, shooting loudly, "Grandpa zu, Grandpa zu."
The voice was sad, angry, and desolate, and anyone could tell that the self-destruction just now might have directly killed Xiao Han. Just as Xiao Yun was running wildly, Qin Ming quickly caught her back and said, quickly, "Xiao Yun, this is the result. Even if you are like this, what can you change? Instead of doing this, it is better to live well and strive to avenge your grandfather in the future." As soon as these words were said, Xiao Yun became more awake and just stood on the deck in a daze, with tears in her eyes flowing down uncontrollably. The sad memories of the past, the images of being left to be slaughtered without the care of my grandfather, suddenly appeared in my mind, followed by some images of my grandfather taking care of me and teaching me began to play in a loop. Qianjin frowned and watched the spiritual weapon in front of him shatter into pieces. His expression turned extremely ugly. This Headmaster Han was really terrifying. He didn't expect to be able to fight him to this extent. It seems that we can only wait until we break through the nascent soul stage to reach the great perfection before we can completely solve this problem. I think Xiao Han should be killed by the self-explosion of the war puppet, and the goal is half achieved. As for the 9-leaf Jillian, it will be taken back sooner or later. For the time being, it will be kept in your Luyun sect. Thinking of this, Qianjun said loudly, "Everyone from the 7 Stars sect, you can withdraw." After saying that, He showed a kind face and looked at Han Zhangjiao and said, "Today you have impressed me. I didn't expect that your strength can reach this level. I really underestimated you. But I don't have so much energy to waste with you now. See you later." Soon, all the cultivators of the Seven Stars sect gathered and boarded the flying magic weapon directly. No matter how Zhangjiao Han attacked, he was blocked by the opponent. Seeing that things were going well, Qianjin made a move and the war puppet flew quickly towards Qianjin. It was indeed self-exploded, but it could still be restored if it was dealt with some rare materials. In a breath, Qianjin appeared far away, and Zhangjiao Han could only watch him leave. After another moment, a voice came from the place where Xiao Han was blown away. "After doing such a thing, do you really want to leave so easily?" As soon as the voice fell, a small figure appeared in the public's field of vision, standing in the void, with a flying sword under his feet. It was Xiao Han who was blown away. "It hurts so much," Xiao Han muttered and rubbed his body. If it weren't for the giant ape transformation, this would be really dead. Xiao Han took the consequences of not being able to activate the giant ape transformation for a long time, and he took the damage caused by the
Explosion.
After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han took a step forward lightly, and his figure disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was more than 20 meters away, and each step could shorten the distance by more than 20 times. Xiao Han said calmly, "Old man, it's not so easy to leave. #C1830 Abyss. The flying magic weapon of the Seven Stars sect is not a spaceship, but looks like a huge bowl, which can hold all the disciples of the Seven Stars sect. Qianjin has been walking behind the flying magic weapon. He dare not leave alone. Once he leaves the Seven Stars sect, he may be wiped out. He has done this to the extent that he has completely torn his face with the Luyun sect. The next time they meet again, it is estimated that it will only be a big battle within the sect. There is no other possibility. The war puppet can no longer continue to fight and needs to protect the people in this sect. If Xiao Han is not here, he can still fight with the Luyun sect, but now is not the time for him to be willful. Why is Xiao Han so difficult to deal with? Even the self-explosion of the war puppet with the strength comparable to the early stage of the nascent soul cannot hurt him. No, we can't let the other party hold on tightly. Once the other party's headmaster recovers and attacks with Xiao Han, I will definitely lose. Even if I tie with the other party's headmaster, Xiao Han will definitely slaughter the people in my sect. The scene of Xiao Han defeating 5 Jindan cultivators with one blow is still vivid in my mind. If I let Xiao Han come, wouldn't it be like a wolf entering a flock of sheep? After thinking for a moment, Qianjin said loudly, "Speed up and move forward." While speaking, Xiao Han took a few steps forward, getting closer and closer to the flying magic weapon of the Seven Stars Gate. Headmaster Han quickly came behind him, and his eyes were full of surprise. Just now, it was equivalent to the self-explosion of a war puppet in the early stage of the nascent soul, although it was not as strong as the self-explosion of a nascent soul cultivator. It was a self-explosion in the nascent soul stage after all. I said, "It's not so easy to leave easily." Xiao Han raised the green water sword in his hand and slashed it directly. At this time, the green water sword was more like a knife with a momentum that could cut down the sky. As he raised his hand, several spells, Brahma Heart Flame and 9 turns, Mysterious Origin spell, quickly went towards the flying magic weapon. But all this did not go as he wished. Qianjin raised his hand to block them all, and the war puppet that he was about to catch fell directly. Seeing that Han Zhongjiao was also going to chase him, Qianjin gave up the war puppet with a ruthless heart and left quickly with all the Seven Star sect monks. Just when Han Zhongjiao wanted to continue chasing, he received a message from Xiao Han. "The goal has been achieved. I am in poor health and cannot let the other party find any clues." After sending the message, Xiao Han quickly went to the war puppet and put it into the storage bracelet. He could only do this. He had to make the other party spit some blood anyway. Originally, he had no idea about the war puppet that had exploded. He just wanted to join hands with the Zhongjiao to cause some damage to the other party. As a result, he saw that the other party wanted to recycle the war puppet. In addition, he had read so many books, which meant that this war puppet had certain means of repair. As long as he could refine this war puppet, he would not be so afraid when facing the Elder again. At the same time, it can also weaken the strength of the Seven Stars sect. Sooner or later, the account with the Seven Stars sect will be settled. There is no such thing as suffering a loss is a blessing for Xiao Han. When the Seven Stars sect went away, Xiao Han's expression suddenly changed. His whole face turned pale, and a mouthful of black blood gushed out, and he fell directly from the sky. This body that had just recovered suffered this catastrophe again.
Xiao Han
Was depressed. At the moment of coma, Xiao Han saw that he had been taken to the deck by the Elder. There was no cultivator around except Xiao Yun. It was not until this moment that Xiao Han fell asleep with peace of mind. The flying magic weapon of Lu Yun's sect slowly rose into the air, and finally, slowly headed towards Lu Yun's sect under the control of the Jindan cultivator. Just as all this happened, there was a pair of blood-red eyes in the abyss, like a huge lantern, quietly looking at the world in front of it. The entire entrance to the abyss had very obvious rock faults, and there were not even some uneven places. The entire valley disappeared into the abyss, and a huge circular abyss suddenly formed, with no bottom. The pair of huge eyes flashed suddenly, and a pressure began to spread in the abyss. The terrifying breath eroded every corner of the abyss, and some breath was even gradually dissipating outward. No one noticed all this, and no one paid attention to it. The valley was originally in a remote place in the Spirit Beast sect, and the Spirit Beast sect itself was a remote place. If it weren't for the accidental discovery of the ancient secret realm this time, no one would have noticed it. On the other side of the flying magic weapon, Xiao Han woke up quietly and looked at the sky quietly. At this moment, a very cute little face suddenly appeared in front of him. For so long, Xiao Yun, this little girl, has become more and more delicate, and her appearance is even more indescribable. She is much cuter than the so-called little lowly on the blue star. To be precise, there is no comparison between them. One is the quadruple blessing of makeup, beauty filters, and photo editing, while the other is pure natural beauty. How can this be compared? Grandpa, you're awake. Xiao Yun looked at her ancestor with a worried look. Xiao Han sat up slowly, rubbed Xiao Yun's little head and said, "Where are we? Have we returned to Yuyun Peak? Or are we still on the flying magic weapon?" After asking the question, Xiao Han looked around. This was a very small room. Small but very delicate, with everything that should be there and everything that shouldn't be there. Xiao Yun replied softly, "It's still on the flying magic weapon, and it will arrive in half a day." Xiao Han nodded after hearing this and began to check his physical condition. Fortunately, it was just a serious loss, and he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. The only loss was that the giant ape transformation could not be used for a while. This loss was not small, and every time it was an extreme operation, it would be over sooner or later if it continued like this. Then he turned his eyes to the storage bracelet. Looking at the suspended war puppet, Xiao Han was overjoyed. This time, the biggest gain was still here. After analyzing the gains and losses, Xiao Han turned his head and looked at Xiao Yun and said, "Where is the 9-leaf Jillian? I didn't expect that I would get the 9-leaf Jillian right after I needed." Xiao Yun said with some regret, "It was taken away by the headmaster. He said that this thing belongs to the entire sect and no one can touch it now." Upon hearing what Xiao Yun said, Xiao Han was a little disappointed, but he had no choice. He really couldn't move the 9-leaf Jillian, let alone other things. Just what reason do I have to get it? Not to mention, the great elder, even the headmaster, would never give it to me. The headmaster can choose to believe in his own judgment, but he will not blindly believe that he will directly hand over the 9-leaf Jillian to him. Unless he tells that Xiao Tanner has not fully recovered, he does have a way to prove it, but what about after he tells it? Saying that he can make pills and make top-grade pills to help Xiao Tanner recover? There is no way. Present, this is the only way. If you want to get the 9-leaf Jillian to make pills, you need to plan for the long term. The key is to get enough auxiliary medicines for the 9-turn pill. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han cast his eyes on Xiao Yun and said, "What? Is the harvest of Yuyun Peak this time? I told you to take back everything first, you should have done it." Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Everything is done according to the instructions of Grandpa." Then he took out a lot of storage bags. Xiao Yun directly took out one of the storage bags with Xiao Yun's mark and continued, 60% of the harvest this time is in this storage bag. Grandpa, take a look at the harvest. Looking at Xiao Yun's unstoppable smile, even Xiao Han began to get excited, and then he put his consciousness directly into the storage bag. #C1831 9 Nether Holy Flame. Countless rare treasures are located in every corner of the storage bag. This time the harvest circle can be poured out to form a small mountain. Not to mention so many top-quality spiritual stones, the many third-level elixirs alone were enough for this trip to the secret realm. Xiao Han quickly locked in dozens of useful third-level elixirs. At the same time, I was also looking for the auxiliary medicine of the 9 turns pill. After searching, I found 2 types. There was only one main medicine and one auxiliary medicine left for the 9 turns pill. Xiao Han was so happy that he checked the rest of the harvest one by one. Not to mention the various spiritual weapons, most of them were incomplete. Most, they could just take some available materials and reforge them. These things could only be used as scrap metal for the time being. There were countless forging materials and monster materials. What made him particularly excited was that among these materials were materials that could
restore war puppets.
There is even a storage ring, but with my current level of cultivation I am still unable to find out what good things are in the storage ring, so I can only leave it for later. Hey, that's very good. Xiao Han muttered happily, and took out some top-quality spiritual stones from the storage bag to restore his strength. The rest are some worldly objects, a large amount of gold and other objects. Xiao Han has no need for such things. It is most suitable to reward the disciples who have just entered Yuyun Peak. He looks down on it, but it is a good thing for those disciples who have just gone up the mountain. Just when Xiao Han was about to withdraw his consciousness from the storage bag, he suddenly saw stacked books in a corner of the storage bag. Hey, these are good things. Xiao Han took out these books directly. Looking at these extremely damaged books, Xiao Han didn't intend to read anything from them, he just wanted to take a look. Xiao Yun saw this pile of books and said softly with some embarrassment, "Grandpa, this is what I got from that secret realm sect. I thought it wouldn't occupy much place anyway, so I took it for a look." Xiao Han raised his head and looked at Xiao Yun and said, "So what do you mean? It's not interesting. It's just that I picked up all these rags." Xiao Yun hesitated, then continued after a pause, "I feel a little embarrassed." Xiao Han suddenly realized, then touched Xiao Yun's head and said, "What's so embarrassing about this? And it's probably these things that are the biggest gain. Always remember that books will always be humanity's most valuable asset." After putting these things away for a while, Xiao Han began to read the pile of books in front of him. Picking up a book at random, there are 4 big characters written on it. 9 Nether Holy Flame. These characters are not very different from the fonts used in today's world of immortality. Even if there are some slight differences, you can understand them. It is actually a fire-attributed spell. Xiao Han looked happy and started to try. After a while, a fiery red 6-pointed star array appeared in front of Xiao Han. It only stayed for a moment and then dissipated in the air.
Xiao Han givered
Violently, The surroundings were filled with fire attribute spiritual power. Why was he shivering? It's a pity that the technique is incomplete. It doesn't look like the original one anymore, and many of its contents can't be seen clearly. Soon Xiao Han formed the seal again, and the fiery red color appeared again. Xiao Han injected the power of creation into it and deduced this technique. Bit by bit, it felt like a second-level spell but also like a third-level spell. After trying it several times, the six-pointed star array finally became more stable, and a small wisp of flame came out from the hexagram array. At the same moment, the surroundings were filled with coldness. The spiritual plant placed on the small table not far away also withered instantly. Looked like it had been burned to death, but it was covered with a layer of frost. What a wealth! Xiao Han was a little excited. He quickly collected the whole pile of books, then threw a small porcelain bottle directly to Xiao Yun and said, "Put these books here first. Can be said that these are the biggest ones this time. Harvest. Oh, by the way, there is a top-quality foundation building pill inside. Be sure not to be discovered by others. Let's build the foundation after we go." Back this time, after Xiao Han finished speaking, he took another look at the books in the storage bracelet. Without the power of creation, these books would be like waste paper, but with the power of creation, these books are treasures. After deduction, all of these will become the most powerful spells. Just one of them has this kind of power. As for the rest, these things cannot be thought about at all. Xiao Yun watched quietly from the side, especially since her ancestor was able to study a technique from one of the broken books, and just now she clearly felt that the tiny flame had a cold meaning. Even the spiritual power in the body began to become chaotic. This was just a wisp of flame. No wonder Grandpa said that these books are wealth, especially since the technique couldn't be formed at all at first, but then it became more and more perfect. Grandpa must have had great opportunities after he disappeared. Xiao Yun took the foundation establishment pill and said, "Yes, Grandpa Zhu." After saying that, he took out a black card from the storage bag and placed it in front of Xiao Han. Just when he was about to say something, Xiao Han suddenly took the card. He quickly asked, "Where did this black card come from?" Xiao Yun did not expect Grandpa Zhu's overreaction, and stammered, "I got it in the secret realm." After finishing speaking, she realized that there was something wrong with what she said. After a pause, she continued, "To be precise, I got it from the secret realm. It's the result of killing someone in a secret realm. This card was obtained from a chi training monk from the 7-star sect. When I first discovered it, no one saw it but me." Xiao Han nodded, put the card in front of him and looked at it carefully. "It is right if you don't tell others. This matter must be rotten in your stomach." After finishing speaking, he waved his hand and said, "You go out first and let me stay alone for a while." Xiao Yun looked at her ancestor's somewhat tired expression, then cupped her hands and said, "Yes, Grandpa Zhu." After Xiao Yun left, Xiao Han continued to look at the black card, and took out the black card he had obtained from Li Xingyan before and compared it carefully. Both the material and all aspects are exactly the same. There is not much difference. The only difference is that the black card Xiao Yun got does not have the word fire cause on it. At the same time, Xiao Han suddenly noticed that the two words fire cause together did not mean smoke. He thought of Lu Yen. What a coincidence. Unknowingly, I have been here for so long and I still haven't received any news about Lu Yen. Xiao Han really wanted to go to the headmaster now and ask some things he had always wanted to know. The more I think about Xiao Han, the more I can't suppress this idea. Now is the best time anyway. Even if you can't ask why, you can still make some insinuations. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han stood up directly, crushed the top quality spiritual stone in his hand that had had all its spiritual power absorbed, and pushed the door open directly. After going out, Xiao Han discovered that this should be in the cabin of the spaceship. It was the kind of compartments one after another, just like a hotel in Blue Star. It was specially designed for noble elders to stay. At this moment, a monk in the Qi refining stage walked towards him. When the Qi refining stage monk saw Xiao Han, he quickly bowed his hands and said, "I've seen Patriarch Yuyun." Xiao Han waved his hand and asked, "Where's the master?" The monk pointed inside and said, "Go inside, and the first room on the right is the room where the headmaster stays." Xiao Han nodded, reached the door directly in a flash, and knocked lightly on the door with his hand. #C 1832 Demon Saint. Knock, knock. The knocking sound echoed around, and Xiao Han didn't have to worry about disturbing the rest of the people's rest. There were soundproof covers on every desk and room here, so no other sound could be heard in the room unless someone knocked directly on the door like Xiao Han did. After a while, the shadow on the door shook, and a voice came slowly from inside the door. "Xiao Han, come in directly." Xiao Han was a little surprised that the headmaster actually knew that he was here to visit, and then he pushed the door open and walked in directly. As soon as he stepped into the room, Xiao Han smelled a fragrance, and his originally irritable mood immediately improved. The incense made from violet flowers has some calming effect. "Do you like this smell?" Master Han narrowed his eyes, threw out a small bottle and continued, "The bottle contains violet incense. You seem to be a little irritable recently. Lighting this incense can also relieve your current symptoms." Xiao Han put it away and said, "Oh, thank you, Master. I am indeed a little irritable recently. I don't know how the Master knew that I would come to visit you."
Xiao Han
looked around the room. In addition to the bed where Master Han sat, there was only one chair left. Xiao Han didn't hesitate and sat down in front of the chair. "I just felt that you would come to see me. I told the others not to disturb me. Only you are in a coma and don't know the news," Master Han explained. Then he took out a storage bag from his body, put it in front of Xiao Han and said, "Ha! Here is the 9-leaf Xilian. Give me a reason to give it to you. If your reason is sufficient, I can force it to you without discussing it." Within the sect, Xiao Han was stunned. He could not think that the headmaster would do this. He could only laugh and said, "What is the headmaster doing? Although I am very greedy for this 9-leaf Xilian, I have no use for it. It is better to leave it with the headmaster. What's more, I didn't come here for this matter today, but for another question." Xiao Han immediately stated his purpose. The headmaster's behavior just now was very obvious, and Xiao Han must not accept it. At present, the headmaster is not a person who can be fully trusted. Master Han frowned, looked at Xiao Han's facial expression again, and finally smiled and put away the storage bag, then asked softly, "Since you are not here for the 9-leaf Xilian, then tell me the purpose of your visit today." "I don't want to beat around the bush with you, Master." Xiao Han put 2 black cards in front of Master Han and said, "I think you should know what these 2 cards are." While speaking, Xiao Han carefully observed Master Han's facial expression and did not see any shock. As he guessed, not only did he get the black card, but the Master also got it, or knew about it. After all, even Xiao Yun had the opportunity to see such a card, which only means that the black card is not a big secret, and it can only be said that ordinary people know very little. Even if you get a black card by accident, you can't know that it is a product of the demon clan without carefully checking the information. Master Han nodded and said, "Hey, of course I know. This is not a secret in the world of immortal cultivation. Almost all well-informed cultivators know it. It's just that no one has taken the initiative to promote the function of this card. I think you may have questions. I can only tell you that sometimes not knowing is often the best." Master Han took the initiative to explain a lot of things. Xiao Han seemed to understand what he heard. Maybe not knowing is often a kind of protection. Xiao Han went straight to the point, pointing at 2 different cards and said, "The difference between these 2 cards is here. I want to know what the Difference is. Master Han pointed directly to the card on the left and said, Hehe, this card was obtained from Li Xingyan. As for the other one, it may be from the sect or it may be from the 7 Stars sect or the Red Maple Valley. You don't need to tell me the source of the card in detail. Since you asked this question, I will explain it to you. The biggest difference between these two lies in the level. Look at the word smoke on this card. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a high-level card. This is also the distinction of the demon clan as an undercover. Only high-level cards will have this word, smoke. Master Han hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Han immediately interrupted. Ha! You said this is smoke, not fire? Yes, there's nothing strange about this, but this looks separate. Master Han was asked by Xiao Han, but he had more doubts. Xiao Han continued to ask, Hehe. Then how can you be sure that it must be smoke, not fire? Master Han stroked his beard and said, That's because this word represents the saint of the demon clan, and the word on this card is one of the words in the name of the saint of the demon clan. I remember it was a word before, maybe the saint of the demon clan has changed. Are there any questions? After explaining, Master Han took the initiative to ask Xiao Han. Boom! When this answer appeared in Xiao Han's ears, the whole person became unwell. Is all this really such a coincidence? Xiao Han didn't dare to be arbitrary. Before getting the answer, after being stunned for a while, Xiao Han decided to ask the question he wanted to ask the most. I want to know my life experience, Xiao Han said slowly, then looked at Master Han seriously and continued, Please tell me the truth, Master. Even if I can't say so much, I want to hear the truth. After Xiao Han asked this, Master Han's eyes showed some other emotions. He did not answer Xiao Han's question, but looked at Xiao Han and said, So, did Li Xingyan tell you something? And why do you have to know your own life experience? Sure enough, there are some problems here. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said softly, Li Xingyan told me before he died that I should check my own life experience. As for why I want to know my life experience, I think every normal person wants to know his life experience. Xiao Han did not want to know about the original Xiao Han in this world. He just wanted to find out the truth and the doubt hidden in his heart. The same portrait, the same name, and even the same spiritual roots. Innate spiritual roots are extremely rare spiritual roots. Why did he come to this world with innate spiritual roots? All this is too coincidental. Based on these doubts, Xiao Han wanted to find out what happened. Alas! Master Han sighed slightly and then said softly, I think you should have got some news from Tanner. Since you want to know so much, then I will reveal a few things to you. Still hope you won't get excited, let alone do anything out of line. Master Han looked at Xiao Han quietly after he finished speaking, and continued until Xiao Han nodded. This has to start from the original master's position. Tanner should have told you something, saying that you came from a village that was massacred by the demons. Master Han said helplessly, In fact, you are the child of 2 Yuanying period cultivators. #C 1833 The past. The child of a monk in the nascent soul stage? Xiao Han's head was full of doubts, but he didn't say anything. He just listened quietly. You may find it difficult to accept what I say, but that is the fact. At that time, the original head coach was about to fall and there was an urgent need to quickly select a new head coach. So the great elder and I were sent out to practice. Of course, I won't go into details about the assessment conditions with you. On the battlefield of immortals and demons, by chance we met a young Taoist couple, your parents. At that time, we wanted to join forces with your parents to kill the demons. As I got closer, I discovered that your parents' nascent soul seemed to be contaminated. It looked normal at first, but it wasn't until I got closer that it suddenly struck back. In desperation, I teamed up with the Great Elder to control him. In the end, the Great Elder killed your father when I wasn't paying attention. By the time I arrived. It was already too late. Only your unborn mother remains. I quarreled with him after I found out. He insisted that what he did was right. The contaminated nascent soul monks were time bombs and must be killed. And I think if you take your parents back, there might be hope of saving them. In the end, you were born, but your mother died because the nascent soul was contaminated. In addition, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the risk of childbirth. I will bring you back after that. You should know what happens next, so I won't tell you more. Anyway, don't be too resentful of the great elder. He was also doing it for the human race at that time. Xiao Han did not react too obviously. The words of Headmaster Han must be true and false. He could not really believe what Headmaster Han said. The only thing that is certain is that his life experience is indeed not simple, and the great elder must have done something, otherwise he would not have wanted to kill him after he grew up rapidly. Now he still clearly remembers what Li Xingyan said at that time. He would not feel at ease until he died. What kind of things could not make the great elder feel at ease? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han raised his hands to the headmaster and said, "Thank you so much for clarifying my doubts today, headmaster. Leave first. As for the matter of the great elder, as long as he doesn't trouble me anymore, I will definitely not worry about it." Do what? After saying that, Xiao Han left Headmaster Han's room and went straight back. No matter what happened in the past, the grudge between him and the great elder cannot end. The great elder must die. After Xiao Han left, Headmaster Han stroked his beard and muttered, "Hey Wu, Feng, I won this round after all." After finishing speaking, he closed his eyes and rested his mind, with an intriguing smile on his lips. On the other side, after Xiao Han returned to the room, he began to gradually digest the information given to him by the headmaster. It was difficult to judge whether what Headmaster Han said was true or false. He could only wait to talk to Chao Tanner after returning to see what she thought. Half a day later, the flying magic weapon accurately landed outside Yuyun Peak. After Xiao Han said hello to the elders and headmaster, he took all the Yuyun Peak disciples off the boat. Watching the flying magic weapon leave from a distance, Xiao Han turned around and called Xiao Yun, "Call your brother and come directly to my cave." Xiao Han moved and disappeared at the foot of Yuyun Peak, returning to the cave. When the four holy beasts saw Xiao Han coming back, they decisively surrounded him. Suzaku was the first to speak. "Hey, you're back. Your absence these past few days has made us miserable. When can you take us out to see the world?" Bai Hu looked at Suzaku with a look of fool, and then said softly, "If you are so eager to imprison others, we won't stop you. But can you not take us with you? Our strength, which is equivalent to the foundation building stage, may not be seen in the world, but we will have to be pets for hundreds of years." Suzaku was speechless, but finally struggled and said, "Then I also want to go out and have a look. I came to this Tianxian world to see what it is like here. What's more, there are many colleagues as well as the ancient holy beasts that Tanner mentioned, etc. I always feel like I'm much closer here." Xuanwu said in a mature manner, "What you call closeness is more about the spiritual energy here." Suzaku was non-committal. Xiao Han patted the storage bracelet, and a row of third-level elixirs appeared in front of the four holy beasts. Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Don't panic. Seeing that there are enough elixirs now, it's not enough to reach the golden elixir stage. It's a matter of course." The four holy beasts looked at Xiao Han with admiration. After sweeping away their previous arrogance, it was the Qinglong who took the initiative and said, "Hey, Xiao Han is still reliable." After chatting for a while, Xiao Han heard the footsteps of Xiao Qian and his sister walking up the mountain and then left the cave directly and came outside. At this time, they happened to see the Xiao Qian brother and sister arriving. The two brothers and sisters bowed their hands and said, "See Grandpa Zhu." Xiao Han raised his hand and said, "Actually, I said there are no need for so many rules. I called you here today to talk to you about the harvest distribution issue. This time, my idea is very simple. 50% of the main harvest will be given to me first. 20% will be sold to you brothers and sisters, and the remaining 30% will be distributed to the disciples. As for those disciples who died unexpectedly, just exchange them for some elixirs suitable for ordinary people and money, and give them to their families. Most of the resources allocated are first-level talismans, elixirs, etc. If there are not enough, spiritual stones will be used to make up for it. Okay, that's all for now. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Xiao Qian glanced at his sister, then looked at Xiao Han and said, Actually, I don't have anything to ask. I just have one thing I want to tell my grandpa. Recently, I have always heard people talking, saying that the demons are going to attack our human race in a big way. I don't know if this is true or not. Xiao Han smiled, and then said softly, Whether you want to fight or not, it's not your concern now. Go and get busy. The entire Yuyun Peak is in ruins. Do we need to continue to develop the medicine field? Do we need to improve various structures? Go ahead. Xiao Qian quickly raised his hands and said, Yes, Grandpa Zhu. After Xiao Qian left, a solemn expression appeared on Xiao Han's face. How could he not know that what Xiao Qian said was possible? The demons are eyeing the human race, coupled with the previous demonic beasts, attacking the mountain as well as the demons and demons' internal agents, lurking in the human race as well as the humans who were instigated to rebel. These all illustrate that the human race is currently facing huge dangers, especially the entire Tianxian world. No matter so much, let's go to Qiao Tanner to discuss with her what the headmaster told him today and see how Qiao Tanner makes her judgment. Xiao Han quickly headed towards Ziyun Peak, but Yujin arrived at Ziyun Peak not long after flying. It was already afternoon, and the light shone on the entire Ziyun Peak, like a girl covered with a veil, especially when viewed from above. The entire Ziyun Peak was planted with various colorful flowers. These flowers were arranged regularly and looked very pleasing to the eye. Xiao Han did not know the rules of Ziyun Peak, so he did not fly with his sword, but fell into the entrance of Ziyun Peak. Now he should send a message to Qiao Tanner and ask her to go to Ziyun restaurant for a chat. However, after being in contact with her for so long, Xiao Han still wanted to know what Ziyun Peak was like. C1834 required course. At the foot of Ziyun Peak. In order not to attract other people's attention, Xiao Han specially wore a robe of a Qi training monk, which was also to avoid some trouble. It is said that Ziyun Peak does not allow male cultivators to enter.
Xiao Han
Did not see it with his own eyes, so he was not sure about the details. He could only respond according to the situation. After walking a few steps, Xiao Han saw several cultivators approaching. Stealthily, one of the cultivators even whispered, Hey, be careful, we will be finished if we are discovered. Tell me why it is so difficult to take a look at the fairies of Ziyun Peak. As long as I can take a look, it's worth it even if I get seriously injured. I heard that there was a disciple who got in by chance and finally kidnapped a Taoist partner. Fuck. I envy you. Sneak in quickly. The cultivators chatted in a low voice and approached little by little. Unlike Xiao Han, they all chose side roads, while Xiao Han took the right road. Just when Xiao Han wanted to see if they could get in, he saw a beautiful figure appear in front of those cultivators. Soon, some other female cultivators appeared, all wearing skirts and silk pants. Xiao Han was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, the cultivators from Ziyun Peak had not worn these before. While thinking, Xiao Han heard the leading female cultivator say, Male cultivators are not allowed to enter Ziyun Peak. This is a special permission from the headmaster and the elders. You dare to come in directly like this. Now follow me to the steward's hall. The male cultivators panicked immediately. If they went to the steward's hall, they would be fined spirit stones at the least, and sent to the Wanqing Sea. The worst, this was not allowed. One of them looked around and soon saw Xiao Han walking towards Ziyun Peak, and hurriedly shouted, "Look, there is another disciple who wants to sneak in." He was very happy when he said this because he could find someone to blame if he was caught. How could it be? The female cultivator turned her head and looked at him. She was very happy at first, and then she quickly transmitted the message. Then she quickly walked towards Xiao Han. The male cultivator who reported him was very proud. "We only dared to sneak in from the side roads, but you actually went straight through the main gate. You really think Ziyun Peak is your home and you can go in whenever you want." So she quickly opened her mouth and said loudly, "Brother, I'm really sorry. We have to sneak in to Ziyun Peak. If we want to, you are too arrogant to go in openly. I'm really sorry that I can get a lighter punishment for reporting others." After saying this, she was a little happy. Xiao Han just wanted to greet the cultivator and his family. After hearing this, how could he do this? Just when Xiao Han was about to leave, he suddenly heard the female cultivator say in surprise, "Is it, Ancestor Yuyun? The Peak Master has been waiting in the cave for a long time. Ancestor, you can go directly up the mountain. The peak is the Peak Master's cave." After saying this, the male cultivator who had just reported it looked very ugly, and then the cultivator next to him hurriedly said, "Can you see clearly? That's Elder Xiao. Can you please not implicate us if you have a mental illness?" After saying this, he and the other cultivators hurriedly came to Xiao Han and knelt down directly in front of him. "Ancestor, we didn't know the idiot just now. Please don't blame us." Xiao Han didn't want to argue with them, so he waved his hand and said, "Go away. Just don't come to Ziyun Peak next time." They kowtowed and thanked him, and when they were about to leave, Xiao Han suddenly said, "By the way, take that person to the Deacon Hall. The punishment doesn't need to be too severe. Just pay some spirit stones as a fine." "Yes, yes." He dragged the monk away forcibly. Xiao Han turned his head and asked the female cultivator in front of him with some doubts, "I don't know how you recognized me at first sight, and how did Tanner know I would come? Even if he is an elder of Luyun sect and has been famous recently, it doesn't mean that everyone knows him. He is not the headmaster or the great elder." When talking about this matter, the female cultivator hesitated a little, shyly took out a roll of paper from the storage bag, opened it and said, "This is the portrait our Peak Master gave us. Anyone who is from Ziyun Peak must know the old Ancestor Yuyun, including the new disciples who come to the mountain. The first thing is to know the old Ancestor. This is a compulsory course for our Ziyun Peak. The Peak Master is not waiting for you today, but waiting for you every day." After the female cultivator finished speaking, she was even more shy. This was really embarrassing, but it must be admitted that the old Ancestor Yuyun is indeed excellent. Not to mention the Peak Master, everyone in the entire Ziyun Peak has a secret crush on him. After hearing this, Xiao Han felt mixed emotions. He nodded and walked towards the mountain. Every time a female cultivator passed by, she would nod and say hello to Xiao Han. The entire Ziyun Peak was even more wandering in a sea of flowers, with flowers blooming everywhere. When passing by a field of small daisies, Xiao Han stopped for a moment and admired it quietly. The entire Ziyun Peak was full of female cultivators, all wearing clothes unique to Ziyun Peak. They were not Taoist robes but skirts, some long and some short. Compared with the clothes that looked old-fashioned in other peaks, the clothes here were normal. They even had some fairy temperament. Not long after, Xiao Han arrived at the cave on the top of the mountain, or more accurately, halfway up the mountain. It was not really a cave on the top of the mountain. It was similar to where he was. Xiao Han walked in and saw from a distance that a clear spring was flowing down from the cave above his head, forming a small pool of water in the cave. This is also very similar to his, including all kinds of room buildings. Xiao Han didn't know that this is indeed Ziyun Peak. He would really think that this is his cave. Just when Xiao Han was about to call Xiao Tanner, a figure suddenly emerged. From the calm pool, Xiao Tanner's familiar figure appeared in front of him. Her face was white and fair, like a beautiful jade without any flaws. Her lips were slightly open and slightly moist, and her eyelashes were slightly curled and thick with some water drops hanging on them. She was wrapped in a layer of gauze, and she was looking at Xiao Han happily, and said, "Xiao Han, you are finally here. I heard them say that you came to see me, and I thought I had to take a bath." Xiao Tanner explained softly, and quickly came out of the water, grabbed the void with her hand, and a set of purple luo skirt appeared in Xiao
Tanner's hand.
Turning around again, she had changed her clothes, still as beautiful as ever. Xiao Han was stunned for a while, just looking at it without any embarrassment, but just didn't know what to say. At the same time, he was thinking, why do Jindan stage cultivators still need to take a bath? Once you reach the foundation building stage, you can use some cleansing talismans, and you don't need to take too many baths. When you reach the Jindan stage, you are dust-free. For him, in addition to soaking in the spirit pond for cultivation, the most he does is to experience the feeling of being soaked in water, not for taking a bath. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said softly, "I came here mainly to discuss some things with you. About my life experience, the headmaster told me some past events, but I can't be sure which things are true and which things are false. #C 1835 There is a long way to go." Xiao Tanner's thoughts flickered, but she remained calm on the surface. With a slight wave of his right hand, there was a wooden table in front of him with various spiritual fruits and spiritual food placed on it, and there were 2 chairs beside the wooden table. Xiao Tanner pushed up the sleeves of her skirt, exposed half of her jade arm, stretched out one hand and pointed to the chair and said, "Hey, don't be in a hurry. Sit down and talk slowly. It seems that you want to tell me a lot today." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he nodded with a smile and slowly sat on the chair. He could feel that after hearing the news, Xiao Tanner must have had many speculations, and she would not be able to finish them all in a while. Xiao Tanner pulled the chair in front of Xiao Han with her hands, blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "First tell me in detail what the headmaster brother told you." As he spoke, he gently picked up a juyang fruit, peeled off the skin, and placed it gently in front of Xiao Han, as if he wanted to keep listening. Xiao Han glanced at the juyang fruit and felt a little resistant in his heart, but he said, "Tell me, why would you peel the juyang fruit for me to eat? This juyang fruit is not only a kind of elixir, but can also be used as fruit. Tastes very good, but its effect is a bit untimely. You gave me that pill before, so what if I peel a yangju fruit for you?" Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with a playful look. Her smart eyes seemed to be able to talk. "The meaning is obvious. You must eat this yangju fruit today." Xiao Han said with a bitter look on his face, "I told you that it was a misunderstanding at the time, and I took it by mistake. Haha, who knows if you did it on purpose, and this juyang fruit is really delicious, and it won't be a big deal if you eat a few."
Kia Tanner was
determined in her approach, and as she spoke, she began to peel off another juyang fruit. Xiao Han had never eaten juyang fruit, but he only knew its efficacy, so he picked it up, put it in his mouth and took a bite. The juice slid down his throat, and he had to admit that the taste was really good. After taking a bite, Xiao Han ate the entire juyang fruit in one go. Just as he was about to speak, he saw another peeled yangju fruit in front of him. What were he planning to do today? Xiao Han did not pick it up, but slowly said, "I asked about this when I came back." Then Xiao Han recounted the entire process, including Headmaster Han's expression. Nothing changed, and every word was described exactly the same. Especially what Li Xingyan said was repeated. Xiao Han didn't say anything about the black card. There was no need for the headmaster to lie to himself about it. He could find out with a little inquiry. As for the Juyong fruit piled in front of him, Xiao Han chose to ignore it. Now he felt something strange in his body, not to mention having to eat so much. Xiao Tanner nodded frequently, and when Xiao Han finished speaking, she looked.
At Xiao Han sheepishly.
Her red lips parted slightly and she said, "Would you believe me when I said I didn't want to peel off so much?" After saying that, she pursed her lips and her beautiful eyes flashed. "Oh, I believe you," Xiao Han thought to himself, but replied, "Hey, of course, I believe it." Normally, under such circumstances, he would peel off so much. Unconsciously, as he spoke, he picked up a peeled Juyong fruit, ate it slowly and said, "But this Juyong fruit is indeed quite delicious." Xiao Tanner looked excited and said, "Oh, as long as you believe it, it's really delicious? Then I'll have a few too." Xiao Han just wanted to stop him, but Xiao Tanner ate it instead.
Xiao Han
Felt that things had become a little worse. I can only ask forcefully, which of these words of Master Han do you think are credible? Take the time to ask questions clearly. It is normal to go back early. Don't stay here for a long time. If you stay for a long time, something big might happen. Xiao Tanner didn't know why. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, "The only thing that is certain is that there is indeed something wrong with your life experience. It is true that your parents are high-level monks. In addition to what Li Xingyan said before, the great elder must have done something detrimental to your parents in the past, and there must be a third person who knows about it. Otherwise, there is no need to be so nervous. If I insist on your death, even if the head teacher says so, the senior brother can bite you back. That's no problem. As for the rest of the story about how your parents died, I can't believe it. I can only say that the headmaster probably didn't do anything at the time. I'm not afraid that you will investigate this matter thoroughly. At this point, I finally understand why the relationship between the headmaster brother and the senior brother was so tense at that time. It seems that not only is the dispute over the headmaster, it may also happen to you." Xiao Tanner calmly analyzed it. Xiao Han's eyes lit up when he said this, and it turned out that Xiao Tanner knew her two senior brothers best. It feels like we are infinitely close to the truth of the matter. While Xiao Han was deep in thought, Xiao Tanner suddenly asked, "Then what do you think the headmaster's purpose is for telling you this?" Purpose? Xiao Han already had this answer in his heart, and said directly, "Hey, of course it is to check and balance the great elder, and he will even arrange an opportunity for me to get rid of the great elder directly in the future. In other words, let the great elder use his last remaining energy. Then the 7-star sect is causing trouble." Xiao Tanner didn't say anything after hearing this, but said with a serious face, "So the master is right. The second senior brother has a very deep mind, and the senior brother's emotions will be written on his face. But what I have to admit is that someone like second senior brother is suitable to be the leader, and Luyun sect can continue to be passed down in his hands." Xiao Han did not comment, nodded slightly and said, "In that case I will go back first." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Xiao Tanner frowned and pouted unhappily. "Already like this, and you told me you want to go back." After a pause, she continued, "Anyway, I don't care. You can't leave today. I also asked someone to prepare dinner for us. We have to eat dinner before leaving." Xiao Tanner didn't plan to continue to be polite, especially in the secret place before, which made her feel the importance of cherishing it. Xiao Han was in a big headache. Why did his head suddenly come to his head? Today, he didn't know how to face Xiao Tanner's feelings. I could only force myself to say, "I used to have a Taoist partner." "I know." Xiao Tanner chuckled and said, "I don't know what you are rejecting. The head teacher has more than 100 shujia, and the eldest brother has more than 300. On the contrary, you are very loyal to your feelings. From the beginning to now, you have only had one Taoist partner and you have only left a few offspring." Seeing Xiao Tanner getting more and more excited, Xiao Han's heart was also touched. The scene of Xiao Tanner risking her life to save him kept lingering. In his mind, it was obviously impossible for him to completely push Xiao Tanner away. This moment he felt that he was a scumbag, but fortunately he never thought that he was a good person. Thinking of this, Xiao Han directly hugged the beauty in front of him, and his face gently pressed against her, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Then he stood up and said softly, "Give me some time." After that, he left the cave directly, threw out a flying sword, and flew away. On the sword, inside Tanner Cave on Xiun Peak, Xiao Tanner touched her lips and smiled happily. No matter what the outcome, it was a start and there was still a long way to go. #C1836 Spirit Beast Sect Mutation. A few months later in Yuyun Cave. Wow! Xiao Han suddenly emerged from the pool, wiped the water off his face, and came directly to the shore. The spiritual energy in his body shook slightly, and the water stains on his body disappeared. From time to time, some white smoke would come out. Xiao Han felt the state of his body and put on his clothes. This is indeed effective.
Xiao Han murmured.
Since the trip to Xiun Peak, Xiao Han has started a life of staying at home. The war puppet alone has recovered half, but currently only has the strength of the golden core great perfection. Compared with the previous one, it is still a long way behind. Fortunately, the main materials for restoring the war puppet are all there, and it can be restored to a similar state. If you want to restore to the peak state, you still lack some materials in your hands, especially the 4th level material black goldstone, which is even more scarce. It is said that it is sold by gram and each gram is worth a lot, but Xiao Han needs a full 3 kilograms. Xiao Han didn't want to leave his not-so-rich wallet empty, so he could only refine pills and sell them while slowly collecting black gold stones. Xiao Han never stopped refining pills, and almost all the spiritual medicines were refined into pills, including the production of talismans. His life was fulfilling, but the only thing that was a bit depressing was Xiao Tanner's affairs. Since then, Xiao Tanner has been more proactive than before, and there is always a feeling that it is hard to refuse a kind invitation. Xiao Han, like in the past, went directly to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain and checked the situation in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. After the monsters attacked the mountain that day, the sect investigated the matter thoroughly. It was the 10,000 Beasts Mountain that had an
accident.
Since then, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain has become a place under strict supervision in the sect. First, there was a big bloodbath and all the monsters above the 2nd level were cleaned up. Then a bounty was issued, and anyone who killed a monster and reported it could get a reward from the sect. Just then, Xiao Han found a 2nd level monster running around looking for food. Xiao Han's face lit up as he muttered, "2nd level scorpion tiger monster, it's you." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han formed a seal with one hand, and soon a fiery red hexagram array appeared in Xiao Han's sight, and a chill swept through quickly. The surrounding plants also withered quickly, looking like they were burned, but there was a thick layer of frost on them. The 2nd level monster scorpion tiger monster on the ground was as if facing a great enemy, looking around cautiously, and his body was still trembling, slightly, obviously afraid of something. At the same time, Xiao Han's face turned pale, and a wisp of flame slowly overflowed from the hexagram array, and soon formed a fireball. Xiao Han suddenly smashed the fireball on the 2nd level scorpion tiger monster. In just a few breaths, the scorpion tiger monster turned into nothingness, and even the demon pill was not left. The whole monster dissipated in the air. If there were no signs of burning on the ground, it would really be hard to tell that there was once a huge scorpion tiger monster here. Xiao Han stumbled and almost lost control of the flying sword. Even though his body was extremely weak, he still couldn't hide the joy on his face. After such a long time of deduction, the 9 nether holy flame finally achieved initial results. The level of this magic is definitely not that simple. Xiao Han even thinks it is a 5th level magic. The only flaw is that the spiritual power required is huge. Just now, this fireball is about to drain his spiritual power. He must not use this magic, unless it is absolutely necessary. The sect in the secret realm was definitely not simple in ancient times. Just when Xiao Han wanted to recover his spiritual power on the spot, he suddenly received a message from Xiao Tanner. Go back to Yun Peak quickly. There is a major event. Hey, it's the same move every time, and I don't know how to change it. Xiao Han muttered, but there was a little more smile on his face. After a pause, he murmured, Forget it. I'll trust you again and see what you want to do this time. While muttering this in his mouth, he was secretly looking forward to it. Sometimes people are so mean, even if they embark on the path of cultivating immortals. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han directly held a top-grade spirit stone in his hand and went to Yun Peak while using the top-grade spirit stone to restore his spiritual power. If it was in the past, Xiao Han would not be so extravagant, but who can say that resources are abundant now? If other peaks only got so many resources, they would not dare to be so extravagant, but Xiao Han is different. After turning them into pills and selling them, they can increase several times. Before arriving at Luyun's sect, Xiao Han saw from afar that the sect's formation had been opened at some point. When he just came out, the formation had not been opened yet. Could it be true? I hope Xiao Tanner is still joking with me. With his identity token, Xiao Han entered the formation and quickly headed towards Yun Peak. Yun Peak. As soon as Xiao Han arrived at the cave, he saw Xiao Tanner standing at the door of the cave looking forward to something. When she saw Xiao Han, Xiao Tanner immediately came up and said anxiously, Oh, no, something bad has happened to Xiao Han. This time, Xiao Han was completely convinced that something big must have happened. This approach was not like Xiao Tanner's usual style. After Xiao Han calmed down a little, he whispered, Don't be anxious and talk. Slowly, Xiao Tanner directly took out a photo bead and handed it to Xiao Han, saying, Anyway, you can take a look first. What happened that required the photo bead? Xiao Han was a little confused and directly checked the contents of the photo bead. When the picture came into his eyes, Xiao Han almost threw the photo bead away. The whole picture was not the human world at all, it was simply purgatory. There were corpses everywhere. This was a sect whose name was unknown. There was no living person in the entire sect. All the people had become corpses, lying on the ground with some black air emanating from their bodies. The corpses were completely bloodless. If one had to describe them, they could only be described as dried corpses that had been drained of blood. They were even more terrifying than dried corpses. The ferocious expression showed that the deceased had suffered great pain before his death, otherwise he would not have had this expression. After watching for a while, Xiao Han stopped the video playback and asked in a deep voice, What happened? Xiao Tanner calmed down and said, This is the news we just received. The headmaster is sending messages to people in the sect and asked me to start sending messages as well. You will also help send messages later. The main thing is that all Luyun sect disciples are not allowed to leave the sect. The images you just saw were collected by the elders of the nearby Shentai sect and sent to the nearby sects as soon as possible. You are also familiar with the sect in this picture. It is the Lingshou sect, in the secret place before. When the Shentai sect discovered it, there was no living person in the entire Lingshou sect, as if they had all died overnight. The matter is urgent. Let's send messages to the disciples in the sect first. Xiao Tanner said and began to send messages one after another. Seeing this, Xiao Han did not hesitate and began to send messages to the disciples of Yun Peak. How could the spirit beast sect suffer such a disaster, especially such a frightening thing? That is a sect. Even if it is a not very well-known sect, it is still a sect with Jindan stage cultivators. #C1837 kill one by one. Outside the Yuyun Hall, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief after looking at all the disciples who had arrived. Fortunately, the disciples of Yuyun Peak had been practicing in Yuyun Peak during this period and had not gone out to practice. After a period of voice transmission, Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner did everything they could to spread the news, and the disciples of Luyun sect also responded as much as possible. From today on, before the truth of the matter is found out, the sect protection formation will be activated all day long without stopping, even if it requires burning a large amount of spirit stones every day. Fortunately, Luyun sect had a lot of gains in the past few days, so it was still easy to maintain this short-term formation. Xiao Han, have you notified everyone? Xiao Tanner said with a worried look on her face, the horrifying scene in the image beads still lingering in her mind, and then she continued, it's better not to leave the sect as much as possible during this period. According to the latest news from my side, this time it is very likely that the demons hiding here did it, and it will be done by at least a demon king level existence. And this demon king should have extremely perverted hobbies, causing those killed monks to die miserably. Listening to what Xiao Tanner said, Xiao Han was slightly startled. Even if he had an answer in his mind, he would still find it difficult when the facts appeared. For now, we can only investigate the matter clearly before making a decision. Thanks to the fact that he had read a lot of books before, Xiao Han is no longer ignorant like before. The existence of the Demon King level is equivalent to the cultivator of the nascent soul stage who wants to destroy the entire spirit beast sect without anyone noticing, so that there is no survivor. It is a conservative statement to say that this time it was done by the Demon King level existence. The difference between the demons and humans is that they exist differently. In the ancient times of Tianxian realm, there were 10 kinds of creatures, of which the demons and spirit beasts were the second most powerful races, and the demons and humans were the second and the first respectively. After a long period of development, only 4 of the 10 kinds of creatures remain, and the race that has disappeared recently is the elves. However, the human race has become a powerful creature in the entire Tianxian realm in one fell swoop because of its super talent, diligence, and creativity. The demons in the past were also like this, coexisting with the human race and making progress together, but from hundreds of thousands of years ago, the demons began to become tyrannical and bloodthirsty for some reason, which led to their breakup with the human race and eventually formed a 3-legged tripod with the demons. As for the spirit beasts, they became vassals of the human race, while the wild spirit beasts have always been in a neutral state. The biggest difference between the demons and the human race is that the demons have the means of the demons since they were born, and they are equivalent to the cultivators of the human race in the Qi training period. The human race needs a large population base so that people with spirit roots can be born stably. Demon spirits, demon generals, demon lords, demon kings, and even demon lords. The demon clan has a strict hierarchy that is even more stringent than the human clan. Xiao Tanner paused and asked, "What do you think about this matter?" "What can I think? It's nothing more than an unknown enemy." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he looked into the distance and said softly, "Whether it's the demon clan, the human clan, or even the monster clan, as long as they threaten me or my close ones, I'll kill them one by one." Just then, Xiao Qian suddenly stepped forward and said awkwardly, "Grandpa, I have something to tell you and you have to decide."
Xiao Han fråvned.
Xiao Qian had already made the decision. What else could he decide? Could it be that something big happened in Yuyun Peak again? Then he asked softly, "Hey, tell me what I need to decide." Xiao Qian waved his hand to the back, and then saw 2 figures walking out of the many disciples. Xiao Han frowned after seeing the 2 figures clearly. "Isn't this Zhao Taizhu who was accepted into Yuyun Peak by me before? Thought he had a strong character and was a good candidate for cultivation, so I accepted him into the peak. What is he doing now? Especially the little girl next to Taizhu, who looks lively and even looks a bit like Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu just walked out of the crowd, knelt on the ground with a thump, and kowtowed several times, saying, "Grandmaster, I did something wrong, but I still want to fight for my sister's chance to be immortal." As he was speaking, the little girl next to Zhao Taizhu also knelt down with a thump and said, "I, the humble Zhao Linger, pay my respects to the Grandmaster." The little girl kowtowed her head heavily to the ground and never raised her head again. Xiao Han seemed to understand something and chuckled. "Tell me, what did you do?" Zhao Taizhu thought for a moment and said softly, "I went down the mountain to visit my relatives a few days ago and gave some money to my family. I thought that I only had a little sister, so I taught her a few cultivation techniques to try. If it doesn't work, give her some pills and she will be healthy for life and enjoy family life. Who knew that my little sister told me that night that she felt the qi? Know that Luyun sect has rules that disciples cannot easily teach techniques to ordinary people. But my little sister should be qualified to cultivate immortals. I am willing to exchange my own future for my sister's future. I hope the ancestor will give me a chance." Bang! After Zhao Taizhu finished speaking, he kowtowed again, and the ground was smeared with blood. Xiao Tanner quickly said, "Xiao Han, maybe you have picked up a treasure. Why not?" Xiao Tanner was interrupted by Xiao Han before she finished speaking, and then shouted, "Zhao Taizhu violated the sex regulations and was punished to go to the spiritual medicine garden to take care of spiritual medicine for 10 years. In addition, Zhao Linger will first become Xiao Yun's disciple and will decide where to go after her qualifications are tested." After saying that, he waved his hand, indicating that the two could leave. Zhao Taizhu said happily, "Thank you, ancestor." Then Zhao Linger also said, "Thank you, ancestor." Xiao Han looked at Zhao Linger again and felt that some of her characteristics were very similar to Xiao Yun. She was just a cultivator with good qualifications, so Xiao Han didn't care too much. After that, he asked the headmaster to borrow the qualification stone and test the qualifications. The previous robbery of these disciples was entirely for the secret realm. Now that the secret realm trip is over, Xiao Han doesn't want to focus on it. With this time, he can think more about some magic by himself, which is the real thing. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said to the disciples again, "During this period, no one can leave Yun Peak at will without my order." After that, he took Xiao Tanner and went directly to the cave on the top of the mountain. The other disciples hurriedly bowed and said, "Farewell, ancestor. Farewell, Elder Ziyun." When they all said goodbye in unison, a voice suddenly came from somewhere else saying, "Farewell, Grandpa and Grandma." Xiao Han staggered, and his consciousness explored the Yuyun Hall. It was Xiao Yun. Only Xiao Yun in the entire Yun Peak dared to say that. Xiao Tanner flew on the sword, covered her mouth with her hand and said, "This Xiao Yun is really cute." After saying that, her brows suddenly frowned and said, "Xiao Han, the headmaster just sent me a message, asking us to go to his place." The message sent him to Yuyun Peak. Xiao Han thought for a moment and asked, "Did you say what it was for?" It said it was for the Spirit Beast sect, but it didn't say what it was specifically about. Xiao Tanner looked worried and soon continued, "If I were to say that you can't go now, you should retreat quickly. You have been retreating to the outside world before, so that neither the headmaster nor the elder can say anything." #C 1838 Exploration Team 1. Hey, it was really about the spiritual beast sect. That was what Xiao Han had just guessed. The headmaster would usually not have time to summon Elder Zhong. This is only the case when something like this happens. Escape is not the best way, Xiao Han said, then turned around and headed towards Tongyun Peak, but continued, "There must be a certain reason why the headmaster asked us to go there. Just adapt to circumstances when the time comes. If you are really in danger, you can refuse. At worst, I won't act like this elder There is no place in the world that is unreachable. After Xiao Han explained, he accelerated towards Tongyun Peak. Xiao Tanner followed behind and sighed slightly. Her intuition told her that things this time were not simple. What Xiao Tanner didn't know was that the main reason why Xiao Han was willing to go there this time was because he wanted to know more about the demons. The word smoke on the black card kept making him restless. There are still missions and tasks that have not been completed, and Blue Star is still tied up. Tongyun Peak. Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner did not stop at the foot of the mountain, but headed directly towards the headmaster's courtyard. As soon as he arrived, Xiao Han saw Qin Ming talking to the headmaster there. In a low voice, with a solemn expression from time to time, the two set up a soundproof cover, and it was difficult for Xiao Han to hear what was being said. It was not until Xiao Han and the two approached the headmaster that they stopped and removed the soundproof cover. Xiao Han said hello to the headmaster and Qin Ming respectively. Qin Ming always treated him well. If it weren't for what Xiao Tanner said, Xiao Han would really be prepared to get closer to Qin Ming. Headmaster Han said softly, "Xiao Han, I won't follow you in circles. The main reason I called you here this time is because of the spiritual beast sect." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Headmaster, just say what you say. Now that you are ready, I will explain to you the ins and outs of this matter clearly so that you can make your own judgment. The Dixuan continent where the spirit beast sect is located, whether it's our Luyun sect, the Seven Star sect, or the Red Maple Valley, there are even more sections. We all attach great importance to this matter. After consultations with the heads of many sects, we finally decided that each sect would send a team of monks to the spirit beast sect to investigate. This team is called the Demon Detection Team. Generally speaking, 5 monks from each sect work together to form this team. The minimum cultivation level required for the monks is the Golden Core stage. Headmaster Han paused after saying this, looked at Xiao Han and continued, "Do you have any questions about what I just said?" "So, Headmaster, just tell me the result directly." Xiao Han almost burst out in his heart, saying, "I'm just stepping on a horse." He paused and continued, "As long as we follow the rules, I, Xiao Han, will obey the sect's arrangements in everything." Headmaster Han breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Actually, I don't know why it was such a coincidence. This time, after consulting with the Great Elder, I finally decided to draw lots. Draw 5 people from all the Golden Core cultivators in the sect. As leader, I guarantee you that this draw will be absolutely fair and just. I know this mission is dangerous and difficult, but the final result is this." "Ha!" Xiao Han chuckled and said, "So I am one of the 5 golden elixir monks, right?" Headmaster Han nodded solemnly, looked at Xiao Tanner beside Xiao Han and said, "Not only you but also junior sister Tanner. That's why I tell you that this time it will be absolutely fair and just, without any tricks. This time the Luyun sect's 5-person team consists of you and Tanner, as well as the 6th Elder Kong Kai, the Internal Affairs Elder Zhongyu, and the
Bits Yun Feng Fang Jie."
Xiao Han looked at the tea table set aside, sat down on one of the chairs, and poured himself and Tanner a cup of tea without ceremony. He picked up a teacup, sniffed it at the tip of his nose, drank it, and then said softly, "Hey, this tea is really good." After finishing speaking, he looked at Tanner and continued, "So Tanner, why don't you come and have a drink? If you don't come back this time, the master will not be able to drink this tea." Headmaster Han raised his eyebrows. This guy was always so rude. Then he chuckled and said, "So you have no doubts about this draw. As for the tea, you can drink it if you want. I still have a lot. You can take some back later. Since it's a lottery within the sect, what other reason do I have to refuse? It's just that if I go out to investigate this time, there should be corresponding rewards." Xiao Han said, changing the subject, and continued, "If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be possible." "Fair enough. Should there be some reward for such a dangerous thing? Xiao Tanner's eyes lit up and she continued, That's right, brother. Headmaster. This kind of thing must be rewarded. Although the spiritual beast sect is not a big sect, there are still several Jindan monks sitting in charge, and they all died so unknowingly, which shows the seriousness of this matter. If there are not enough rewards, it will chill the hearts of the monks in the sect. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows with a slight smile in his eyes. Xiao Tanner cooperated so well that even he felt that these words were impeccable. Now that everything has been decided and I wanted to investigate, it would be a great thing to get some benefits from this task. Even if the remaining 3 Jindan monks are from the Great Elders faction, fighting for benefits will cause some bad consequences for the leader. But what does all this have to do with him? He just needs to fight for his own interests. Headmaster Han had a look of pain on his face. Before Xiao Han came just now, he and Qin Ming were all discussing how to persuade Xiao Han. After all, it was too coincidental. How could Xiao Han and Tanner be chosen among more than 20 Jindan cultivators? And this matter was a tough job. Just as Xiao Han and Tanner said, no one was willing to do this kind of thing before the truth was investigated. Even if there was a generous reward, you still had to live to get it. Those who could cultivate to the Jindan stage had a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, and cultivators who reached this level often cherished their lives. In short, they were afraid of death. The headmaster never expected that Xiao Han would come up and ask for a reward. After thinking for a moment, the headmaster said softly, So what do you want? That's great. Xiao Han patted the tea table and stood up. He reached out and grabbed a small piece of stone and placed it on his palm and continued. Black gold stone. Get as much black gold stone as possible. No matter how much reward you give to other cultivators, I will exchange it. All for black gold stone. Xiao Han's goal was this. The black gold stone circulating on the market was extremely rare. Even if he had spirit stones to buy it, there were few for sale. Asking the headmaster directly was the best way. Xiao Tanner also said, Master, I also want the black gold stone. Why are you joining in the fun here? Master Han looked depressed, and after a pause, he continued, Do you know how rare the black gold stone you want is? Xiao Han nodded and said, Of course I know. If it was really easy to get, I wouldn't have made this request. Master Han's eyes suddenly condensed, and he looked at Xiao Han seriously and said, The purpose of you needing the black gold stone is to repair the war puppet. After saying that, his eyes seemed to be able to see through Xiao Han's mind, and he was very captivating. Just this gaze used up a lot of spiritual power, making it difficult for people to lie. #C 1839 Demon Exploration Team 2. Xiao Han did not comment, but plucked a leaf from a nearby bamboo and played with it in his hand. When he was fighting with the 7-star sex master for the war puppet, the master saw it. Although this black gold stone has many uses, if the master did not know that he had stolen the war puppet, he would have guessed something else. But under this premise, it can only be used to restore the war puppet. Facing Xiao Han's silent affirmation, Master Han persisted for a while and then sighed slightly. Hey, do you know how difficult it is to repair this war puppet? This war puppet is not from my Luyun sect. The refining method of each war puppet is different. This is also to prevent the war puppet from being used by others. If the master of the 7 Stars sect took it back, it would only need enough materials to restore it, but we can't repair it if we take it back. At first I thought you just wanted to study it, but I didn't expect you to want to repair it. As he spoke, Master Han looked helpless. He did have the black gold stone, but if Xiao Han played with it, it would be a bit painful. Xiao Han grinned. If it was in the hands of others, it would really be a waste. Even the Great Elder would not think much after knowing that he got the war puppet. After all, what role can a war puppet that is difficult to repair play? But it fell into his hands. Just relying on the deduction of the power of creation, he could feel the structure of the war puppet clearly. All he needed was the materials. He would not take the initiative to explain these, so he said softly, "Everything has a beginning. I just want to think about it. As for whether it can be repaired, don't bother the headmaster to worry about it. Even if it can't be repaired, I can learn something from it." After hearing this, the headmaster Han just thought that Xiao Han was young and hot-tempered, and he would just suffer a few more losses. He took out a storage bag and said, "There are a total of 4 kilograms of black gold stone in it. It's a reward for the two of you. Of course, these are definitely more. You have to make up the remaining difference. Although I don't know how much black gold stone you need, these 4 kilograms are more than enough. As for you and Tanner, you can negotiate it yourself." "I still need to make up the difference?" Xiao Han exclaimed in surprise. Although he knew that black gold stone was expensive, he still felt that his life was more valuable. "If I didn't have a certain purpose and had the means to protect myself, I wouldn't go no matter how much I was given." Thinking of this, Xiao Han took the storage bag and said, "It's impossible to make up the difference. Impossible to make up the difference in this life. As for the difference, you can deduct it from my future merits." Xiao Tanner looked at the headmaster and said, Senior brother, you are really mean. You want to make up the difference after giving a little reward. I really misjudged you." After that, he turned to Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, what's mine is yours. We don't have to count." Han, the headmaster, was heartbroken. Is this still the little sister he used to be? In the blink of an eye, she started to speak for outsiders. He could only accept his fate and said, "Okay. You guys prepare to leave in a week." "Hey, so urgent?" Xiao Han said in surprise. He thought he would be given some time so that he would have time to restore part of the war puppet first. Then, he realized that things were urgent and there was no time to prepare. After a pause, he continued, "Okay, we'll set off in a week. The specific itinerary can be arranged by the headmaster. I'll give it to you as soon as the list of names and itineraries between the various sects are available." After Headmaster Han finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, "Speaking of rewards, I remember you still have a reward that you haven't given me yet. The reward for killing the sinner Li Xingyan of the Luyun sect and saving a large number of disciples has not been given yet." When Xiao Han heard this, he suddenly became interested and hurriedly asked, "So what is the reward you are talking about?" "Rewards can be given, but it's a bit difficult." Headmaster Han smiled, mysteriously paused and continued, "And the rewards are extremely generous. It depends on whether you dare to take them." Xiao Han frowned. There is a reward that he dare not take. "How do you know I don't dare to take it if the headmaster doesn't tell you?" Xiao Han paused and continued, "Even if you want to give me the position of headmaster, why wouldn't I dare to do it?" "Heh, you are so arrogant." Headmaster Han chuckled and continued, "You don't have a spiritual vein in Yuyun Peak yet. The spiritual vein of Chuyun Peak seems to be pretty good. It just so happens that Chuyun Peak hasn't punished Li Xingyan for such a big mistake. Isn't it just right to take the spiritual vein of Chuyun Peak away from Yuyun Peak? This way, we can punish Chuyun Peak and reward Yuyun Peak." Drawing spiritual veins? Xiao Han was slightly startled and soon searched for relevant information in his mind and couldn't help but look at the headmaster. This headmaster is really cruel. Although there are many spiritual veins in the world of cultivating immortals, they are not many. The rise and fall of a sect even depends on spiritual veins. To judge the potential of a sect, you can even look at its spiritual veins directly. Take Yuyun Peak for example. Although it belongs to Luyun sect, Yuyun Peak without spiritual veins is destined to be unable to cultivate high-level cultivators. Xiao Han can only rely on pills to pile up, but if he has a spiritual vein, it will be different. This reward is not bad. Will the elder agree to extract the spiritual vein of Yunfeng? Xiao Han suddenly asked. That's why I ask if you dare. The meaning of Master Han's words is very clear, and he will get benefits by further offending the elder. If you take a step back and choose not to offend, then don't take this benefit. As for the descendants and disciples of Li Xingyan of Chuyun Peak, the Peak Master of Chuyun Peak has been beaten to death, so what else can be said? The most critical point is the elder. Ha! Xiao Han laughed again and continued, why don't you dare? As long as the headmaster announces that the spiritual veins from Yunfeng will return to Yunfeng, I will take it tomorrow. There is no point in asking him if he dares. Even if he takes a step back, can the grudge between himself and the great elder be resolved? They are mortal enemies with no grudges or grudges. Okay. Go back and wait for the notification, Headmaster Han said with a smile. Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner both raised their hands towards the headmaster, each threw a flying sword and headed towards Yuyun Peak. Halfway, Xiao Tanner had a worried look on her face, and from time to time she would look at Xiao Han with her beautiful eyes flashing. She had been brewing for a long time without saying anything. Seeing how uncomfortable Xiao Tanner was holding it in, Xiao Han asked, proactively, if you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to hold it in like this. It's so uncomfortable. Can't you see that the headmaster is taking advantage of you? Xiao Tanner asked a little depressed and then continued. There are obviously other opportunities to give you spiritual veins, but you have to extract Yunfeng's spiritual veins. This is obviously an attempt to provoke a conflict between you and the great elder. Moreover, the headmaster really wants to use your hand to deal with the senior brother, so he can stay hidden. Xiao Han's forward speed suddenly slowed down. He slowly approached Xiao Tanner, touched Xiao Tanner's head with his hand and said, how can you not see that you are using me? But what does it matter? As long as the actual benefits are in place and do. You really think the headmaster won't think that I think he is using me? Everyone is just using each other. There is no such thing as taking advantage of each other. Hearing what Xiao Han said, Xiao Tanner immediately reacted and said, I'm in a dead end. In fact, I can think of all these things. It's just that when I think about you and senior brother standing on the opposite side, I feel a little overwhelmed. Oh, it's nothing. Everything will come to a conclusion. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated his speed and headed towards Yuyun Peak. He had better check how to extract and preserve this spiritual vein. #C 1840 Exploration Team 3. Tongyun Peak. 1 week later, Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner arrived at Tongyun Peak on time at the agreed time. After discussing all matters with the headmaster that day, only 4 days later, the headmaster sent the members and numbers of each sect to Xiao Han. And Xiao Han was appointed as the captain of Luyun sect this time. Today they will gather at Tongyun Peak and finally arrive at the agreed place, the edge of Lingshou sect. There are a total of 19 sects participating in this demon exploring team, all of which are large and small sects scattered near Lingshou sect, and the worst of them are also low-level sects. Led by the 5 upper-level sects, the remaining 14 middle and low-level sects are supplemented. There are a total of 90 cultivators dispatched, including several Jindan cultivators from low-level sects who have not yet gathered 5 people. Since the destruction of the entire Lingshou sect, a depressing atmosphere has enveloped every nearby sect, and everyone is worried whether their sect will become the next Lingshou sect. The atmosphere of cultivation has become stronger these days. No one wants to face that kind of thing, so they can only accept their fate. Xiao Han has been restoring the war puppet these days. All the damage to the war puppet has been repaired. The only thing left is to dissolve the black gold stone bit by bit and pour it into the surface of the war puppet. In this way, the war puppet can achieve strong defensive capabilities. It is without these war puppets that it cannot match the Yuanying period cultivators. What makes Xiao Han happy is that as long as all the black gold stones in his hand are integrated, this war puppet is likely to reach the strength of the middle stage of the Yuanying period. This is an unexpected gain. Of course, this premise is also exaggerated, and more black gold stones are needed. If these resources for repairing the war puppet are taken out, I don't know how many foundation-building cultivators can be cultivated, and even Jindan cultivators are no problem. But what Xiao Han needs is a means to save his life. The premise of all development is the safety of his own life, otherwise everything is empty, especially the elder who repeatedly wants to find an opportunity to kill him. Just as Xiao Han was thinking, the familiar figure of the headmaster appeared. In Xiao Han's sight, Xiao Han bowed and said, "Master, you are here." Xiao Tanner also bowed and said, "Master, you are so slow. You made us wait so long." Master Han was already used to Xiao Tanner's behavior, and just said softly, "They are not all here yet." As Xiao Han and others were talking, they saw several figures flying in the air. A closer look showed that they were Kong Kai and his 3 companions, or, more precisely, Kong Kai, Zhong Yu and Deng Yuankue. Looking at Deng Yuankue's cold expression, Xiao Han frowned. He had hit him so hard last time, but now he has recovered. Deng Yuankue's vitality is really tenacious. In fact, Deng Yuankue is not bad in terms of talent, but he is too abnormal to meet Xiao Han. When the 3 figures arrived, they all greeted the master. Master Han looked at the others, then at Xiao Han and said, "You have been notified of everything. This time, the exploration is entirely up to Xiao Han. Are there any other questions?" The others all shook their heads, but Xiao Han asked in confusion, "Didn't you say Fang Che from Beast Cloud Peak before? Why did it become Deng Yuankue now? Fang Che is dead." Master Han said in a deep voice, and after a pause he continued, "After Fang Che left the sect, he didn't come back for several days. The last time I heard about him, he was on his way back. After that, he didn't come back for a long time. When I went out to look for him, I found that he was dead. His death was exactly the same as that of the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect." Deng Yuankue was drawn after a new draw. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, which meant that the death was still continuing and had not ended. The death of Fang Che from Beast Cloud Peak was a good example. No matter who it was, Xiao Han would have no problem. At present, the only people who could threaten him in the entire Yuyun Peak were the Master and the Great Elder. "I understand. Let's set off now," Xiao Han said, throwing out the flying sword first. A few days later, Xiao Han led the Luyun sect's team and approached the agreed location of the major sects little by little. The closer Xiao Han got, the more nervous he felt. When he looked down from the sky, he didn't feel anything. There were dense forests and green plants everywhere. Whether it was the valley of the mountain range or the grassland, it was covered with all kinds of green. This scene has to be said to be very close to a state of integration between man and nature, but when he felt it carefully, he felt horrified. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that Xiao Han felt that this was not a normal state. Not to mention humans, even monsters could not be seen. Everything was quiet. The birds that liked to chirp on weekdays were silent. They moved very slowly along the way, carefully observing everything around them and occasionally exploring other places, but they didn't find anything unusual. If it weren't for the death cases reported by various sects in recent days, Xiao Han would even be wondering about the accuracy of Fang Che's death news. The place of discovery was a little lower in the Luyun Mountains, not in the territory of the Spirit Beast sect. However, along the way, no cultivator who died tragically was found. Just as Xiao Han was about to move forward, he heard some unusual movements in his ears, coming from the direction of the Spirit Beast sect. Xiao Han had been receiving the sounds around him from before, and his direction had been locked on the direction of the Spirit Beast sect. The sound coming at this moment must be a problem. Xiao Han turned his back to the 4 people and stretched out his hand, signaling them to stop. The 4 people who were flying on the swords stopped. Immediately, Xiao Tanner approached Xiao Han and asked, "What happened? Did you feel something different?" Xiao Han nodded gently and said, "It does feel unusual. We are very close to the agreed place. In order not to attract too much attention, we should keep a low profile and hurry on." He landed first and walked through the forest. You can't say it directly if you find something moving. Anyone would think too much if they could detect it from such a long distance. Xiao Tanner followed closely behind. She would never question what Xiao Han said. Kong Kai, Deng Yuankue and the other 3 descended at a very fast speed. What Xiao Han said made sense. Just as Xiao Han was on his way, he suddenly received a message from Deng Yuankue. "Be careful of Zhongyu, especially when there is danger." After hearing the content of the message, Xiao Han was shocked and surprised. Then he continued on his way without making a sound, and didn't even reply to Deng Yuankue. Did Deng Yuankue have a seizure? He and Deng Yuankue are deadly enemies. Why would he send a message to himself to be careful of Zhongyu? Subconsciously, Xiao Han thought that this might be a new trick, but he was not sure whether it was true. He could only judge it when something happened. Xiao Han flew at a low speed all the way, carefully exploring everything around him. Fortunately, the journey was smooth and no danger was found, until he arrived at the place agreed with other sects. When he arrived at the destination, there were already many sect monks, wearing various sect monk robes. All of them were Jindan monks. Each sect had its own considerations. The Yuanying stage was in charge of the sect, and it would be useless for the foundation building stage monks to come out to explore. Jindan stage monks were the most suitable. All the monks who arrived sat cross-legged and did not take the initiative to chat. This was a convention of each sect just to avoid causing any noise and trouble. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han also found a place to sit cross-legged. When he turned his head to talk to Xiao Tanner, he suddenly found that there was nothing behind him. Xiao Tanner and others disappeared. #C 1841 Exploration Team 4. Instantly, Xiao Han's hair stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Han turned his sight back and looked at the monks who had arrived. Only then did he feel that there was something wrong. Even if they had agreed in advance, they would not have said nothing. When he turned his sight back, Xiao Han suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with the people in front of him. Could no longer be described as wrong, but only weird. Everyone had the same expression. There were more than 60 people in front of him, all with a very similar expression. Then they all looked at Xiao Han, with a weird smile on their lips. They stared at Xiao Han like this, and gradually their faces began to change. Their whole faces became distorted, and their eyes and noses even began to be misplaced. If Xiao Han still thought there was no problem in this scene, then the problem was Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly formed a seal with one hand, threw the flying sword directly, stepped on the flying sword, and quickly went to the sky. At this time, the monks sitting on the ground also began to move. Everyone tore their arms and legs, scratched the flesh on their faces, and began to swallow, desperately approaching Xiao Han. They ate mechanically as if they were hungry. Even Xiao Han, who had always been very calm, was frightened by this scene. If his will was weaker, he might faint on the spot. Xiao Han kept flying up into the sky, and a Brahma heart flame smashed down, bombarding the monks chasing him. The monks were smashed again and again, and they moved closer again and again. No matter how Xiao Han flew up into the sky, he was still only a dozen meters away from the ground. This time Xiao Han was really panicked, and wanted to shout but couldn't make any sound. What kind of method is this, an illusion or real? Or is it some kind of maze arranged in advance? At this time, Xiao Han recalled what Deng Yuankue said, "Be careful of Zhongyu, especially when in
danger."
But where did Zhongyu have the time to set up this formation in advance? Xiao Han shook his head quickly and took out several top-grade spirit stones from his storage bracelet. Then he began to condense the magic with one hand. This was not the time to hold back. The spiritual power in his body moved frantically to the hexagram formation behind him, and in just an instant the spiritual power in Xiao Han's body was drained. 9 nether holy flame. After Xiao Han whispered, a wisp of cold flame appeared in the hexagram formation and gradually condensed into a fireball. This time the fireball was a few points larger than the last fireball. A terrifying aura began to spread around. With Xiao Han as the center, the surrounding plants withered quickly, and each one seemed to have been burned, but covered with large pieces of frost. Xiao Han looked at the fireball in front of him, and his body shook violently. The fireball quickly turned into countless smaller fireballs, the smallest of which was even the size of sand. Felt a bit like the fire rain technique. When it is impossible to determine where the real enemy is, expanding the attack range is the best way. Just when Xiao Han wanted to throw out the 9 nether holy flame, the crazy cultivators on the ground gradually calmed down, began to merge, and finally formed a figure.
Xiao Han.
The figure shouted with his back to Xiao Han, then turned around and looked at him and said again, "Have you ever loved me?" This figure was Qiao Tanner, a very familiar figure. Xiao Han flicked his sleeves and said loudly, "Don't play tricks here. If you have the ability, have a good fight." "Do you really want to fight?" Qiao Tanner's figure changed again and became Lu Yan's appearance. It was also at this moment that Xiao Han's body shook violently. Why did it change into Lu Yan? Even if it was a maze, it would be someone he was familiar with in this world. Although Lu Yan was also in this world, no one knew it yet. Even if it was a perspective, could it be that the person he met was the one who destroyed the spirit beast sect before? Is it the demon clan? While thinking, Lu Yan in front of him changed again and became another familiar figure. Jiang Xiaoyun stood in front of him again with a big belly, looking at Xiao Han lovingly and said, "Xiao Han, where have you been? Why haven't you come back yet? Don't you want to see our child? I don't want my child to be born without a father. Come back soon." It was not until this moment that Xiao Han's heart began to relax a little, and the soft part of his heart was ravaged very simply. A cold light suddenly appeared behind Xiao Han. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoyun's expression began to become ferocious, and she saw her hand suddenly grabbing her belly. That hand was like a claw, grabbing her belly, taking out the things inside, and stuffing them into her mouth. This scene was very bloody. Xiao Han quickly controlled the magic and smashed towards Jiang Xiaoyun. Just when he was about to arrive, Xiao Han fell down, and the cold light behind him missed. I saw a phantom appear where Xiao Han just stood. To be precise, it was a group of unknown things. The whole body looked like a human figure, but there was no entity. The whole body was densely covered with some turbid black air. The most obvious thing is that there are 2 exaggerated big eyes on the illusory face. The eyes almost occupy the whole face, red and heart-shaking. What the hell is this thing? Xiao Han complained in his heart. Xiao Han, who was falling down, had a wisp of 9 nether holy flame hidden in his hand, and quickly went towards the unknown thing. With a hiss, the turbid black shadow quickly retreated. Just when Xiao Han thought it was over, the burned figure on the ground transformed again. Fuck! There's no end to riding horses. Xiao Han cursed angrily, and once again condensed a spell. It was the 9 nether holy flame. The other party's willingness to transform into someone familiar to him to delay time shows that the 9 nether holy flame has no control over the other party. It has lethality. When a new 9 nether holy flame was condensed, Xiao Han's face became paler, and paler as if he had no energy or blood at all. The 9 nether holy flames turned into countless fire points and scattered in all directions. I saw the unknown thing slowly said, "Hey, I really didn't expect that there are still people in the Tianxian world who can use the 9 nether holy flame." After saying that, the black shadow dissipated in the air and disappeared directly Everything around him became different and gradually returned to its original appearance. The place where he stayed at this time was not the place agreed with the monks, but a location relatively north. This dense forest seemed to have been burned by flames. Looking at the familiar frost on it, Xiao Han knew that he did all this. Also at the same moment, Xiao Han found 4 figures lying on the ground. Lying in a mess, it was Qiao Tanner and the others. All of them were equally unconscious except for Deng Yuankue. Before he died, he seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. His whole body was like a mummy. This was the complete confirmation that what he had just encountered was the strange thing that killed the spirit beast sect.
Tanner. Xiao Han hurriedly walked towards Xiao Tanner.
#C 1842 Exploration Team 5. Within the dense forest, there was a piece of land that looked like it had been burned by a fire and then suddenly frozen. At this time, there were 4 figures lying on the ground. Xiao Han quickly walked towards the ground, came directly to Qiao Tanner, and shook Qiao Tanner vigorously. Qiao Tanner could see a look of horror on her face, but she was not turned into a mummy like Deng Yuankue. Her face was still rosy, but she had a very frightened look on her face.
Tanner. Sia han skjutit verklig.
2 consecutive attacks of the 9 nether holy flames had already left him with no spiritual power in his body. Ahem. Perhaps because Xiao Han used too much force, Qiao Tanner coughed a few times, then slowly opened her eyes and looked around in disbelief. After making sure that she was back to normal, Qiao Tanner burst into tears. Xiao Han, I just saw you eating yourself. I was so scared. So scared. Qiao.
Tanner hugged Xiao Han and cried loudly.
Xiao Han gently patted Qiao Tanner's back and comforted him. It's okay. It's okay. It's safe now and I... A cold light flashed, and Xiao Han turned sideways suddenly. But he did not escape the murderous intention. I don't know when a figure appeared behind him, holding a spiritual sword in his hand and piercing Xiao Han's body directly. Xiao Han put down Qiao Tanner and turned around. He reached out and took out several talismans and threw them directly towards the figure. The one who stabbed him was Zhongyu, who had just woken up from a coma. Seeing that the blow was not successful, Zhongyu quickly retreated, summoned a spell and said loudly, Xiao Han, you suffered such trauma today, I will kill you. As he spoke, a huge meteorite appeared in the 6-pointed star array behind him and quickly hit Xiao Han. It collided with several talismans thrown by Xiao Han, making a huge roar. At this time, Xiao Han once again recalled the message Deng Yuankue sent him, to be careful of Zhongyu, especially when there is danger, so he said coldly, under such circumstances, why do you still use such despicable methods? Hey, you don't have to worry about internal conflicts and taking advantage of unknown dangers. Zhongyu, who was standing in the void, said indifferently, no matter what, the unknown danger is you must die here today. Who made you offend someone? You shouldn't have offended. I thought that the opportunity would be hard to find, and since you are such a powerful being, I couldn't kill you. I never thought that this opportunity would come so soon. Then you want to kill me without any reason, right? Xiao Han asked softly, without any panic in his eyes. So why are you so calm? How can you fight with me when you are so weak? Zhongyu became more and more excited as he spoke, and quickly formed another cell. Xiao Han looked at Zhongyu with an expression that looked like a fool. Then, threw out the Bishui sword in his hand and said softly, maybe you really overestimate your own strength. Do you really think I'm no match for you when I'm so weak? The flying sword flew towards Zhongyu at a very fast speed. Before Zhongyu could even react, the blue water sword directly cut off Zhongyu's life, and the entire golden elixir in his dantian was shattered. There was no chance of Zhongyu surviving. He fell directly from the void and fell heavily to the ground. Qiao Tanner said worriedly, Xiao Han, if you kill Zhongyu so directly, you may be made difficult by the great elder. Actually, I wanted to stop you just now. The Great Elder arranged for a person of low strength like Zhongyu to kill you, or I still found an opportunity to kill you. This is the purpose of killing two birds with one stone. It would be great if I killed him, but even if I didn't kill him, it would trigger your counterattack. The moment you killed Zhongyu, the mistake was already made. Even if you are acting in self-defense, you will still be punished for killing Elder Jindan and will be sent to the Sea of 10,000 Stars. After arriving at the Sea of 10,000 Stars, he will definitely find an opportunity to kill you, just like he did before. So why didn't you stop me just now? Xiao Han chuckled, and then continued, just tell the truth. Xiao Tanner was at a loss for a moment, but she still said, because I also think Zhongyu deserves to die. These guys only fight among themselves. How long can Luyun's sect be able to sustain it like this? Since you think you deserve to die, what else can you say? Kill them all. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he pulled out the spiritual sword that pierced his body and continued. The other party has already reached this level. If I still, does it make sense not to kill him? After this happened, Xiao Han finally connected the things, especially the death of Beast Yunfeng Fangche. Were they really killed by those things? There may be another hidden secret. The appearance of Deng Yuankue, coupled with what Deng Yuankue told him, must be someone who wants someone to testify after all this happens. Without Deng Yuankue's reminder, Xiao Han might have really fallen into trouble this time, and he would never have been so vigilant. What a good move. As for why Deng Yuankue changed his appearance, I'm afraid it has something to do with what he said that day when he beat Deng Yuankue half to death. It's a pity that Deng Yuankue died at the hands of that kind of thing. Otherwise he might not care about Deng Yuankue as soon as he was happy. After a pause, Xiao Han said loudly, besides, who would know that I killed Zhongyu? After saying that, he looked at the lying sixth elder Kong Kai and continued, right, sixth elder? As he spoke, Xiao Han's right hand was already placed on the storage bracelet. Whenever there was any abnormal movement, Xiao Han would directly summon the war puppet in the storage bracelet. Then he sent a message to Xiao Tanner in a low voice. Watch my movements. Later, be ready to take me away at any time. Don't make any unnecessary moves. Now, in his current state, he can barely kill Zhongyu, but he has no way to kill Kong Kai, who has reached the great perfection of the Golden Core. His spiritual power is exhausted, and he was stabbed by a sword. He cannot complete his transformation into a giant ape.
Xiao Tanner is even weaker.
She is totally no match for Kong Kai. Only the war puppet can fight, but there is no guarantee of victory. Once the battle starts, it will be a life and death struggle. Ahem. The lying sixth elder coughed, slowly sat up and continued. Actually, I wanted to pretend to be unconscious. Why did you wake me up suddenly? Besides, you are right, no one knows that you killed Zhongyu even if I look like I followed the arrangements of the great elder. But sometimes what you see on the surface may just be an illusion. I know you may not be able to believe it, but sometimes choosing more is also a kind of helplessness. I despise Zhongyu's behavior. It is not difficult for me to kill you in your current state, but I don't kill you. Doesn't this explain anything? Heh. Xiao Han removed the storage bracelet with his right hand and laughed heartily. In this case, let's keep our distance and don't disturb each other. Then he sent a voice message to Xiao Tanner. Always pay attention to the sixth elder. I will try to recover first. Call me immediately if there is anything unusual. The sixth elder Kong Kai chuckled and said, just recover. I don't know anything about today. As for the death of these two people, isn't Deng Yuankue's appearance the best explanation? Frankly, Xiao Han recovered on his own after he finished speaking. Use top grade spirit stones one after another. #C 1843 Exploration Team 6. Compared with top grade or other grade spiritual stones, the biggest advantage of top quality spiritual stones, apart from being full of spiritual power, is that the spiritual power contained in them is the purest, without any impurities. It is also the best way for monks to replenish the empty spiritual power in their bodies after a battle. Xiao Han silently absorbed the spiritual power in the spirit stone while recalling the battle process just now. According to all the information he has come across so far, the black figure he encountered today does not look like a demon, and has absolutely nothing to do with the demon clan, although the demons have similar methods that can turn the body into a similar black mist in a short time. It definitely doesn't last that long, especially the pair of eyes on that face, which have been exaggerated to an extent. What made him most sure that the black shadow was not a demon was this sentence: I didn't expect that there are still people in the Tianxian world who can use the 9 nether holy flame. It was this sentence that made Xiao Han more certain that the black shadow today probably came from another plane, the so-called spiritual world. The attack method is more like a mental attack, but it does not rule out attacks such as spells. Xiao Han quickly summarized the battle experience just now. He was not that strong mentally after all, and he needed to strengthen on this point. During the entire recovery process, Kong Kai did not move at all and kept his eyes closed. It seems that Kong Kai really doesn't want to be his enemy, and the previous various sides were just forced by some reasons. As soon as Xiao Han recovered, he sent the information here back to the headmaster. As soon as he came out, 2 golden elixir monks died before he could get any specific information. This loss is really quite big. After his body recovered completely, Xiao Han slowly stood up, threw the flying sword and continued to move forward, followed closely by Qiao Tanner and Kong Kai. Maybe it was the previous encounter, but no one took the initiative to say anything this time. It was quite quiet along the way, and all the nerves were focused on facing the unknown danger. If it weren't for the war puppet on his body this time, Xiao Han would really not dare to come out easily. The blow from Chen Zhen of the 7-star sect had directly knocked out his giant ape transformation. So far, he has not been able to complete the transformation. He feels that his body has recovered, but he feels that it has not. Xiao Han was thinking about messy things in his head, and unknowingly arrived at the place where the monks gathered again. At the same time, he heard the voices and movements of monks from various sections. However, after the last experience, Xiao Han did not stop the monks immediately this time, but paid serious attention to everything around him. The monks gathered in 2s and 3s at the gathering place, and everyone looked around with caution. The number of these monks is about 30 or 40, which is still less than half of the agreed 90 golden elixir monks. Some of them are in a circle of 5 people, and some are just 2 or 3 people. Referring to the situation on their side, these sects must have encountered the same experience just now. Such huge losses have already occurred before exploration has officially begun. Hey, this is really disgusting, Xiao Han thought to himself. Always make sure that everything you see in front of you is true or false. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han said loudly, "Oh, Xiao Han of the lower cloud sect, are you fellow Taoists who have been agreed in advance?" Xiao Han did not ask tactfully, but went straight to the topic. At the same time, he released his consciousness to observe whether there was anything strange about these people. Judging from the rough construction of the previous illusion, it is easy to find clues. When Xiao Han asked this question, many people looked at him, including people from Red Maple Valley and Qixingmen who were familiar faces to Xiao Han. Just when Xiao Han was about to take the initiative to strike up a conversation with the monks from Red Maple Valley, a figure suddenly said, "There is no need to investigate, there is no problem here, it is the place agreed by each sect. And we are also serious monks. You have also encountered that ghost thing before." The speaker was a suave-looking man, dressed in a smart monk's robe, who looked like a young student. Xiao Han cupped his hands and said, "I wonder who you are." The little boy raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Xiao Han and said, "Yan Bo of the Hahuan sect, I have long heard that Patriarch Yuyun of the Luyun sect is a young talent, responsible for both strength and appearance. Hey, I didn't expect it to be more amazing than I imagined after seeing it with my own eyes. We should leave our contact information later, so we can contact you more in the future. After Yen Bo finished speaking, he immediately took out a message. Wooden sign from the storage bracelet and threw it directly towards Xiao Han. Just when Xiao Han was about to take the message wooden sign, Xiao Tanner suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Han, took the wooden sign, and crushed it into powder in front of Yen Bo. Then he said loudly, "Don't show the disgusting behavior of your Hahuan sect. I'm warning you to stay away from Xiao Han." After finishing speaking, he quickly turned around and looked at Xiao Han with a pitiful expression. "Xiao Han, don't be angry with me. These guys from the Hahuan sect are not good people. What they like to do most is to reverse men and women, and they are proud of. The person you see now may have been a female cultivator before. I'm afraid that you will be cheated, so you must not be angry."
Kia Tanner
explained nervously. Xiao Han subconsciously touched Xiao Tanner's head, but he was shocked in his heart. Why didn't he see this after reading so many books? Could this be the so-called for evil arts? A good guy can actually encounter such a situation here. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said softly, "How can I blame you?" "Ah." Yen Bo chuckled and said, Yo, I'm jealous now. Looking at you. Like this, you must be Fairy Tanner from Luyun sect. Why don't you come to our Hahuan sect? There are a lot of people in our sect who admire Fairy Tanner." Bah! Disgusting. Xiao Tanner didn't give the other party any face at all. She found a place to land and sat down cross-legged to rest. "Since we met the team, it will be much safer next. We just need to follow the team and listen to Xiao Han's arrangements without thinking. Kong Kai has been talking nonsense and quietly following the team." Yen Bo was not angry because of Tanner's behavior. Instead, he said with interest, "Fairy Tanner is still so hot. It's really interesting." As he said that, the playful attitude in his eyes disappeared instantly, and the sophisticated look appeared on his face and said, "Since your identity has been confirmed, there is no problem. Welcome to join the demon hunting team. Seeing you like this, you have also suffered losses, so I feel balanced." Haha. At this time, Yen Bo seemed to have become a different person, with a huge difference from the beginning.
Xiao Han glanced at Yen Bo coldly.
It turned out that the other party just said so much nonsense just to confirm their identities. The seemingly joking words actually have some purpose. Yen Bo of the Hahuan sect is not simple. Xiao Han pondered for a moment, and then sat there without saying a word. Just like Kong Kai, feeling the spiritual power in his body and some invisible injuries on his body. The giant ape has not made any movement for so long, so there must be something wrong. In this case, this problem must be solved quickly. #C1844 Exploration Team 7. Several teams of monks arrived at the gathering place that was arranged in advance. Whenever a new team of monks arrived, someone would come forward to ask questions. They chatted and boasted, and those who took the initiative to chat were either acquainted or familiar with each other, and their purpose was to confirm whether these new monks had any problems. Soon all the monks from the 19 sects arrived, and the final confirmed number was only 59. In other words, just gathering together, a total of 31 Jindan stage monks were lost, and this loss was even comparable to the loss of a battle with the demons. When the last team arrived, Yen Bo from the Hahuan sect immediately stood up and said, "Since everyone is here, don't waste time. Let's find out what the problem is and go back earlier. Hey, no one wants to waste time in such a broken place, and they will face life-threatening situations. Wouldn't it be a good thing to go back earlier? No matter what you think, let me tell you my opinion. Go directly to the Spirit Beast sect and observe if there is anything unusual in the vicinity. Make judgments and investigations on the anomalies, and quickly transmit the information found back to the sect. This will be considered as completing our mission. What do you think? After Yen Bo finished speaking, he first set his sights on Xiao Han. In the entire team of cultivators, only Xiao Han has recently emerged. He can even withstand the attack of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. He is the strongest in terms of strength. As long as Xiao Han can agree with his suggestion, it can be quickly implemented. Many cultivators looked at each other after listening. This time, the sects did not obey orders, and they could do things according to their own ideas. It's safer for everyone to just gather together. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said, I think this suggestion is very good. Coincides with my idea. No matter how we investigate, we can't leave the root of the problem of the spirit beast sect in the end. All the sects are fine except the spirit beast sect. Can only mean that the problem lies with the spirit beast sect. How about we follow Brother Yan's suggestion? What do you think? Xiao Han continued to speak along with Yen Bo's words. This was his original idea. Since someone took the initiative to propose it, it was naturally a good thing. The leader of the Red Maple Valley took the lead and said, You are the strongest among us. Since you said so, let's do it according to this idea. Then several other sects agreed with this view. Everyone agreed and quickly stood up and threw flying swords towards the spirit beast sect. An hour later, the sky began to darken from bright day, and it was already afternoon before they knew it. The gathering place was not far from the spirit beast sect, so the journey was soon over. At this time, the spirit beast sect was no longer the same as before. No one was alive, and many cultivators were lying in all directions. This was also true for the spirit beasts. The entire spirit beast sect was terribly silent. When the cultivators arrived at the spirit beast sect master hall, they felt that this was purgatory. It's really scary. I really hope this will end soon. Hey, if we cultivators are still so cowardly, what's the point of cultivating? If you are not cowardly, why do you still follow the team? Wouldn't it be better to go and explore on your own? As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, he was retorted by one of the cultivators. Humph! I really don't want to work with people like you. Then you can get out. For a while, the scene was full of chatter and discussion. Xiao Han carefully observed the expressions of the cultivators. Everyone had his own calculations. This quarrel must have been a quarrel with a purpose. Just thinking about it, a pair of monks shouted, Since we can't agree, there is no need to act together. Farewell to Luoyue sect. Let's go. The monk who spoke immediately left with the other two. Hehe. I'm afraid you are too scared to die. You just left the team and went back to the sect. A monk mocked. I think Luoyue sect is right. Since we can't agree, there is nothing to say. Everyone from Baihua Club, let's explore alone. Luoyue sect had just left, and another group of monks proposed to act alone. Soon, monks left in groups of 3 or 2, and soon there were only 10 sects left. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han did not stop anything. When he saw the spirit beast sect master hall, he also had the idea of going back. These people took the initiative to quarrel here, and they couldn't say anything if they wanted to withdraw from the exploration team. Even if they were forced to stay, they would not be able to help when they encountered danger, and they would even be a drag. Seeing that the other cultivators had no intention of leaving, Xiao Han took the initiative to speak. I know that you all want to leave quickly after seeing this scene. Since you are not leaving now, you must be worried. Leaving now does not mean that you can really return to the sect safely. I think you also encountered that strange thing when you went to the gathering place. Now we are grasshoppers on the same rope. Next, I hope you will work together to investigate this matter as soon as possible. Xiao Han took the lead in throwing out dozens of talismans, and then continued. The scope of the spirit beast sect is not large. Each sect will explore separately as a unit. Once there is any abnormal movement, the talismans in their hands will be directly detonated. Hey, Brother Xiao is indeed insightful. My Hahuan sect is willing to cooperate with Brother Xiao. Yen Bo took the lead in taking 2 talismans from the air and led the people in the sect to quickly go in one direction. Then several sects came in 2s and 3s, holding talismans and heading in one direction. In the blink of an eye, only the Luyun sect, the Qixing sect, and the Hongfeng Valley were left. Xiao Han looked at the leader of the Qixing sect and said, I don't know what you are up to. The key now is to cooperate with me. Oh, there are acquaintances here, so they should know my strength. I can kill you here just like killing ants. But I didn't choose to kill you. In front of the enemy of mankind, I hope you can stay rational and don't do anything excessive. After Xiao Han finished speaking, a pressure directly pressed on the 5 cultivators of the Qixing sect. 4 of the 5 were all in the early stage of the golden core, and they looked particularly small under Xiao Han's pressure. Such a coincidence, for early stage of the golden core, only 1 late stage of the golden core led the team. Although I don't know what the Qixing sect is. Thinking this warning must be there, otherwise it's hard to say what kind of moth it will cause. The only late Jindan cultivator from the 7 Stars sect looked at Xiao Han, bowed slightly and said, We know our limits. In fact, neither I nor the people here have any hatred towards you, ancestor. We represent only the 7 Stars sect. You can see that this time I sent these cultivators from the 7 Stars sect to come here because I don't want to conflict with you, ancestor. It's a big trouble, so we won't take the initiative to cause trouble. That's good. Xiao Han smiled heartily, then looked at the cultivator from the Red Maple Valley and continued, Be careful, everyone. After that, he quickly went in one direction. #C 1845 Exploration Team 8. The direction Xiao Han chose was the west of the Spirit Beast sect, and the previous secret realm was just to the north of the Spirit Beast sect. Thinking of the secret realm, Xiao Han's heart moved slightly. Since the Spirit Beast sect was destroyed, the biggest difference is that the secret realm collapsed and finally turned into an abyss. If you want to say where the problem is the most, Xiao Han prefers the abyss. Among so many sects, the Spirit Beast sect is the one which can explain the problem. But before the matter is investigated, Xiao Han dare not make a conclusion rashly, so he can only explore first. Going all the way to the west, Xiao Han soon explored the border of the Spirit Beast sect. There was nothing wrong. Just when Xiao Han was about to return to the main hall of the Spirit Beast sect, he suddenly heard the sound of the talisman exploding in the north. Accompanied by 2 bangs, Xiao Han's whole person was like a meteor, and he quickly went to the north. Generally speaking, when encountering a situation, you only need to detonate 1 talisman. Detonating 2 talismans in succession will definitely explain some problems. Before reaching the place, Xiao Han saw a large area of fog between the mountains. The fog was grayish-black, not the white color that we usually see. There was a problem. Xiao Han immediately shouted, Do it! Xiao Tanner took the lead in throwing out a flying sword and quickly went towards the grayish-black fog. Kong Kai also sacrificed a flying sword. At this time, he didn't know what was in the grayish-black fog, and he certainly couldn't use group magic to attack. If he did so, it would be easy to hurt his own people. The sound of the talisman explosion attracted all the monks from various sects who were exploring nearby. Xiao Han looked at the monks around and said in a deep voice, Everyone, standing here is not a solution. Let's go in and explore. After Xiao Han said that, he took the lead in entering. As soon as he stepped into the fog, Xiao Han noticed a different environment. This place was not like the grayish-black fog he had seen before, and it was even sunny inside. The surrounding scene was a continuous mountain range. At this time, on that peak, there were several monks lying, and one of them was fighting with a black fog. It was exactly the kind that Xiao Han encountered before, especially the pair of eyes that were scary big. Then many cultivators came in from outside. This time they were looking down from above, which was completely different from the last time. Xiao Han immediately took out several talismans and formed a seal with one hand. Bang, bang, bang. The talisman that flew out accurately collided with the black shadow, making a huge explosion. This kind of explosive talisman is the most useful, no matter what level of cultivation, as long as the spiritual power can activate this explosive talisman, it can be used. Multiple talismans stacked together also have good lethality. Hiss, I really don't like the fact that the creatures here like to gather together. Xiao Han heard this sentence from the black shadow. Then the hexagram array behind him was carved, and the 9 revolutions. Mysterious origin technique turned into colorful light and passed through the black shadow. But this time the magic had no effect at all, and the mental attack of the 9 revolutions mysterious origin technique had no effect just now. Xiao Han quickly changed his strategy, and 3 fiery red hexagram arrays appeared quickly, and Fan Xinyan hit the black shadow one after another. At the same time, all the cultivators who came in gathered their magic and quickly went towards the black shadow. These were all magic attacks from Jindan cultivators, and one after another still could not cause substantial damage to the black shadow. Xiao Han could clearly feel that the strength of this black shadow was stronger than the one they had encountered before. This time there was not just one, and there were probably countless similar existences hiding near the spirit beast sect. Xiao Han dared to make such a guess because the black shadows everyone encountered were all near the spirit beast sect. The black shadow dodged the magic attack and said coldly, "If I hadn't adapted to this place now, you would all die. I will let you go for now, and I will kill you all tomorrow, and you will die more miserably than them." The black shadow pointed at the several corpses lying on the ground. "If you can talk, you can communicate." Xiao Han quickly organized his words in his mind and said, "I don't know why you want to slaughter my human cultivators. If you have any needs, we can discuss it. There is no need to be so radical. If we can discuss it properly, why can't we cooperate? At this time, we should learn as much information as possible. Sometimes, living enemies are more important than dead ones." "Heh!" The black shadow sneered and said, "Does my Qi clan need to cooperate with you inferior creatures? If you want to kill me so much, come if you have the courage." After the black shadow finished speaking, he quickly fled into the distance. A cold voice echoed in the valley, "It's ridiculous, humble ants." Xiao Han looked at the direction where the black shadow left, looked around, and said quickly, "Everyone, hurry up and chase. This is our best chance to learn." Just from the few words just now, Xiao Han has learned a lot of information. The cultivators of various sects hurriedly chased in the direction where the black shadow fled, and this direction is exactly the secret realm. The more he chased, the more certain the answer in Xiao Han's mind became. Was not until he reached the abyss that the shadow completely disappeared. Yan Bo from the Hahuan sect looked at Xiao Han and said, "Brother Xiao, what do you think should be done about this matter? Has the matter been investigated so far? What should we do next?" As soon as she asked this question, Xiao Tanner said, "Oh, you can decide what to do yourself. Why do you have to ask us? That's why I say that what you do in the Hahuan sect is the most disgusting. Is it meaningless to push all these thankless things onto others?" Xiao Han smiled but didn't say anything. After such a long time of contact, he and Xiao Tanner had already reached a tacit understanding, and what Xiao Tanner said was what he wanted to say. "This Yan Bo is really cunning." "Ha! I don't mean that." Yan Bo put on an expression of indifference and continued, "It's just that who among you is stronger than Brother Xiao? It's hard to be convincing if you don't have the strength at this time." Xiao Han was silent for a moment and then whispered, "I think everyone has the answer in their hearts. I don't know if you have found that the closer you are to the abyss, the slower the spiritual power runs. I just discovered this problem. In this case, the answer is in the heart of the people. You can decide whether to stay or go. Yenbo chuckled and said, Hey, Brother Xiao played the ball well, but I think what he said makes sense. So I will leave the Hahuan sect. Just as Yenbo finished speaking, a black gas suddenly surged out of the abyss, and at the same time there was an indescribable feeling. As if to freeze the spiritual power, Xiao Han's pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body shook slightly. This strong sense of crisis made Xiao Han feel that he would be killed at any time. Not good.
Sia han shouted loudly.
At the same time, he directly cast his consciousness and hearing into the abyss he had never dared to explore before. The difference now is that it is time to explore. Xiao Han only heard some buzzing sounds in the abyss, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Run, run. Just 3 words made the cultivators tremble. The black shadow just now deliberately led them here. Then Xiao Han took Xiao Tanner's hand and quickly headed north. The remaining sects also followed Xiao Han and others and quickly headed north. Everyone flew with all their strength, afraid of falling behind others at this time. As long as you run faster than others, you will not be the first to die. #C1846 Escape. The north of the abyss of the spirit beast sect. Dozens of Jindan cultivators from various sects drove their flying swords and flew towards the north desperately. They threw the top-grade spirit stones and various talismans that could speed up, which they were reluctant to use on weekdays on their bodies without any life. Even if there was no extra effect from the superposition, these people were madly throwing themselves. No one wanted to die, especially facing such a
terrifying existence.
These people didn't even turn their heads to look. When Xiao Han blurted out the word run, all the cultivators were just stunned at first, and then they felt a strong sense of crisis behind them. After a short time, this feeling was like being trapped in a deadly situation which made people feel fear and terror instinctively. Countless black shadows followed closely behind, and one of the black shadows looked very familiar in appearance. It was the black shadow that Xiao Han and his team chased before. There were countless black shadows behind the black shadow, and each black shadow was only 1 level lower in strength than the black shadow in front. Xiao Han could clearly feel that he could not survive more than 3 rounds in the hands of the black shadow in a one-on-one situation. This means that the opponent is at least in the middle or even late nascent soul stage. I really don't know how many black shadows of this level are hidden near this abyss. To be more precise, it is Qi. So far, all the information has surfaced. The demise of the spirit beast sect was caused by the Qi clan, and the source of these things is in the abyss. According to the information it revealed, this abyss is likely to be connected to another world temporarily guessed to be the spirit world, and Qi came from it. The rest of the information is unknown. Xiao Han quickly fled while sorting out various information in his mind, and once he found an opportunity, he could quickly transmit the information back. With all his strength, it didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the previous gathering place. Qi has been chasing them behind, as if he would not stop until he left them behind today. Ah! A scream suddenly appeared, followed by 2 consecutive screams. Xiao Han knew that each of these attacks killed a Jindan cultivator. When did the lives of Jindan cultivators become so worthless? You should know that every cultivator here can set up a low-level sect by himself, but now he can only run for his life. Heh! You can only run away now? Qi's voice came from behind Xiao Han. Xiao Han ignored it and continued to run for his life. In just a moment, several screams appeared again, and it was at this time that Xiao Han felt that he should do something. If this goes on, I'm afraid that everyone present today will be wiped out. Thinking carefully, the gap in strength between the 2 sides is not that big. The only danger is that we don't know what the other party's ability is. What is Qi's attack method? The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and the screams were endless. Every Jindan cultivator who experienced death would fall into endless fear. Although I don't know what Qi's purpose is, it must be able to gain many benefits by making everyone terrified to death. Just like the Xiao sect, even the demons and some evil cultivators all have some means to speed up their cultivation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said loudly, "Now is not the time for everyone to be stingy with their trump cards. Anyone who has a top grade attack talisman should find a way to stop the opponent. It is not required to achieve a certain lethality, as long as it can delay the opponent's speed." Xiao Han took out several talismans as he said this. Fortunately, he practiced these talismans when he had time. Under the blessing of the power of creation, all of them reached the state of top-grade talismans. This is not inferior to 100 times. You must know that with his strength, the lower-grade talismans cannot be engraved, but under the blessing of the power of creation they can reach the top grade. Its power is more than 100 times higher than that of the lower grade talismans. Xiao Han quickly infused his spiritual power into the talisman and set the talisman to the original place at the set time. Bang, bang, bang. Several talismans exploded in succession, making a loud noise, and scattered the Qi team. However, the vitality of this thing was too strong, and even this level of explosion still could not cause much damage to the opponent. This was a third-level top-grade talisman. Xiao Han felt a pain in his flesh, and then there was a strong wind and lightning behind him. The whistling sound of the strong wind and the crackling sound appeared immediately, and each time it could drain the nearby spiritual power. The trees and vegetation under him were even more affected, and some even moved the entire mountain. Xiao Tanner followed Xiao Han closely, and from time to time she needed Xiao Han's help, and she was a little slower in speed. Soon Xiao Tanner transmitted the message. "I have a formation that may be of some use, but it requires 9 cultivators at least in the late Jindan stage to control it at the same time. This formation is called the Great Chenquan Formation. After the formation is formed, it can make the opponent lose their sense of direction for a short period of time. Even if they can find the correct direction, they will be forcibly reversed. The formation can be used as long as the formation plate is held in hand. The flaw is that the person holding the formation plate needs extremely strong physical strength, otherwise the body will be directly torn apart by the power of the universe." After receiving the voice transmission, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice, "Hey, give me the formation flag and the formation plate." As he spoke, several more talismans were sacrificed. It seems that he needs to learn more talisman-making methods, otherwise the attack methods will be too simple when encountering such a situation. These Tianlei talismans can be said to have been exchanged by Xiao Han at a great cost, and they were not made by himself. After the pain Xiao Han took, the formation plate and formation flag handed over by Xiao Tanner. The formation flags in their hands were all white, totaling 8 formation flags, and the formation plate was not like an ordinary round formation plate, but a sphere, which changed Xiao Han's concept of the formation plate. No matter what shape this formation plate is, it cannot be separated from the most critical place as the existence of the eye of the formation. After Xiao Han learned how to use the formation plate, he quickly sent a message to several cultivators beside him. Xiao Han chose Kong Kai and Xiao Tanner, and as for the other 6, 3 of them were from Hongfeng Valley. This time, the cultivators they sent had the strength of 3 Jindan Daiyuan, plus some previous friendships and goodwill. These people were the best choices. For the remaining 3, Xiao Han decisively chose the Xiao sect. For no other reason, at least he understood that, in this situation, the other party could only cooperate with him unconditionally. After quickly contacting several cultivators who wanted to manipulate the formation gathered together immediately, and Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "The formation starts." Soon, several cultivators began to manipulate the formation flags in their hands. While quickly escaping, they controlled the formation flags in the void. Xiao Han held the formation plate in his hand and floated up. The 8 formation flags around him rotated rapidly. It took only a dozen breaths for the formation to be formed. Just after it was formed, Xiao Han felt that his body was being torn apart. Not to mention him, even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage would find it difficult to withstand this kind of tearing. Fortunately, Xiao Han's body was strong. Even if the giant ape transformation could not be carried out, the strength of his body was far beyond that of cultivators of the same level. At the moment the formation was completed, Xiao Han shouted loudly, "All cultivators quickly turn around and stay away from the formation." #C 1847 Surviving from a Desperate Situation 1. At the same time, the array disc in Xiao Han's hand began to make a buzzing sound, and the rotation of the array flag became faster and faster, and the tearing feeling became stronger and stronger. Xiao Han felt as if he was being torn apart by force, and his skin was cracked, inch by inch, and blood flowed out. Those Qi who were chasing seemed to have found something different, and even the speed of pursuit slowed down. The leading Qi said coldly, "Separate the pursuit and don't give the other party a chance to breathe. You go first, I will deal with this array." Xiao Han was shocked. The other party actually knew that this array had certain limitations. As long as you stay away from a certain range, you will not be affected by the array. I thought that the other party didn't understand their methods and could completely catch the other party in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect the result to be this. But at this time I couldn't care so much, and I would trap as many Qi as I could. Xiao Han desperately expanded the array to gain a larger range, but in this way the tearing of the body was more intense. Even though Xiao Han tried his best, more than a dozen Qi still escaped from the range of the formation. When these Qi stepped into the formation, the tearing feeling on Xiao Han's body became stronger, and the greater the movement inside, the stronger the tearing feeling. Xiao Han gradually turned into a bloody man, and his muscles were all broken. The whole person can be described as extremely tragic. On one side, the wound recovered, and the muscles on the other side continued to break. "Hey, it really hurts. If my body is not very tough, I might have been killed by the pain at this moment," Xiao Han muttered. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xiao Han directly put the formation plate in place and installed several top-grade spirit stones in the formation plate to replace Xiao Han. Retreat. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took Qiao Tanner and left, first leaving the formation plate alone in the void. And those Qi still did not escape from the formation, and the remaining few could not make any big waves for the time being. Xiao Han aimed at one of them and immediately added spiritual power and the power of creation to the green water sword and threw it out with a sword. The place Xiao Han chose to attack was Qi's eyes. Compared with other places, eyes may be the best place to attack. The rest of the places are phantoms, and it is not ruled out that they have the ability to be immune to this kind of damage. With a squeak, the jade water sword accurately pierced Qi's eyes. Squeak! A strange cry came out of Qi's mouth. If it wasn't the cry of a mouse, he wouldn't believe it. Seeing Qi's vitality dissipated, Xiao Han controlled the jade water sword to come to him quickly, and at the same time put Qi into the storage bracelet. Whether it is a storage bag, a storage bracelet, or even a storage ring, they can only store dead things instead of living things. It is said that there is a refining method that can find a trace of space power in the cracked air, and then refine a magic weapon. This magic weapon can not only store living things, but also create a small world in it. Anyone with a lower cultivation level than the holder can live in. This is a means of creating a small world. Xiao Han has seen relevant information in some ancient books. Not only did he get a rough idea of what happened in the Spirit Beast sect, he even got a corpse of a Qi. As long as he could escape this time, the harvest could be considered rich. In just a short while, Xiao Han noticed that the formation began to fluctuate violently. He had never planned to recover the formation from the beginning. Compared with everyone's life, this formation is not worth mentioning. At this moment, Xiao Han felt dizzy and almost fell off the flying sword. Fortunately, Xiao Tanner found the clue and quickly supported Xiao Han. Did you lose too much blood? Xiao Tanner asked worriedly. Xiao Han whispered, It's okay. Hurry up and don't waste time. Boom! The formation exploded not far behind Xiao Han and others, and the formation plate was shattered. The formation flags also fell one by one because of the loss of the formation plate. The great universe formation was shattered, which Xiao Han had not expected. He thought he could still hold out for a while, but this was a bit too fast. Fortunately, the time they had just gained allowed them to pull away from each other. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly discovered that no matter whether it was the Qi who was chasing or the Qi who had just come out of the formation, the slower they walked, they could infinitely close the distance at the beginning, but now they were only a little faster than them. Yen Bo from the Hahuan sect looked at Xiao Han and asked loudly, Brother Xiao, do you have any other trump cards? I found that the speed of these ghosts has been slowing down. As long as we hold on for a while, we will definitely be able to get out of danger. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that Brother Yen has also discovered this, but I don't have a good way to deal with it for the time being. Let's run. Even if he had trump cards and tricks, Xiao Han would not use them at this time. He knew that he was about to get out of danger, and the rest depended on who could escape faster. At this time, using tricks would only make wedding clothes for others. The little transparent Kong Kai whispered to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, observe the air around you carefully. Do you find anything different? And the speed of your spiritual power. Xiao Han looked at Kong Kai with some surprise. This guy usually doesn't talk. He just follows around and acts as a little transparent. There must be a reason for him to say these words now. Then Xiao Han began to observe the air around him carefully. It was not until then that he found that there seemed to be a light gray mist in the air. It was very light. As he moved away from the abyss, the light gray mist became thinner and thinner. If Kong Kai didn't say it, he really couldn't have found it. Especially the circulation of spiritual energy in the body is much faster than before. Could it be that the closer to the abyss, the stronger the strength of these monsters? This makes it easy to understand the current situation. Thinking of this, Xiao Han felt happy, and then responded softly, Indeed, if this is confirmed, I think the headmaster will be able to make a deal. The price of telling the truth this time is a bit high. Kong Kai nodded non-committally and said, The price is indeed a bit high. If it weren't for you, we would all be in trouble this time. Perhaps because of the awareness of these characteristics, the haze in my heart became a little less. During this exchange, everyone moved forward a lot until Xiao Han was completely far behind. Xiao Han felt relieved. Observing the air around him carefully, all the faint gray mist dissipated, and the originally chasing Qi was completely gone. Even if Xiao Han turned his hearing out, he could only receive some subtle movements. Yen Bo from the Hahuan sect glanced at Xiao Han, and then said loudly, Brother Xiao, it is not appropriate to chat in this situation today. When you have time to come to the Hahuan sect in the future, I will treat you as a distinguished guest. Hahuan sect has left. When the information is sorted out, we hope that the various sects can communicate with each other. Brother Yen, just leave. Xiao Han responded softly. The monk from Red Maple Valley also nodded slightly towards Xiao Han and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, only Luyun sect and Seven Star sect were left in the entire team. The people from the Seven Star sect were a little embarrassed and said, Ancestor, are you willing to let us go? The reason why they haven't left is because they are waiting for Xiao Han to wait for my words. If they don't want them to leave, they won't be able to leave even if they want to. Do you really think you have any weight in my eyes? Xiao Han chuckled, paused and said loudly, Get out of here, you won't hold back if you meet me again in the future. Thank you, Ancestor. Several monks were immediately overjoyed and left quickly. Xiao Han looked at the people leaving and headed towards Luyun sect without stopping. Although he is not a good person, he is not bloodthirsty. even if he fights. With the 7-star sect in the future, he will never do it so cruelly today. Hashtag C1848, surviving from a desperate situation. 2. A few days later, outside the Luyun sect's protective formation in Luyun mountain range, Xiao Han saw the faint mist and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After such a long escape, he finally escaped from danger. The attack method of the Qi was too strange. It might kill people on the spot. At any time. It was not until he saw the protective formation that Xiao Han completely let down his guard. Looking at the formation from a distance, you can find that there are many places where points are set up, and there are cultivators guarding therein. Rotation. In the case of no attack, the formation does not need so many cultivators to maintain. It only needs someone to replace the spirit stone at certain specific points. Then Xiao Han glanced at Kong Kai and said, "It's a pity for Zhong Yu and Deng Yuan-Kuei this time. They died in the hands of Qi when you go back. The 6th elder must appease the people of the 2 peaks." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he seemed to be looking around everywhere. But in fact he was observing Kong Kai's micro-expressions. Once Kong Kai had anything wrong, Xiao Han would not hesitate to take action. Hee. Kong Kai laughed and said, "Hey, this time we can only say that those 2 guys are unlucky. How can there be no danger in exploring? I will also ask the elder for some merits for these 2 people to give back to their families and children. That would be the best." Xiao Han said, looking at Xiao Tanner and said, "Hey, let's go and report directly to Tongyun Peak. As for Kong Kai, he must report to the elder. Even if Luyun sect is facing some major events, this is also the normal process. I hope Kong Kai can do what he said. Otherwise this time the trouble will be big. Just now, I took the initiative to ask those 2 questions just to confirm it again." Xiao Tanner looked at the direction where Kong Kai left, smiled knowingly, and said, "I said before that senior brother Kong is a decent person. Hee, just put your heart in your stomach, senior brother Kong will definitely be fine." Xiao Tanner's confident look made Xiao Han feel much more at ease, and then took Xiao Tanner directly to the direction of Tongyun Peak. At Tongyun Peak Tongyun Hall, Xiao Han saw the headmaster and the elders as soon as he arrived. Half of the cultivators here were in the Jindan stage and the other half were known without thinking. He had already informed the headmaster on the way. When encountering such a major event, the high-level members of the sect must be gathered to discuss. "Welcome to Ancestor Yuyun." Except for the headmaster, all the Jindan cultivators bowed and greeted him. Everyone changed from watching the show at the beginning and even looked down on Xiao Han to respecting him from the bottom of their hearts now. Even though Xiao Han is only a foreign affairs elder now, his status has gradually become second only to the great elder, which is the absolute strength he has won. Xiao Han bowed to the cultivators and said, "Hey, don't be so polite. Let's talk about business first." Headmaster Han looked solemn without any joking. With Xiao Han's personality, it is impossible for him to seek personal revenge during this exploration, which means that this trip has lost 2 more Jindan cultivators. He also communicated with other masters. Some sects were even completely wiped out this time. This shows the seriousness of the problem. If Xiao Han had not been there this time, not only would he not be able to bring back any news, but even the team would have been completely wiped out. There are a total of 23 Jindan cultivators in the sect, plus the 4 newly promoted ones, a total of 27. Since the incident of the Spirit Beast sect began, 3 Jindan cultivators have been lost. Master Han waved his hand, and a soundproof cover appeared around the Tongyun Hall. Just as it appeared, Master Han waved his hand again, and another soundproof cover appeared. The rest of the cultivators were notified early that they were forbidden to go to the Tongyun main hall today, in order to prevent the news from being leaked, even if there was a slight possibility. After thinking for a moment, Master Han said loudly, "Elders, I think you all know the seriousness of the problem. As soon as Master Han said this, the cultivators, who were a little noisy, suddenly became quiet, and because of the soundproof cover, the sound was terrifyingly quiet. Everything you heard today, I hope you keep it to yourself. No one is allowed to reveal any information without my notice, Master Han said with a serious expression, his face more majestic than ever before. Even Xiao Han felt something strange and unconsciously became serious. At this moment, the master looked more like a sect master. The confrontation between him and the great elder on weekdays did not show the master's strength at all. He was indeed a person who was good at keeping a low profile. Tanner was indeed the one who knew Master Han best. After a moment of silence, Master Han continued, "If I find out who leaked the news, you will bear the consequences yourself. Don't blame me for not caring about the friendship between fellow disciples. I know you may have some small ideas in your mind. I said that even the great elder can't do it." At this point, Master Han suddenly raised his voice and said, "Do you understand?" The monks immediately responded loudly, "Yes, Master." Master Han then turned his attention to Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, you can tell the story again as detailed as possible. Of course, if you think there are things you need to tell me separately, you can keep it and tell me separately." Xiao Han nodded. "What to tell you separately? There is nothing to tell you separately, old fox." After thinking for a while, Xiao Han told everything that happened along the way. Of course, Zhong Yu's story was kept, and he only said that he encountered a demon and was killed by a demon. No one doubted this. The most important thing is the abyss, the gray fog found by Kong Kai, and the special places that the farther away from the abyss the chi is, the weaker its strength is. Master Han nodded frequently, digesting Xiao Han's words seriously, and occasionally raised doubts and questions. Soon Xiao Han told the whole story. The elders looked dazed, and at the same time they were a little relieved in their hearts. If they had been drawn by lot at that time, they would probably be dead now. Even the Yuyun patriarch almost fell into it, not to mention these people who might have died if they went. Master Han was a little nervous when he heard it, and then said softly to Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner, "You two have worked hard this time." Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Since you think it's hard, then give me more rewards, such as giving me some more rare materials." "Okay, I'll make it up to you later." What surprised Xiao Han was that Master Han did not refuse him, but agreed very happily. "Okay, then I'll wait for the master to make up for it." After saying that, Xiao Han paused and continued, "There is one more thing I need to say. Killed a chi and brought it back. #C1849 working together." "What?" Master Han shouted in surprise, then realized that he had lost his composure and said quickly, "You didn't mention this news in the previous message. If there is really a living chi, that would be great." Everyone looked at Xiao Han with shocked eyes. At this time, the value of a chi corpse is more precious than anything else. It is very likely that the discovery of some characteristics will save the entire sect and even the world of immortal cultivation. Ancestor Yuyun is still powerful. I feel that it is a great blessing for Luyun's sect to have an ancestor. When the ancestor returned as a king, I thought he would be suppressed by Wu Jin, but I didn't expect him to be so strong now. Suppress you? Don't you think the master is not here? Many cultivators were discussing freely, and Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with a sidelong glance, her eyes full of tenderness. Just as everyone was discussing, a vicious look from the cultivator team looked at Xiao Han, and at the same time looked at Xiao Tanner beside Xiao Han with some greed. "Xiao Han, you can do this quietly," Qin Ming said excitedly, then looked at the headmaster and continued, "In this case, shall we tell the elder about the information we have found?" "What? Let's study it first." Headmaster Han rolled his eyes at Qin Ming, and, at the same time thought to himself, even if he didn't tell the elder, wouldn't those present here today inform him of the news? This is something everyone knows. Xiao Han replied softly. When I killed Qi, not many people saw it, and the body of Qi was a little strange. There may be less than a handful of people who know that I brought Qi back. It was too chaotic at the time, and no one even knew about it. Headmaster Han suddenly realized, and then a hint of joy appeared on his face, and said, "Where is Qi's body?" Xiao Han directly took out Qi from the storage bracelet, placed it in front of Headmaster Han, and squatted down to observe it carefully. All the monks gathered around and observed Qi's body, their eyes showing doubt, shock, and all kinds of emotions. "What the hell is this? Grandmaster, are you sure this is Qi's body? Go away. Can I still lie to you? If you don't want to see it, go away." "Hey, I'm just talking, I didn't say no." When Qi's body was put into the storage bracelet, he didn't observe it. Seriously, now it looks really strange. The whole Qi has lost its original appearance, leaving only a shriveled black skin. There are two big eyes on the black skin which are almost exactly the same as human eyes. The only difference is that they are very big, almost occupying the whole face. Turns out that this black fog is wrapped by a layer of black skin. Xiao Han didn't see any problem, and Master Han didn't see any problem for a while. After thinking for a moment, Master Han said softly, "I wonder if you can leave this demon with me temporarily." "Hey, of course." Xiao Han stretched out his hand and said, "But you have to exchange it with good things, such as the 4th level spiritual medicine." Master Han looked at Xiao Han as if it was just what he expected, and raised his hand to show a storage bag, saying, "Don't think about the 4th level spiritual medicine for now. I don't have the right to deal with it alone. Here are the cultivation resources you can use at this stage. Do you think it's suitable?" When Xiao Han made this request, he didn't think that the master would agree to him and decisively put his consciousness in the storage bag. There are spiritual medicines, spiritual stones, and other things, and even black gold stones. Didn't the master say that these things are very scarce? It seems that the masters of these sects still have rich resources in their hands. How much stronger than himself I have to be stingy with a 3rd level spiritual medicine. In other words, not only do I need to practice, but there are also 4 foodies waiting there, which are bottomless pits. No matter how many resources you have, if you really work hard, it won't be enough. The more the better. It's just a corpse of a Qi. It's a good deal to be able to exchange so many things. Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Oh, then I'll accept it with pleasure. If there is any new discovery or need me to do anything, please call me at any time. I'm seriously injured now, so I'll go back to recuperate first." Xiao Han was not lying. Although he was not injured by the Qi during the whole process, the tearing feeling of the great Chenkuan formation alone made him lose a lot of blood. Don't think that he has no physical problems now. This is just forced recovery. The main reason why he wants to go back quickly is the giant ape transformation. Even if he checked his body for various problems before, he couldn't find any problems with the giant ape transformation. After the great collapse of his body this time, Xiao Han only felt that his giant ape transformation seemed to be restored. Master Han nodded in understanding and said, "Well, you go back first." After that, he looked at Xiao Tanner and said, "You stay and go back to Ziyun Peak later. Let's deal with some things in Ziyun Peak first." It was clear that Xiao Tanner was going to go back to Yun Peak with Xiao Han, and Master Han said something extra. Xiao Tanner glared at Master Han and said unhappily, "I know you're so nagging." After that, he looked at Xiao Han and said, "Then go back and take care of your body first. I'll find you when I've dealt with the things in Ziyun Peak." Xiao Han nodded and said, "See you next time." The cultivators immediately bowed and said, "Farewell, old ancestor Yun." Only the master and the great elder could make the Jindan elders do this, and now there is another Xiao Han. Yun Peak Cave. As soon as Xiao Han returned to the cave, he threw several top-grade elixirs directly into the spiritual pond of the cave. Each of them could be exchanged for huge resources. Qi and blood deficiency should not be replenished violently, so this spiritual pond needs to be combined with this top-grade mild elixir to slowly replenish the body's deficiency. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han jumped in with a plop. The four sacred beasts such as Suzaku and others started a fire and roasted meat on the side to watch Xiao Han. A few days later, Master Han and the elder reached a temporary peace agreement, no longer fighting internally, and all things worked together to resist this crisis. After the exchange of information between the two sides, plus discussions with other nearby sects, it was finally decided that the nascent soul cultivators in each sect would go to the vicinity of the abyss and set up a large
Formation.
The main purpose of the large formation is to prevent the light gray-black gas from spreading, prevent other creatures from entering, and prevent the demons in the abyss from leaving and reaching a farther range. Judging from the way Qi kills people, these Qi obviously have better ways to kill people, but they want to make everyone face a tragic death of fear. They must have other purposes, and this purpose is definitely harmful to Tianxian realm. After Xiao Han and others' exploration last time, the various sects sent cultivators to negotiate with the other party several times, but did not get two good results. Not only did they not get anything, but they even killed several Jindan cultivators. The matter of the formation is on the agenda, but it will take some time, and each sect needs to prepare some sufficient materials. Originally, there were various struggles between the various sects, but now they have all been put aside. The sudden appearance of Qi has made the various sects near the abyss particularly united. #C 1850 Great Changes. Yuyun Peak Cave. The sound of sizzle continued to ring, and a strong meaty aroma filled the cave, as if you could taste this delicacy just by smelling it. The four sacred beasts beside the spiritual pond were eating barbecue while chatting, and from time to time they would throw some small beans into their mouths, chew them casually and swallow them directly. If you look closely, you will find that each of these small beans eaten by the for sacred beasts has 9 cloud patterns on it, all of which are top-grade elixirs. Zhuke spit out a flame, smelled the freshly roasted barbecue and muttered, "Hey, the roasting method that Tanner told me is really amazing. This taste will never get greasy no matter how you eat it." Bai Hu continued unhappily, "It's like you will get greasy if you eat something that doesn't taste good and you still eat a lot of it. Look, Xiao Han has been eaten out of money by you. It's like you didn't eat anything," Zhuke said and threw another top-grade elixir into his mouth. Xuanwu looked at the pool with an old monk's attitude and said, "How many days has Xiao Han been soaking here? Why hasn't he come out yet? When Tanner came here before, she said it was very dangerous outside. When do you think we can break through to the strength of a third-level spirit beast?" Qinglong pointed at Zhuke with his claws and said, "Look at this guy. He woke up the earliest and ate the most, but he still hasn't broken through. Save your breath. Xiao Han will refine a pill for us to break through. As for when Xiao Han will come out, every retreat lasts for several months. Don't worry about eating and sleeping. Xiao Han is more anxious than us about this matter." Just then, the originally calm pool suddenly made a plop sound, and a figure appeared in the pool. Looking at the pool now, it has become devoid of spiritual energy compared to before. This is a real pool rather than a spirit pool. Xiao Han climbed out of the pool and he was refreshed. All kinds of injuries in his body were recovered during this period. Even his realm was loosened a little, and he made a few more steps towards the great perfection of the golden elixir. Xiao Han looked at the 4 sacred beasts of Suzaku eating barbecue, and decisively took a piece from the fire. It was obviously the meat of a third-level monster. These guys really enjoyed it. Then he chuckled and said, "Hey, you guys really know how to enjoy yourself. You just eat and sleep all day long." Suzaku said indifferently, "Why not eat and sleep? We can't go out casually. Now." "That's right, Xiao Han, when will you refine the elixir for us to break through the level? I found that the rules here seem to be different. Now the Energy in my body is full, but I can't break through the second level. Bottleneck of this world. Every world has all its own rules of the avenue. This is inevitable. Xiao Han listened to the muttering of the 4 sacred beasts and whispered, I haven't given you the elixir to break through the level, just simply want you to lay a solid foundation. And the second level spirit beast has a strange phenomenon when breaking the mirror. Breaking through the level at this time may attract the attention of many people, and then you will be exposed. If you want, I don't mind. Suzaku shook his head and said, there are so many great cultivators in this world, so let's wait for you to break through the level first. Hee. Then what are you talking about? Xiao Han said as he bit the monster meat. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the taste made Xiao Han immersed in. Why is the taste so different? It is incomparable to what he ate in the past. However, Xiao Han did not say anything. He just ate calmly, piece by piece. After a while, the feeling of fullness that was missing in his body returned. Xiao Han explored with his spiritual sense, and many messages appeared in front of him. He had blocked all the messages before retreating. Most of them were messages from Qiao Tanner to him, which were about some recent events. After reading the messages, Xiao Han felt that things had changed. It was just that when he just retreated a few days ago, but such a big change happened after the retreat. Not only did the various relationships within the sect change dramatically, but even the rules within the sect, the relationship with other sects, and the task list changed. The biggest reward was to kill Qi. As long as you can kill Qi, you can get merits in the sect and then exchange for what you want, and even have the infant pill as a reward. According to Xiao Han's own information, there should not be many infant pills left in Luyun's sect. Now, in order to deal with this situation, infant pills have been directly used as rewards. In addition, there is another change that nearly 20 nearby sects have established: the foundation building list and the golden pill list, and each sect will take out a part of its resources to reward the cultivators on the list every month. You can choose to fight, but no one must die. This is the bottom line agreed upon by each sect. Hee. They are really idle and have nothing to do. Xiao Han muttered, thinking about the masters of these sects, who use such vulgar means to make their disciples work hard. But it must be said that this method is quite good, such as some of the performance appraisals commonly used on Blue Star and performance ranking rewards. As long as this set of methods is established, the people under your command will fight hard. If you choose not to compete for this ranking, those who compete will find ways to show their superiority. Everyone will look down on those cultivators who are not on the ranking, and they will even gradually lose their heads. As for the various sects working together to set up a large formation, Xiao Han thought this approach was a good one. After reading Qiao Tanner's message, Xiao Han looked at the message from the headmaster, who only had one sentence in his message. Come directly to Tongyun Peak after the retreat, and you can take the spiritual vein of Chuyun Peak. Seeing this message, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Since Master Han said so, it means that he and the elder have reached some kind of agreement. As for what exactly it is, Xiao Han doesn't know. Seeing this, Xiao Han went straight to Tongyun Peak. Regarding the matter of extracting spiritual veins, Xiao Han has already learned something. There are only 2 things needed. One is a container to temporarily store spiritual veins, and the other is a formation to extract spiritual veins. Spiritual veins have spirits, which does not mean that you can extract them just by wanting to. You still need a certain amount of patience to guide. While rushing on the road, Xiao Han directly put his consciousness into his dantian. This kind of thing still needs to be consulted in detail with Hongmeng Fortune Pearl. What's the matter? Hongmeng Fortune Pearl asked directly as soon as it felt Xiao Han's consciousness. Xiao Han did not delay and asked directly, I want to know how to extract spiritual veins and store them. The master should have some means of storing spiritual veins, but Xiao Han is not at ease with this aspect, so it is better to master it in his own hands. Hongmeng Creation Pearl can receive external information through him and then combine the information that the Creation Pearl already has. It is easy to get the answer. Xiao Han has tried this repeatedly several times. It's just to extract a spiritual vein, just extract it, and when the spiritual vein is extracted, this problem will naturally be solved. After saying this, Hongmeng Creation Pearl paused for a moment and continued, "Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, get out of here quickly and don't forget to improve your strength as soon as possible. There are 2 people on Blue Star waiting for your pills. I feel pretty good here recently. It won't be long before I can force open a space crack and send some things back. So you have to hurry up here too." #C1851 request. Originally, Xiao Han was planning to go out, but when he heard what Hongmeng Fortune Pearl said, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was Hongmeng Fortune Pearl that opened a space crack so quickly. Even in this Tianxian realm, even a divine transformation cultivator couldn't open it even a little bit. It can only be that there was something wrong with the space to begin with, and these high-level cultivators can forcibly grab some space power to use when the crack is opened. Then he hurriedly asked, "How long will this time be? Can you give an accurate time?" Hongmeng Fortune Pearl said faintly, "Maybe a few days, maybe a few months, or even a few years." There was some laziness in his tone, as if there was no emotional fluctuation. "You were kicked by a donkey," Xiao Han complained in his heart, but asked again, "Then is your space crack big enough? Can I go back to Blue Star to take a look?" When Xiao Han asked this question, he had already thought of the answer, but he just wanted to confirm it again. "I seem to have said this answer a long time ago," Hongmeng Fortune Pearl replied unhappily, and after a pause he continued, "If you can't find Lu Yen and Dai Ling, you will never be able to go back. This time we can only open some small holes to transmit things back to buy more time." Tongyun Peak. Xiao Han looked from a distance and could see a huge monument on each side, one with the foundation building list and the other with the golden elixir list. There are only 20 positions on each ranking list. Xiao Han directly cast his eyes on the golden elixir list. He thought that the top of the list would be the people of Luyun sect, but in the end only Qin Ming and the 6th Elder Kong Kai were on the list in the top 20. And one is 12th and the other is 18th, and they didn't even make it into the top 10. The first place was actually a cultivator from Hongfeng Valley, a name that had never been heard of, Li Chanyue. Hongfeng Valley, which is full of female cultivators, could have someone on the top of the golden elixir list. This must be absolutely powerful. It seems that there are still many hidden talents in this world of immortal cultivation. This ranking is not based on previous battle records, but on future battles. Xiao Han didn't care. There was no point in competing for this kind of list. He only looked at the rewards. At the end of the month, he could find the first place to grab a position. On the foundation building list, Xiao Qian's name was actually listed at the 8th place, which surprised Xiao Han. This kid has been competing for the foundation building list recently. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han went directly to the courtyard where the headmaster lived. No matter what season it was, the headmaster's place was always the same. "Are you ready?" Headmaster Han said this as soon as he opened his mouth. Xiao Han had no opinion on the headmaster's direct and blunt approach, and even liked it very much. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han chuckled and said, "If the master is referring to the formation and the container, then of course they are ready." "Oh!" Master Han looked at Xiao Han with some surprise. "It is not easy to get the container for storing the spirit vein." Then he nodded with some understanding and said, "In that case, let's go directly. I have negotiated with the elder. He may make some requests at that time. Remember not to resist. Get the spirit vein first." Facing Xiao Han's thorough preparation, even the container for storing the spirit vein, it seems that Xiao Han has long wanted to get a spirit vein.
Sia han fråv ned slajtlu.
Sure enough, things did not go as smoothly as he thought. After Master Han told Xiao Han some specific details, he took Xiao Han directly to Chuyun Peak, where the elder was already waiting. Outside Chuyun Peak, Xiao Han could see the figure of the elder from a distance. There were some other Jindan cultivators not far away, and there were also a group of cultivator disciples below. This matter has been brewing for a while, and the disciples of Chuyun Peak have already been notified. When the spirit vein is extracted, all the disciples of Chuyun Peak must leave. In addition, the headmaster and the elder did not deliberately suppress this matter, and there are many disciples in the entire Luyun sect who know about this matter. At this moment, everyone is watching this matter. I didn't expect that the Yun Patriarch is so powerful. The disciples watching below are discussing it frantically. Ancestor Yuyun is very powerful. He even gave up the spiritual veins when he wanted a reward. I always feel a bit sad about the death of the rabbit. I feel like you are a fucking fool. Can't you just watch the show? I think it is reasonable to reward the spiritual vein of Chuyun Peak to Ancestor Yuyun. Hey, how reasonable is it? Look at Li Xingyan and see if he has practiced forbidden techniques. Did he control so many disciples at that time? If Ancestor Yuyun hadn't taken action, you and I can imagine what the final outcome of those disciples would be. After saving so many people and killing the devil Li Xingyan, it's reasonable to just reward him with a spiritual vein. And it is said that all the information we can get this time depends on Ancestor Yuyun. It's not too much to give him the status of a sect elder. Hey, it feels like that according to what you said. Xiao Han looked at the elder calmly and stopped not far from Tongyun Peak. Master Han went directly to the elder to communicate with him. After a while, Master Han retreated quickly, while the elder came towards Xiao Han. After a moment of silence, the elder said coldly, You are such a scheming guy. You actually deceived me last time. Seriously injured? What a good acting. I know you really want the spiritual vein of Chuyun Peak. My request is very simple. If you can survive 3 moves under my hands, this spiritual vein will be yours. If you can't make it, then there's no need to talk about this anymore. After the elder finished speaking, he looked directly at Xiao Han and said loudly, So do you dare? Why not? 3 moves, 3 moves. Xiao Han immediately pulled back and retreated to a place where he would not get in the way, facing a great elder. With the strength of the late nascent soul, Xiao Han was slightly excited. On the contrary, he was not so afraid. He benefited a lot from fighting the 4th-level monster with the help of the formation. As long as he did not suffer fatal injuries in this battle, he could gain a lot of insights from any battle. It was good for both the understanding of the battle and the growth of strength. On the other side, the headmaster arranged the formation for extracting the spirit veins. Xiao Han only needed to start it himself. If he did not take these 3 moves, he could directly withdraw the formation. The battle was about to start, and neither side was in a hurry. What was agreed was the moves rather than the time. The elder smiled and said, I heard that your body is very strong, so I will fight you with pure body in my first move. Also, I can wait for you to complete the so-called transformation. Xiao Han stretched out his hand to the elder and said, You don't need to wait for me to transform. You can take a punch from the elder's body without transformation. It was a naked counter-provocation. When Xiao Han said this, the disciples and cultivators below were surprised. You should know that it is indeed possible to rely on transformation to resist a punch from the elder. With the physical strength of the Jindan stage, it is not a dream to resist it. I hope your mouth can still be so hard later. The elder's face became even colder, and he raised his hand and punched Xiao Han. What others don't know is that Xiao Han's current physical defense ability can even cross a major realm, otherwise he wouldn't be stupid enough to take it so hard. Bang! Xiao Han raised his fist and punched in the opposite direction. The 2 fists arrived at each other at the same time. Xiao Han was suddenly smashed out and hit the mountain. Hashtag C1852 Razorblade. The moment Xiao Han flew out, the Great Elder was also knocked upside down. Dozens of meters away by Xiao Han's punch. Wu Feng rubbed his chest, his eyes were extremely cold, and the punch just now actually made him feel a hint of threat. Sure enough, we can't keep this guy. We must destroy him and try to find an opportunity to get rid of him. In the past, the methods were still too gentle and this uncertain factor was not eliminated at once. As long as we can be more ruthless, we won't be able to keep this scourge to this day. This scene immediately became different in the eyes of the monks. What did I just see? You read that right, the Great Elder was punched by Ancestor Yun and was knocked back dozens of meters. I can only say shit. If you give Ancestor Yun a while longer, I'm afraid he won't become the #1 in Lu Yun's sect. At that time, the headmaster and the Great Elder will probably be just decorations in his eyes. Wu Feng felt a little depressed after hearing these words. Why did he want to kill Xiao Han in the first place? It was because of Xiao Han's terrifying talent that he succeeded in becoming a golden core monk in such a short time. Once he is allowed to grow up, he will become his strong enemy, especially the headmaster will definitely tell Xiao Han about that incident in the past so as to use Xiao Han's hand to deal with him. At that time, he would have no choice but to let the mermaid become his flesh. Knowing this, he would find a reason to unite with the rest of the sect to frame him. Are innate spiritual roots really so terrifying? It's just a bloodline born between two races. Why do they have innate spiritual roots? This has never happened in the history of the world of immortality. Thinking of these messy things, the Great Elder cast his gaze in the direction in which Xiao Han flew out. This punch would not really cause any fatal damage
to Xiao Han.
If he died so easily, then Xiao Han would not be able to attract his attention at all. Firstly Xingyan, then Deng Yuankue and Zhongyu, and even using other clans to deal with Xiao Han, failed to kill him. Sure enough, Wu Feng saw a figure in the void after a while. It was Xiao Han, who was knocked away. At this time, Xiao Han was in a very embarrassed state. His clothes were torn to pieces. There was blood on the corners of his mouth, and his entire face was pale. It's so arrogant to ride on a horse, Xiao Han muttered, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and said, no matter how strong the punch I just punched, it was still enough to tickle the Great Elder. The strength is not bad, but you have to be careful next time. Wu Feng took out a spiritual knife as he said it. After a pause, he continued, I just punched you, and I will hit you with a knife next. The moment the knife appeared, Xiao Han was stunned. Did the Great Elder use a knife? It is very difficult to meet in this whole world of immortality. Spirit swords are much more difficult to control than spirit swords. In addition, they are not as powerful as spirit swords, so fewer people use them, unless they practice some special sword techniques. At this moment, Headmaster Han, who was watching the battle, said quickly, Wu Feng, you and I have agreed in advance not to harm Xiao Han's life. What do you mean by taking out this magic weapon of yours now?
Sia Han Frovnid.
The Great Elder's natal magic weapon meant that it was at least a 4th-level spiritual weapon. Haha, I didn't say that I would use all my strength. I just gave him a random / Didn't you see that I just punched with all my strength and didn't do anything to Elder Xiao? Wu Feng raised the spirit sword as he spoke, looked at Xiao Han and said, I haven't used my Thunder Snake sword for a long time. You should feel honored. The moment the Thunder Snake knife was raised, clouds gathered in the sky, and countless thunder and lightning appeared instantly. Wu Feng was the thunder, attribute mutant spiritual root, but the difference was that it only had 80% thunder attribute. In an instant, the entire sword was filled with thunder and lightning. The flashing thunder and lightning condensed a shadow of the sword in the void, and from time to time, some shadows of the sword scattered in all directions. There was even a shadow of a knife that flattened the top of a mountain. Xiao Han was furious. This was just to kill him. The moment the thunder snake blade fell, he took out the blue water sword at the same time. This spiritual sword has recently been blessed with a lot of good materials. It is currently the strongest spiritual sword in his hand, and is infinitely close to the 4th level spiritual weapon. With that said, Xiao Han poured all the power of creation into the spirit sword. Even if he couldn't practice at full strength in the next 1, 2, or even months, Xiao Han would not hesitate. The clear water sword, blessed by the power of creation, suddenly became sharper. Then he said loudly, "I am honored that you can ride on the horse." Before the great elder could strike with his sword, Xiao Han took the lead and threw out the clear water sword in his hand. Today he was completely angered. Previously, the great elder still used some small tricks secretly, so forget. If he was not strong enough, he could only choose to endure it, but now he wanted to kill him so openly. The moment he threw out the spiritual sword, Xiao Han turned around and stepped forward. When his body reappeared, he was already dozens of meters away, and he used the Shikuji technique crazily. But no matter what, he couldn't escape the scope of the knife shadow. The great elder seemed to have predicted his actions. He quickly dodged the flying sword thrown by Xiao Han, but the flying sword still passed through the great elder's body, leaving a wound on the great elder's body. It was also at this moment that some inexplicable power appeared in the body, causing the spiritual power in the great elder's body to become chaotic. Oops! The great elder cursed secretly. What kind of trump card did Xiao Han have to make the spiritual power in his body become like this? After pondering for a moment, Wu Feng directly used his spiritual power to suppress these strange energies and continued to cut off the knife shadow. At the moment when Xiao Han was about to reach him, Xiao Han quickly threw hundreds of top-grade talismans into the void, all of which had very strong attack methods. In just one go, all his attack talismans were consumed. How many resources did he burn to get so many talismans? Bang, bang, bang. Countless sounds collided with the knife shadows, and the intensity was no less than that of the battle between Yuanying period cultivators. The knife shadow stopped in the void, and even the power was weakened by several points. Boom, boom. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Han's body began to swell rapidly. This time, the giant ape transformation was several circles smaller than before. The last time Chen Jin beat him so hard that he couldn't transform into a giant ape, and then he was torn apart violently. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be a good thing in the end? Although his body is much smaller now, his body's defense ability and explosive power are stronger. The knife shadows hit Xiao Han's huge body at the same time, and the huge power made Xiao Han feel like he was carrying a huge mountain, even stronger than a huge mountain. Last time he did fight with the head of the 7 Stars sect for a while, but that was just inadvertent, definitely not as direct as now. What Xiao Han can be sure of is that the elder definitely used all his strength, not as he said. He was right to choose to endure. The knife shadow lasted for more than 10 breaths before slowly losing its original power. Until the knife shadow dissipated, Xiao Han slowly recovered his original state. At this time, Xiao Han was more embarrassed than before. He looked like a human being. The muscles of his upper body were broken, bones could be seen on his arms, and broken meat fell all over the ground. But even so, Xiao Han's legs did not bend at all, and his body was straight. No matter how his body was, he could not give in mentally.